Good morning and welcome to Visit Worcestershire New Road, where play is about to begin on day 2 of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match between Worcestershire and Warwickshire. The weather here this morning is chilly and overcast. We had a little bit of overnight rain, however the forecast has improved, and although yesterday we were expecting considerable interruptions on this second day, it now is looking as though that might not be the case. There could be some rain in late afternoon, early evening, but it looks as though we're going to get through today without interruption. We certainly hope so. The Worcestershire batsmen are already out in the middle, Jake Libby and Gareth Roderick, and they're out there with the umpires. The Warwickshire team is now making its way onto the field. A reminder of the situation in the game. Worcestershire are 53 without loss, and this is in reply to Warwickshire's first innings, 227 all out. An innings which fell away after an excellent partnership for the third wicket of 109 between Sam Hain and Tom Latham. But in fact the last 8 wickets going down for just 66 runs. Worcestershire striking with the ball several wickets in quick succession. Tom Taylor will be on a hat-trick when he bowls in the second innings. They were 227 all out. Sam Hain top scored with an outstanding 86. And then Worcestershire replied with 16 overs to face before the end of yesterday's play. And what could have been a troublesome little period turned out to be quite profitable as as Roderick and Libby added 53. First ball of the day then from Ethan Bamber from the New Road end. He's in now and he bowls to Libby, who lets that go through outside the off stump. Bamber, who opened up last night, 3 overs for 17. Feeling was that he maybe just got his length a bit too full. Was driven a few times down the ground, but tomorrow's another day, as they say, and we're hoping that he can find some rhythm early on today. No sunshine, grey skies, smaller crowd than yesterday as Bamber is in and bowls, and this one again is left alone outside the off stump by Jake Libby, who is on 39, having started very positively last evening. We were musing about the pitch yesterday, which offered quite a lot of lateral movement for the bowlers. Feeling was amongst the Worcestershire players, from what I could gather last night, that it actually wasn't as helpful as the previous game against Essex. Bamber in, bowls, and Libby edges this, and it's gone down to third man. That'll probably go all the way for 4. It does. It was a full stroke, to be fair, and Worcestershire are away for the morning with a boundary, which takes the score on to 57 without loss. But yeah, just going back to the pitch, spoke on interview last night to Tom Taylor and to Ethan Brooks from Worcestershire, and they both said they didn't think the pitch was quite as tricky as the one against Essex. Still offered a bit of help, but they thought it was a good pitch, a good cricket pitch, with a chance for both batsmen and bowlers to succeed. And Libby capitalising again on a loose-ish delivery this time from Bamber, short outside the off stump, cut away on the offside for 2. So 6 runs from this first over of the morning so far, and Libby moving smartly on to 46. And he will feel that he's got off to a good start. 45 in fact. He waits now as Bamber is in again and bowls, and pushes this one out square on the offside, and There's no run as it's fielded by Kai Smith in the covers. Interesting to see who opens up from the other end. Bamber shared the new ball with Rushworth. We also had just a brief spell of 5 overs from Chris Wokes last night and 3 overs from Ed Barnard. Could well be Rushworth again this morning. As Bamber finishes the over with the best ball of the 6 that he bowled, and this time Libby is playing a shot, I think, at that one outside the off stump, but it goes past the outside edge and through to the Warwickshire wicketkeeper Alex Davis. So the end of the first over of the morning. 6 runs came from it, and all of them scored by Jake Libby. Due in next, Henry Nicholls, then Kashif Ali, Rob Jones, Brett D'Oliveira, Ethan Brooks, Matthew Waite, Tom Taylor, Ben Allison and Jacob Duffy. Second over about to begin, and it's actually going to be Chris Wokes from the Diglis end, playing his first game of the season. Wokes, 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 9 from him last night, and he bowled from the New Road end last night. Today come into the attack at the Diglis end, just going through a few loosening up exercises, bowling a few looseners to fielder at mid-on. Warwickshire players almost all fielding this morning in their sleeveless sweaters, and Wokes is in and bowls to Roderick, who is taken on the glove by that one, which bounced quite sharply at him, just drops down on the offside. So no numbers visible on the Warwickshire sweaters at the moment, which means that we will be struggling slightly to identify them. But that was a good start from Chris Wokes. 3 slips in place. Latham at first, Hayne at third, Smith at second, Webster at second, I should say. This one skids through and is actually missed by Alex Davis. Scoots through underneath him and they go through for a bye. So one more on to the total. Moves up to 60 without loss. Good start for Worcestershire in response to that 227 from Warwickshire in their first innings. And a decent start this morning, although we did see Bamber going past the bat with the last ball of that first over of the morning. Here's Wokes again, striding in from the Diglis end, and this one again is just disturbing the batsman a little bit. Libby on this occasion, as the ball just popped a little bit off a length and he just dropped it down on the offside. So twice in this over Wokes has got a little bit of extra bounce, and the ball in between skidding through quite low. So just a little bit of inconsistent bounce so far in this over from Chris Wokes. Sky's brightening slightly as he moves in again and bowls, and Libby is watchfully in behind this one and playing it up to mid-on, and no addition to the score. I am Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester, and alongside me is Clive Eakin from BBC CWR, and we taking over commentary at the end of the over as Wokes is in again and bowls, and Libby lets this one go outside the off stump. Important, a bit obvious to say it, Clive, but pretty important that Warwickshire strike early this morning.
Yes, I spoke to Sam Hayne afterwards. Felt that the heavy roller had an impact, but he acknowledged they hadn't bowled as well as he might have done. Can remember, of course, that Chris Wokes and Chris Rushworth haven't played for a long time. But yes, they desperately do need to break through. What they'll hope is that get 1 wicket, others will follow.
Well, here's Wokes looking for that 1 wicket, but not getting it on this occasion. In fact, 4 leg byes going to accrue here for Worcestershire as he just strayed in line a little bit. The ball flicked Libby's pads. He tried to play it away on the leg side, and it ran away down to the fine leg boundary. So Worcestershire making a bright start this morning in the first 2 overs. 11 runs have been added and they are 64 without loss.
Now then, Worcestershire have a chance. I know it's a long way to go in this match. They have a chance of doing something we haven't done for a surprisingly long time. The question was asked by one of the journalists here. Yes, when was the last time Worcestershire beat Warwickshire in the Championship? We didn't know then. And I made a mistake last night. Just before going to bed, I thought, I know what I wanted to look up. I'll just have a quick look at my Wisdens to find out when Worcestershire last beat Warwickshire in the County Championship. Suffice to say, I didn't get to bed until a bit late. Ethan Bamber comes into bowl to Roderick, who plays at the back. There's no run. My collection of Wisdens, in terms of a continuous line, date back to 1997. And I could not find a Worcestershire win in that time. I have now looked it up, and I think, and this is subject to contradiction and checking, and someone might spot something I didn't, but the last Worcestershire win against Warwickshire I can find in the County Championship dates back to 1993, 32 years ago. As Bamber comes in on that one, there's a bit of bounce on that one, whistles past the chest of Roderick, who just sort of nudges his bat at it and misses it. So it's 1993 at Edgbaston, when Worcestershire were captained by Tim Curtis and Warwickshire by Dermot Reeve. And Worcestershire bowled Warwickshire out for 206 in the first innings. Dominic Oster scored a half century. 3 wickets apiece for Chris Tolley and Phil Newport. This next one's another play and a miss outside off stump, and Bamber's getting into a bit of a rhythm here. And Worcestershire then made 397, largely on the back of a partnership of 152 for the 7th wicket between Stephen Rhodes, who made 101, and Phil Newport, who made 76. Neil Smith did take 5 for 103. And then Warwickshire was skittled out for 201 in their second innings. In comes Bamber to bowl, that's left, there's no run. Asif Din did make 63, and Dominic Osler another half century. 4 wickets apiece for Phil Newport, who had a decent match, and Richard Illingworth, leaving Worcestershire just 11 to win, which they got for the loss of no wickets. So 1993.
93.
So I think that if Worcestershire win this game, it'll be the first time they've beaten Warwickshire in the County Championship for 32 years. That's play back to mid on the snow run. There have been a lot of draws, and of course they haven't played each other every season. Quite a few seasons since 2 divisions where they've been in separate divisions. But nonetheless, that would make a win here quite impressive if they can pull it off. And they're in a good position at the moment, albeit, as I say, with a long way to go. We saw yesterday how the match can change quickly. Bamber bowls. That one seemed to keep low, and he didn't play it at this time, Roderick. And Alex Davies takes it low down, diving to his right. So an encouraging over of Ethan Bamber, but still no wicket for Warwickshire, and Worcestershire on 64 without loss, which I think is the second biggest stand of the match so far.
Yeah. Well, I've got Cricket Archive now, so I might be able to check with the proper authority if there are any since 1993.
1993 is the last one I could find.
I'll do that.
The last one I found last night in my broken run of Wizards was 1990, but I've checked now and I found one in 93.
Libby on strike as Chris Woke strides in from the Diglis end. And this one is just short of length outside off stump and pushed out on the offside by Libby, and there is no run. 64 without lost in it. It remains, Worcestershire having made a bright start last night in what could have been a pretty tricky 16 over session they had, and I think Clive's just saying that Sam Haynes said that Warwickshire felt they hadn't bowled as well as they might have done. Certainly they would have gone out, I think, last night with real expectation of getting a 1 or 2, but they didn't. They might have got one here. They have got one here. Chris Wokes has got his first wicket of the season, first wicket of the game, because this one, I think, again, might have kept a little bit low, but it's certainly nipped back, hit Jake Libby in front of the stumps, and umpire Jack Shantry had little hesitation in judging that one out. So Jake Libby has gone, played really well for his 45, but he has gone LBW to Chris Wokes, and Worcestershire are 64 for 1 in the 20th over.
Well, good innings from Jake Libby, but Warwickshire, goodness me, they needed that, so they've managed to strike just 11 runs added this morning, and they'll hope. And they've basically got to keep Worcestershire somewhere close to what Warwickshire got, otherwise batting third here, if they're facing a deficit, would be a big ask. Here's Henry Nicholls. Can he do what Tom Latham did for Warwickshire and use all his experience and know-how to build an innings? What we saw from Latham was the old-fashioned leave that seems to have disappeared out of modern-day cricket, but he adopted it very well, leaving the right ones.
He did, didn't he? He left very judiciously, did Latham. And Nicholls, similar in many ways, Kiwi, left-hander of similar stature, middle-order player, quite solid, not particularly flamboyant, but he'll be tested out there. Struggled in the game against Essex here, and he got naught in the first innings, and I think just 2 in the second, so due a score, you could say. But that said, tricky situation in which to come in, facing a top-class bowler in Chris Wokes. 4 slips now in place as the skies brighten further here at New Road, and the forecast, as I said a few minutes ago, has improved considerably since we looked at it yesterday, and we expected some interruptions, but I don't think we're going to get any today. Here comes Wokes to Nicholls, and he is forward to his first delivery, pushing it out on the offside.
4 slips, and once again Robbie Yates isn't one of them, which makes me think he must have some sort of issue, whether he's got a slight hand injury or whether there's something that's making him not as flexible as he normally is.
He's chief polisher, I can tell you that. He's at mid-on, and
I can't believe they keep him out of slip for that.
The ball is going to him most of the time between deliveries for a bit of a polish as Wokes bowls, and Nicholls is off the mark here, just turning this on the leg side, and good running as he comes back for 2. Ethan Bamber, the fielder, coming up from long leg, but Nicholls, seeing that one hadn't gone particularly quickly to Bamber, and getting back for the second, ran the first one very quickly. So 2 to Nicholls, and Worcestershire go to 66 for 1.
Yates top catcher for Warwickshire this season with 8. Last season he did 28 catches.
Yeah, brilliant slipper. They also caught a couple, 2 or 3 here for the Lions in a game that I covered, and very impressive indeed. As Wokes is in and bowls Fuller, and Nicholls drives into the ground, and the ball pops up, and the bowler does his own fielding. And there's no run. I'll just run through the scores elsewhere in the country while we're finishing this over. Bearing in mind there's a full round of championship games going on. Hampshire playing Sussex at Southampton. Sussex 32 runs behind with 5 wickets remaining. Nicholls steers this down on the offside, and there's no run. End of the over, 66 for 1. So Hampshire 154 all out, Sussex 122 for 5 in reply. Northants against Gloucestershire at Northampton. Northants 340 for 6 in their first innings. Durham against Somerset at Chester Street. Durham 277, Somerset 84 for 4. At Headingley, Notts 228, Yorkshire are 15 for 2 in reply. Glamorgan against Middlesex at Cardiff. Glamorgan 344 for 7 against Middlesex. And Lancashire, Leicestershire at Leicester. Lancashire 206, Leicestershire 72 for 2. I'll give you the last 2 after this delivery from Bamber,
which is left by Roderick. No run.
So Derbyshire, Kent at Derbyshire going really well, 375 for 2 after winning the toss. They'll be certainly hoping they only bet once in that game. And finally at the Oval, Essex against Surrey. Essex 217 and Surrey in reply 102 for 3.
Bamber beat the bat a few times in his last over. Comes in to bowl Roderick, who gets bat on that, takes it back to the bowler. There's no run. Must say congratulations once again to Warwickshire's Em Arlett, who in her second T20 international for England won the Player of the Match award against West Indies at Hove last night. She took 3 for 14 in the 4 overs, bowled a maiden, and among the victims was Hayley Matthews, the West Indies captain who scored a century in the first game. She bowled her for 6 and she took a catch. So a great game for Em Arlett. This next one is past the outside edge again and there's no run. And also a good game for Warwickshire's Izzy Wong, who bowled 4 overs, 1 for 10. West Indies 81 for 9 in their 20 overs. England got them easily in 9 overs with Sophia Dunkey in the runs again, but it's Nat Sciver-Brunt who got 55 not out. So a really good start to her international career for Em Arlett. In comes Bamber, right arm over, and that's gone past the outside edge. And Truss has gone past the outside edge. Alex Davies didn't hold on to it. Came in towards his midriff, but there's no signs of any anguish there, so I'm pretty sure that missed the bat. Davies has kept wicket in the last 2 matches. Kai Smith back in the team for this game, but not as a wicket keeper. In comes Bamber to bowl, and that's defended back to him. There's no run. In fact, I think Davies has been wicket keeper for the last 3, actually, including this one.
Hard work being keeper and opener and captain.
Yeah, which is presumably why they... Well, I'm slightly surprised he's taken the gloves of Kai Smith, but because I thought Smith kept wicket pretty well. However, I felt that was the right thing to do as Bamber comes into bowl and it goes through to the wicketkeeper, giving him a bit of flexibility on selection, so they left Kai Smith out to play the spinner in the last game. But anyway, 66 for 1, 21 overs.
I can't find a win after 93, but the trouble with looking at Cricket Oracle is that every time you go back, it goes right back to the beginning, so you have to scroll right through from 1863 again.
That's why I use these old-fashioned books. Things you may remember. They're called books.
Yeah, I've got some wisdoms, Clive.
Yeah, no, I know you mean. But
I have a quiz question for today as well.
Good.
I've just got to introduce that in a minute. Chris Wokes in from the Digley end, bowls to Nicholls. That's 4, short and wide outside the off stump. He's not going to miss out on that. Nicholls just punching it in front of square on the offside, out to the boundary. 70 for 1 and his first boundary. Today's quiz question, and this time it's a Worcestershire player we're asking about. Again, it's for. I'll give the answer in the afternoon session. No tricks. A straightforward question. Which former Worcestershire all-rounder was run out in a test match for 99? Which former Worcestershire all-rounder was run out in a test match for 99? There's Chris Wokes in again, bowls, and Nicholls driving this one in the air on the offside. Nicely fielded by Zen Malik in the covers, and there's no run. So which former Worcestershire all-rounder was run out in a test match for 99? Answers to me at Frank Watson 58 on X or Twitter, as was at Frank Watson 58. And also, if you have any other questions or you want to make comments about this game, that's the best way to get in touch with me, and that's today's quiz question. Nobody's got it yet in the press box. Had a few guesses. Here's Wokes in from the Digley end, round the wicket to the left-handed Nicholls, who drops this down on the offside, just immediately calls Roderick through for a single. Takes him on to 7, and the total to 71 for 1. The one man out this morning, Jake Libby, who started brightly but was LBW to Chris Wokes for 45. An overcast morning, although I'm pleased to say the skies are brightening. Not such a good crowd in. We've generally found that Fridays have been the best attended in the Championship this season, both here and in Worcestershire's away games, as this next one is dropped down into the gully by Gareth Roderick. Worcestershire opening batsman and wicket-keeper, as we said yesterday. Not often you get a Championship game where both teams have a wicket-keeper who is opening the batting. Can't remember the last time I saw that. I'm sure there have been occasions, but it's quite unusual. 3 slips waiting as Roderick waits for Wokes, who is in to him now. Takes him on the pad. A strangled appeal. Whether that's because there was nick on it or because they decided it was not going on to hit the stumps, I don't know. But they started to appeal and then abandoned the effort. Just watching the replay now. Yeah, I think maybe it was going down. I think 71 for 1. The sky's definitely brighter now as Wokes is in again, past umpire Chantry, right arm over the wicket, beautifully driven by Roderick. Full length outside off stump, shot of the day from Roderick, leaning into it and driven through mid off for 4. A lovely boundary to finish the over for Worcestershire. They go to 75 for 1 and Roderick moves on to 17.
Well, despite losing the wicket, Worcestershire still looking pretty good this morning. Getting ever closer to Warwickshire's first innings total. They'll be looking to build a lead and then put real pressure on Warwickshire. 3rd innings of the match. And we're hoping the weather stays kind, which it is at the moment. Bit of cloud cover, whether that might help the bowlers or not, I don't know. But it's Ethan Bamber to continue. And he'll be bowling to Nicholls, who's a runnable 7 at the moment. 3 slips in place. Very different sort of day weather-wise than yesterday. Ian Westwood is watching behind the bowler's arm, and he'll be hoping the umpire raises his finger there, but he doesn't. There's an appeal for LBW, may have been too high. It was a fairly impassioned appeal, but not a prolonged one from Ethan Bamber. He seemed to accept the not out with pretty good grace. 75 for 1. Not a bad shot. It might just been actually outside the line of off stump when it hit him, looking at the replay, which of course, as I keep mentioning, the umpire doesn't get to do. Bamber into bowl, and that's turned round to long leg. A little puff of dust comes up. Nicholls gets through for a single. 76 for 1. He's on to 8.
I found a Worcestershire win in the Championship.
When?
2000 in Division 2.
How did I miss that then?
Here, 21st, 22nd, 23rd of August 2000. Worcestershire won by 9 wickets.
Okay. Well, that's slightly, well, only slightly, but it's still 25 years ago.
Yeah, Worcestershire.
I missed that one, unfortunately.
338 in their first innings. Graham Hicks scoring a duck. Vikram Solanki 160. And Warwickshire then 142 all out. With Chris Liptrot taking 6 for 44.
I don't remember him.
And they followed on. Warwickshire bowled out for 231.
As Bamber bowls, and that's clipped away onto the onside. Rob Yates gives chase. They'll get through for 2 runs. Okay, so that still would be the first win for 25 years if they can manage it.
Yeah, so just Just checking that. Yeah, definitely August 2000.
Yeah, I got it here as well.
Just check that weren't any after that.
Bamber comes into bowl. And that's left with a bounce. There's no run. So it's left. Ethan Bamber, number 54, is back, his shirt billowing slightly in the breeze. Comes into bowl to Roderick, standing up batting there, and just nudges that forward for no run. Roderick, having been in overnight, is on 19 off 62 balls, so fairly careful stuff from him. The one batter out today, Jake Libby, LBW, to Chris Wokes for 45. But Worcestershire still nicely placed at 78 for 1.
And so they won that game in 2000, then they played each other again at Edgbaston the next week in the championship.
Okay.
Oh, it's an odd one. Odd scheduling. I think the scheduling's odd now. It's odd.
It's always been pretty odd,
25
isn't it? Well, I mean, we sort of took it for granted at the time. The idea of playing 2 days of a championship match, then a Sunday league game, then finishing off the championship match.
Did all the time. It's extraordinary, isn't it? Sometimes elsewhere as well. Sometimes you start a championship game and go somewhere else for the Sunday game. Wokes round the wicket to Nicholls, who is beaten outside the off stump, and Alex Davis again doesn't gather. In fact, it's a bye. It's just gone straight through and it bounced quite sharply, and Davis reaching up to his right hand side got a glove on it but didn't hold on to it, and they went through for, it's gone miles off the pitch, that one, after it was past the stumps. It's reared away to Davis's right hand side, and they go through for another bye. So a few challenges for the Warwickshire keeper this morning, and a little bit of indifferent bounce, which is something that Tom Taylor and Ethan Brooks said in their interview last night was had not been a feature quite so much as in the previous game against Essex. Is Wokes in again, down the leg side, and again, poor old Alex Davies, he's having a bit of a rough time out there. He's diving to his left, stops it, but doesn't take it cleanly. But I have every sympathy for him. Davis with the ball, especially when it goes past the stumps and swings or moves considerably, it can be quite tricky. And he's being tested this morning, the Warwickshire skipper. Chris Wokes in again, bowls, and that one, absolute ripper, goes past the shoulder of Roderick's bat outside the off stump, and Davis takes it in front of his face, reverse cup, fingers pointed to the sky. Really, really good delivery. Wokes asking a few questions now as he settles. He's picked up the only wicket to fall this morning. God, dear oh dear. Do well to get a bat on that, Clive. That's a beauty. 79 for 1. Wokes is in again and again beats Roderick outside the off stump. This is top stuff from Chris Wokes. He hasn't played all season and he's easing into his work. Just a few overs last night, and now this morning opening up from the Digley end, has taken the only wicket to fall, and has just, it would appear in the last couple of overs, found a nice rhythm. He's looks to be attacking the crease quite nicely, getting into a good long stride and hitting his good areas. This time Roderick manages to get a bat on it, pushing forward, and plays it up to mid-on, where Rob Yates is the fielder, and there's no run. But good stuff from Chris Wokes so far. 8.5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 20 his figures. The one man out this morning, Jake Libby, LBW, 2 Wokes for 45, having played very fluently indeed both last night and this morning until he was out. Wokes again in, bowls, and Roderick is again troubled by this one. turned round by it, trying to play it straight up between the bowler and mid-on, and it ends up squirting out square on the offside. No run, end of a very testing over from Chris Woakes. 9 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 20 his figures. And Worcestershire 79 for 1. In reply, of course, to Warwickshire's first innings 227.
Yeah, still going along nicely. Worcestershire. That wicket on Jake Libby's hasn't been followed by a flurry as of yet. Bamber will come into bowl to Nicholls, who punches that to mid-on but can't get it past the fielder, so there's no run. And it remains 79 for 1. As he comes in again round the wickets, and that he flashes at that one somewhat. Nicholls misses it. That's taken this time by Alex Davies. No run. Sky's brightening slightly. I'm still going through these fixtures, but I want to confirm that 2000 was the last time. Also, when's the last time Warwickshire beat Worcestershire? Because there's been a lot of draws. That's left by Ethan Bamber.
Much more recently than that, I think.
Yeah, it is more recent than that, but it's well, because they clinched the championship with a win here. Bamber comes in, then he's bowling to Nicholls, crouching down. Nicholls leaves. That's a good leave taken by Alex Davies. And there is no run. Bamber, lots of wickets this season, hasn't managed to find success so far in this match. He'll try again, but again that's a comfortable leave for Nicholls. It's 79 for 1. And Bamber comes into bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside, and there's no run. And end of the over. Kevin going to come in now. I'll bring Kevin in. I'll bring you some definitive answers on those questions. Also, Martin's just sent me a which unfortunately I can't read because of explaining why Rob Yates
isn't in
the slips, but I can't actually read it because a pop-up's getting in the way. But I'll check that.
Okay. Thanks, Clive. Kevin Howell's coming in alongside me. Somebody has actually said, did Worcestershire not beat Warwickshire in 2000? That's a good shout. And that was 12 minutes ago, so well done to Fosun Out, who I presume is a Wolves fan. And the onlooker has got the answer right to which former Worcestershire all-rounder was run out in a test match for 99. So well done to the onlooker. But I'm not going to give the answer out until later on. 79 for 1 here. Chris Woakes, the wicket taker this morning, to continue from the Diglis end under brightening skies. 3 slips in place. He comes in now to bowl to the right-handed Gareth Roderick over the wicket, bowls, and Roderick lets that one go outside the off stump, and poor old Alex Davies again gets one that dips on him and comes through at ankle height, and he is unable to gather it cleanly. He's having a pretty difficult time out there this morning, the Warwickshire keeper. Ball coming through at varying heights, one or two keeping low, one or two climbing quite steeply, bit of movement after it's gone past the stumps. He's being tested, particularly by Wokes, who is in again now and bowls, and taken on the pad Roderick, and ball goes through off the pad to Davis, who then appeals for a catch, hoping that there might have been a nick onto the pad. Umpire Chantry is not interested on either count, and looks down, just moves whatever gadget he uses to count the 6 balls in the over from one hand to the other. Wokes liked it. Looking at the replay, you can see why he was thinking it worthy of a shout, but on this occasion Jack Chantry, who gave him an LBW earlier, is unmoved. Looked a good shout. He bowls now to Roderick, who drives. A very good fielding off his own bowling by Wokes. Possibly a bit high, that one, just looking back at it again, but certainly pretty straight. Been quite a lot of LBWs on this ground this season, with the ball keeping a little bit low from time to time and the seam movement back in. In fact, we had 7 in the innings in Worcestershire's second innings against Essex last week, and already 1 this morning, 3 yesterday in the Warwickshire first innings. Here's Wokes once more, is in and bowls, and this one is a little bit short of a leg. Then nicely played by Roderick off the back foot, out through the covers for a single, and I dare say, given the examination that he's undergone from Wokes in the last over or two, that lovely off drive off the last ball of the previous over notwithstanding, Gareth Roderick be quite happy to get up to the non-striker's end and just watch Henry Nicholls negotiate the bowling of Wokes. Nicholls, the left-hander, who's on 8, is facing now as Wokes goes round the wicket to him with 4 slips in and bowls, and he's on the back foot playing this one up to Rob Yates at mid-on. Yates, the polisher in chief, picks the ball up and immediately vigorously polishing it on his right thigh before returning it to a senior man, Chris Wokes, who is in now to complete the over. Balls, and Nicholls is out, caught at third slip by Sam Hain, little bit short of a length outside the off stump. Good bowling from Chris Wokes, and Nicholls just nibbled at it, had to play it, and a comfortable catch, sort of midriff height, pouched safely by Sam Hain at third slip. It's a good bit of bowling from Chris Wokes, and he strikes for the second time this morning, and Worcestershire are 80 for 2. And it's good morning for the first time to BBC 5 Live's Kevin Owls.
Good morning, Frank. Morning, everyone. And such quality we've seen from Wokes today. It's one of those where you're feeling just a little sorry for the Worcestershire batters, because they're up against a man who's got quite a big 9 months ahead of him internationally, let alone domestically, with Warwickshire, and he wants to get back into the groove as quickly as possible to feel good ahead of a busy international calendar. And last night they saw a Wokes that was just finding his way again. We talked about all that experience, he knows what he needs to do, but still a long time out. Today it's a different story. Today it's completely different. And a real tester for the Worcestershire batting lineup, who still have made a decent start, 80 for 2. I was thinking, having seen some of the comments from the players, especially those that played here on this ground earlier this season, we were sort of not laying out excuses but reasonings for why some of the pitches perhaps haven't played as Worcestershire would have liked, or nobody likes coming into a match not too sure how pitches are going to play, and we were laying out the reasons for that and all the hard work done. Steve, is it the head?
Steve,
yep.
Yeah.
Well, we ought to turn that sort of, if you like, feeling a bit sorry for them into congratulations, because clearly they're working their darndest here, and this is an improvement on last time. Obviously a different pitch, but making inroads and making things just as good as they can. And so instead of offering them a bit of sympathy, we say well done, terrific stuff, particularly from what the players were saying. But it is still 2 down today, but you've got to look at the bowling. I think probably nothing to do with the pitch. This is just terrific international class bowling from Chris Wokes we've seen. And Bamber wants to join in. He's bowled 8 overs so far in this innings, 3 maidens, 26 runs. Worcestershire at 80 for 2. And the first ball he bowls is now, and it's straight through to the keeper, to Roderick, who's still there on 20 off 72 deliveries. It's completely different weather-wise today. The overhead's a lot cloudier. There is plenty of breaks in that cloud, but there's plenty of cloud around, and those who didn't fall asleep at 8 o'clock last night and wake up again at 7 o'clock this morning, i.e. myself pretty much, they tell me it did rain overnight, but it's dry at the moment. Bamber bowls and full defensive from Roderick into the offside for no run, and we hope it stays that way. But it is the spring bank holiday. It's still very breezy out there. I'm not too sure if it makes it particularly cold, cooler. Just having a look round here, perhaps one or two have got they've got their jumpers and their jackets on, so it's not freezing cold obviously, but it's just a little cooler today. But that breeze, you can see the trees almost bending alongside the river. Bamber bowls and up onto his toes, angles through the gap between slips and gully. It's going to run down towards the boundary. Will it be pulled back up inside? Oh, needs to be a bit careful there. Does he get to it or not? No, he doesn't. It is a 4, confirmed by umpire O'Shaughnessy. So all that effort, it's still the boundary. It's achieved for Roderick. He moves to 24, and Worcestershire to 84 for 2 after Warwickshire made 227. An intriguing game it continues to be here between these two teams.
Interesting what you said about the pitch, Kevin. The Worcestershire players said they didn't think the bounce had been as uneven as it had been previously. It has been a bit this morning.
Next ball bowled and pushed into the offside, no run.
Particularly from the Diglis end, I thought, when Wokes was bowling. 1 or 2 skidded through to Davis, 1 or 2 have taken off.
Yeah, well I thought we saw a little bit of that yesterday, which didn't make me surprised by the comments, but I was taking, if you like, the half full side of the quotes and the comments.
No, I agree. Yeah, it's certainly better.
And it's Bamber in again, shoulders, arms, lows that through to the keeper, taken low down by the keeper, Alex Davis. You say he's had a torrid time out there. He has with the gloves today. He wasn't particularly pleased yesterday, I don't think, with things, was he? Did anybody get to the bottom
happy,
of?
Did he? No, I don't know exactly.
Well, have there been any repercussions officially announced? They tend to make any of that announcement sort of at the end of the game. But he wasn't a happy bunny. I think we were at the conclusion at the end, or thought that it was the pitch he was complaining about, not the actual judgment. Pushed into the offside for no run off that last ball, so it's 84 for 2. Just want to draw your attention to a story that I missed yesterday in the Telegraph, but is of interest, I'm sure, to all those listening. That according to Will Macpherson, the cricket news correspondent of the Telegraph, counties have been warned they could face sanctions for criticising umpiring decisions on social media.
Yeah, well, I think I've seen social media posts from a number of counties this season. I'm not going to mention any names that are they're not directly critical, but even the wording, you know, when they put every wicket on, don't they, Kevin? Worcestershire do it, Warwickshire do it. You know, Worcestershire have lost a wicket this morning. I haven't looked this morning whether they've done that, but I'm sure they will have done. And if it's an LBW, they sometimes put is adjudged LBW. Wokes over the wicket bowls to Kashif Ali, who plays his first ball back up the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run. And I just sometimes think that even that wording is adjudged is suggesting that.
So it's the example that they've given
exactly,
in the Telegraph piece, and this is Somerset.
I didn't know that, and I've used that word. Yeah,
it's Somerset, and it's actually Dollavera.
Yeah. It was an extraordinary decision, actually. But yeah, the word adjudged suggests questioning of the umpire's decision, I think, as Kashif is taken on the pad by this one. It drops down on the outside. If you say is out LBW, then that's it, and that's factually correct. If you say is adjudged or is given, or the umpire decides it's out, it's factually correct, but it's also implying, I think, perhaps some dubiety, shall we say, as Wokes comes in again and bowls, and Kashif is hit on the pad and is not given out LBW by umpire Chantry despite an appeal. Kept a bit low, perhaps.
I can't believe that from umpire Chantry. I mean, he's adjudged that to be not out.
Not out, yeah, he has.
Exclamation!
And he's a former Worcestershire man as well.
And I'm going to get, although this is the spoken word, I'm going to give that 6 exclamation marks as well.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, and that's on the Somerset website.
Yeah,
isn't it? Not
not
on the Worcestershire one. But,
yeah,
and it was a wicket for Somerset. It was an extraordinary one, actually. It was left alone, turned a long way. Thought to be strange, even by Vic Marks. That one, as this one is driven up to mid-on by Kashif Ali. Chris Wokes stands at the end of his run-up as though he's somewhat affronted by the way that Kashif played that. He made 100 in each innings against Warwickshire last year in the Championship. Opener at Edgbaston, Kashif, but not quite such riches this season. Nothing wrong with that from what I could see, but Wokes obviously felt if he'd missed it, then was absolutely smack in front, but no such eventuality, and this time he does miss it outside the off stump as it goes the other way from Chris Wokes. Kashif playing at that one, and it nipped away off the pitch and was taken by Alex Davis. It's tough going out there this morning for the Worcestershire batsman, particularly against Chris Wokes, who may be in his first game of the season, his first bowl of the season, but he has found some real rhythm this morning, and he's wasting very few deliveries, making the batsman play, nipping it around. Kashif is forward to this one, plays up to Yates at mid on the end of an excellent over from Chris Wokes. His figures now 11 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 21. He struck twice this morning to remove Libby for 45 and Nicholls for 8, and Worcestershire are still 143 runs in arrears at 84 for 2.
It's back to the thing about the view being taken of counties' own clubs' own social media posts on these issues. Of course, this is something that's been looked at by the England Welsh Cricket Board, but by what they refer to as an independent body called the Cricket Regulator. So it's sort of, if you like, it's supposed to be outside of the ECB. As you can see, Chris Rushworth bowl here, and it is said that the counties have been told that the cricket regulator is going to actively look at social media posts from clubs specifically around dissent to umpiring decisions.
What do you think of that, Kevin?
I think this is muddy territory as Rushworth comes in and bowls and through to the keeper, and that's got good lift and carry through to Davis, because this is a tale of modern times, Frank. It's a tale of streaming, which I think most people consider to be a huge positive to county cricket. But of course it's streaming, and therefore everybody can look at it once, twice, 3 times, because you can go back and look at it. The umpire doesn't get that, and of course they haven't got the decision review system, which international umpires will have, and all fully televised games will have, as Rushworth is in bowls and defended for no run. And that really is the problem, the fact there isn't a DRS system involved. I have heard people within county cricket say that it could be employed at some point, but surely the cost of that would be huge. And then it's the role, of course, that counties' own social media platforms and sites play in the fact that whether or not they are there to represent the club's own fans and supporters, or to be slightly above that. Next ball is driven, and well stopped. Rushworth gets down well to his left-hand side. So they've taken that D'Oliveira. Now everybody looked at that, and the umpire himself would have been horrified to have seen that afterwards. Okay, and the trouble is, it's this dreadful expression, but this pile-on that you're opening up. Then, of course, for the umpires to not only have a severe lack of confidence, but really question themselves, their profession, and all sorts. But isn't that just part of the modern age? And yes, people need to be looked after and protected, but doesn't that go with the territory now? As Rushworth comes in and bowls, and that's into the pads, comes back in. A little tester there again for Roderick from Rushworth. So I think that I applaud the fact that the cricket regulator is looking at this, and I applaud the fact that we all, not just the county social media sites, we all need to remember our responsibility to people and individuals out there, the umpires, who all want to do a good job.
Yeah.
I mean, they're horrified when they look back and they see they have made mistakes, but they are humans, so they are going to make mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we have a responsibility, and that's the big message for me, as Rushworth again comes in and bowls and driven. That's a nice shot, but for no run there to run off. It's about reminding people about their responsibilities, I think.
Yeah, I agree. And
to individuals.
I think it's the same with players, isn't it? And it's even particularly bad with footballers, I think, who perhaps because many of them earn such vast sums of money, people think they are fair game. And even at games, if you watch certain incidents, I'll expand on this in a minute.
Rushworth again in bowls, looking for another wicket. Oh, very close to getting it. I wish a batter would not do that. After that, when they sort of make us
Walk
4 or 5
away.
strides if they're on their way. Not out. It's the end of the over. 84 for 2. Roderick on 24. Kashif is still not scored. Rushworth's bowled 6 overs now. 1 maiden for 23 runs.
As you know, because you've been giving me stick about it, I also report on Premier League football, and I watch with utter horror sometimes as a player takes a corner and the fans near the corner flag, if they support the other team, get out of their seats and move forward, and both with gesture and verbally break off as Wokes bowls, and this one's played back up the pitch. They abuse the corner taker at very close quarters, probably only just 3 or 4 yards away, and they shout vile abuse and are allowed to do so in front of stewards, and it happens every single time a player goes close to the crowd. And I think they just feel that because you're there, you're a fair target, and it's wrong. And I don't care how much they earn, nobody should get that sort of abuse. It's even worse online, of course, with football. Same with cricket as well. Wokes bowls, and this beautifully driven by Kashif, but he doesn't get any runs. There's a good stop by Rob Yates, moving to his left at mid-on and diving down behind the bowler. Would have gone for 4 otherwise. Good shot from Kashif. He's not yet off the mark. 86 for 2 it remains. But and there's been criticism of Worcestershire players this year, saying that they might as well pack in and they're a walking wicket and this kind of thing. They are human beings, and I just think they are well advised not to look themselves at any of the comments that are posted. As Wokes bowls, and Kashif is patiently in behind this one and pushing out on the offside. But I think you're right, it's about responsibility. And if the club's social media is in even a tiny regard responsible for generating that kind of comment aimed at umpires, for example, then I think probably they ought to be careful about what they put out there, and just careful how it's worded. Wokes again in bowls. Kashif out. No, he's not. He played and missed. I thought he might have nicked it. Davis dived low to his right and took it cleanly, but in fact it was just extravagant movement off the pitch which caused the ball to go as far to Davis's right as it did. It was not an edge. It remains 86 for 2.
I'll just read one more paragraph from Will's story, just to not to put a stop to this, but just to round it off in a second.
Wokes again in bowls, and Kashifu, having used the word patient earlier in the over, I will use the word impatient, because on that occasion, seeing a ball slightly fuller, he gave it a real swish, so he was frustrated at not being off the mark, and he got an inside edge and it rolled along the ground, and Davis took it, but just looked as though he's getting a tiny bit frustrated. Wokes again in bowls, and this time he is, I think, beaten. May have just pulled his bat away at the last minute outside the off stump, but Wokes very, very impressive this morning. That's waiting now. Kashif, bat raised, and pulled his bat away. He kind of went to play at it, but it went so far. It was a real big leg cutter from Wokes. Top class bowling this. He's in again and bowls, and Kashif is forward, pushes out on the offside end of an excellent over from Chris Wokes. Another maiden, 12 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 23 his figures, and Worcestershire are 86 for 2.
So this piece says it's understood in the first. This is the cricket regulator is not happy. It's understood in the first case he would advise informally, or give advice informally to the administrators of the county cricket clubs on their social media platforms, give them some advice to the club or to the individual over the nature of their posting. If it persisted, they could be issued a caution or even be charged with bringing the game into disrepute. That's pretty tough stuff. As I say, I do wonder whether this is something that will be difficult to manage. Anyway, Rushworth in and bowls, and taken low down by the keeper, tumbling to his right, because as you know, Frank, I am on something called Blue Sky on social media. I've come off X because I thought it was an absolute disgrace, horrific disgrace, because it doesn't show respect to individuals. However, on Blue Sky there are not as many of us, and one thing we do on Blue Sky, generally speaking, is we behave ourselves, but it doesn't get as many people because it's not as controversial, and it doesn't accept people misbehaving, and there is part of the problem. People like to get angry. They find it entertaining. Rushworth in bowls and defended, nice and solid from Roderick.
I suppose the hope is that if they make it clear that there is a regulator and he's going to look at it, that will just
calm it down a bit.
Calm it down a bit. Yeah, I think so. 86 for 2 anyway. Quiz question for today: which Worcestershire all-rounder, former Worcestershire all-rounder, was run out in a test match for 99? One person's got it so far, at Frank Watson 58 on X, as Roderick is out. I'll let you describe it.
I beg your pardon, I was distracted there, and very unprofessional of me. Apologies for this.
Yeah, sorry. Good, excellent delivery from Chris Rushworth. His first wicket of the season. Roderick pushing at it, edged to second slip, and Bo Webster taking a very good catch. It is tough out there this morning for the Worcestershire batsman, and Gareth Roderick's been out there since the start. He's on his way. A wicket for Rushworth, and Worcestershire have lost 3 this morning. They began the day on 53 without loss. They're now 86 for 3.
And that'll serve me right for talking about social media, because that could go everywhere now. The fact that I wasn't even watching properly, and it was my end and my over. Forgive me. Alarmed by something I just received on a text message. Talking of social interactions, Rob Jones, I can tell you, is making his way out to the middle now, and this score has got a far different look about it from Worcestershire's point of view. They made a decent enough start, 11 o'clock-ish this morning. But just to go back to the fact, I mean, Rushworth here joining in with Wokes, but this I think is terrific. Maybe assisted with some help from the surface, but this is just quality bowling, I think.
Yeah. Well, Chris Rushworth has got history on this ground on more than one occasion. He has picked up a lot of wickets in his Durham days, and he's a master of bowling in helpful seam bowling conditions. As we know, Durham's leading all-time wicket taker before his move to Warwickshire, and he's taken a while to get going in this game, perhaps not quite at his best last night, understandably so, having started the season late, as it were. But both he and Wokes have been put into the side, and both of them have been a handful this morning. Top class stuff.
And Roderick, Worcestershire would have been hoping, of course, would be the man that they would build around. But now they've got two batters out there, both of them on naught. Kashif has faced 13 balls, but Jones faces and pushes that one. He's another of these batters, like Sam Hain, always with his right hand or whatever, just to sort of motion some sort of animated gesture as to what happened to the ball. It's part of sending a message to the brain.
Yeah. It can be helpful if you're at the side trying to work out what's just happened. But yeah,
I think it was just
it's tough out there at the moment.
Motioning just a little bit of movement, some awkward movement away from the batter. He again faces his second ball, Jones. Rushworth looking for the fourth wicket of the innings, what would be his second, and that is defended by Jones to the onside for no run. So yeah, pressure upon Worcestershire. No matter what the exact year, I know Clive's gone off to find out. I can't believe it's as long ago as 2000 when I was saying, but even that is it's quite staggering. Can I throw in another question though on that? How many draws there have been between the two? Because that can often be the case between rival counties. This one is pushed out. Does he get a nick on that? Yes, he does. And that is caught low down to the right, and that is the end of Jones. He's not lasted too long at all. He's out for a duck, and that's 4 down now for Worcestershire. 86 for 4. Another wicket for Rushworth, who really has found his groove here now. A lovely delivery, caught well by Davis, moving to his right hand side, catching it in front of first slip, but that really was a terrific ball from Rushworth. And problems piling up here because both Rushworth and Wokes are in fine form here for Warwickshire. We'll take a look again at the replay, but this is just a wonderful delivery. Slow down a little, pitches and just moves away and takes that nick. He's gone forward defensively to it, holds the pose a little, does Rob, for a second or two, as if to come to terms with what I think was a terrific delivery. And Rushworth picks up 2. He's 2 for 23 from his 7 overs. Worcestershire 86 for 4.
Yeah, good delivery. They're masterful in these conditions, these two, and I think Worcestershire have just got to try and weather the storm here as Brett D'Oliveira comes out to join Kashif Ali, and knowing as he makes his way out there that the ball's going to be nipping around and he's going to have his work cut out.
To what extent do you think the overheads are helping as well, Frank?
Yeah, I think possibly doing a little bit more in the air this morning, but it's just accurate bowling, isn't it? If you bowl it off stump, make the batsman play, and you're getting a little bit of nip, then I think it takes a batter with a good technique and maybe a bit of fortune to prosper in these conditions. That's why we thought Tom Latham played so well yesterday. Overheads a little bit more testing this morning, but certainly the Worcestershire batters that have been out this morning have not been done by bad shots. They've been done by very good bowling, I think, in every case. Maybe Jones would, feel that if it was his day, he might have missed the first 1 or 2 that came along, and he got in it straight away. Ed Barnard is replacing Chris Wokes at the Diglis end. Wokes this morning particularly good. I mean, his overall figures: 12 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 23. 7 of those overs bowled this morning, and exceptional accuracy from him. Driven for 4 on 1 occasion, I think. That's about all this morning, as Barnard is in and bowls outside the off stump, and Kashif Ali leaves alone. Kashif will have faced Ed Barnard a fair bit in the nets at the very beginning of his time with Worcestershire, but Barnard, another who one imagines be exceptionally testing in these conditions. Lively medium pace, suggestion that if he had another yard or 2 he might attract more attention as a bowler. Top batter as well, of course. He's in, he bowls, and Kashif is beaten outside the off stump by this one. 86 for 4 it remains. Neither batsman off the mark. The men out today: Libby 45, Nicholls 8, Roderick 24, and Jones without scoring. Busy morning for Alex Davis behind the stumps, and the slip fielders all on high alert at the moment as Barnard is in and bowls, and Kashif mistimes a drive straight back at the pitch to the bowler. I've said many times, Kevin, there are times when you're in the slips and it's flat and not much is coming past the bat, and you can almost feel it's very unlikely it's going to come to you. And I've heard all sorts of stories of players playing silly games in the slips where they close their eyes for a ball and that kind of thing because they're so certain it's not coming. Barnard in, and Kashif plays that out on the onside. Russian roulette they call it. So certainly back in the day it would be done. I think Ian Botham enjoyed it quite often, and there may be 3 slips and one of them is nominated to close his eyes and keep them closed while the bowler runs up and bowls.
Do they get any warning that this is yours?
No, it's just they're so certain nothing's coming on a flat pitch and the ball hasn't come past the bat for 3 hours or something. Barnard in again and bowls, and Kashif is off the mark, clipping this one away on the leg side. Chris Rushworth runs round to do the fielding and they pick up 2, 88 for 4. But there are other times, and I would suggest this morning is one of them, where you are in the slips and you are expecting the ball could come at any moment, and you would certainly keep your eyes well and truly open. End of the over, 88 for 4. D'Oliveira yet to get off the mark, yet to face a ball in fact. Kashif has 2.
It may be Bank Holiday Monday. I'm not too sure how much County Championship cricket's going to be going on Monday. Somerset are 9 down, 130 for 9 away to Durham. Sussex, though, in fairness, they're still only 5 down, 172 for 5. The runs being scored by Simpson and Hudson Prentice. Simpson heading towards a half century there. They lead Hampshire now by 18 runs at 172 for 5, so a much better morning, a much calmer morning. 15 wickets fell on the first day. Meantime, I must remember there are 6 balls in and over. Chris Rushworth comes in and bowls, and another lovely, beautiful delivery, lifting as well, movement and lifting through to the keeper. And Rushworth is really steaming in now. He's bowling his 8th over. He's bowling to 3 slips, as Frank has just said. They need to be alert. He's getting some wonderful, just the smallest of movements, and really tricky, so difficult to bat against here. Rushworth with 2 wickets, looking for a 3rd. Worcestershire are 4 down, and he's in and he bowls, and defended by D'Oliveira into the offside for no run. Even a good solid defence is going to feel better than seeing the ball nip past you. He goes out now. A little work on the pitch there. Does D'Oliveira go through some other scores as we get chance maybe in this over, but Yorkshire 81 for 5 after Notts made 228, so wickets falling quickly there as well. Dylan Pennington was taking some wickets early, he's picked up a couple. Hutton's got the latest. Rushworth bowls, that's a little bit too wide of the off stump. Really in trouble, D'Oliveira.
Very nearly there with the full history of meetings between these two sides since and including 2000.
Oh,
so
I thought you were going to go back to 1800 and whatever.
Not quite.
Yorkshire 81 for 5. They trail Nottinghamshire by 147. In the second division, Derbyshire continuing to just bat beautifully. 428 for 2. Jules on 183, not out Madsen on 75. They, of course, up there towards the top of the second division table, taking on Kent. Rushworth bowls, and did he get a nick on that? Yes, it's another one for Rushworth. It's D'Oliveira who then goes back down the pitch, just have a little bit of a work on that, but it's too late for him. He's on his way, he's been caught again behind, and D'Oliveira the latest to go without scoring. It's 5 down for Worcestershire, 88 for 5, another for the keeper Davis, and another for Rushworth, bowling beautifully. He really is right on song this morning. And so too a Warwickshire, and deep in trouble now are the home side Worcestershire.
Yes, it's a little unlucky really for Worcestershire up against Chris Rushworth and Chris Wokes. Chris Wokes in particular obviously doesn't play too many games.
for the county, and Rushworth, who's just back from injury. But yeah, it was looking good for Worcestershire, I say, up to the second wicket falling. But now, similar to the Warwickshire innings, we've seen wickets tumble quickly. And when you got bowlers of the quality of Rushworth and Wokes, you kind of think that's going to happen.
Just complete the scores. Glamorgan 375 for 9 against Middlesex. Leicestershire 128 for 2 against Lancashire, who made 206. And Northamptonshire 381 for 8 against Gloucestershire. They were deep in trouble yesterday in their batting. Zabe is now out for 159. McManus made a 43. They're taking on Gloucestershire, and they're 381 for 8. That game being played in Northampton. Yeah, Rushworth, take away this match situation and just talk about the individual. Delighted to see him back and bowling so well. And he's had a frustrating time of it, hasn't he? And he'll be delighted to be not only back on the field, but making the most of what conditions there are, whether it be the pitch or the overheads. It's all fallen into place for him this morning.
He took 50 wickets in his first season with Warwickshire, which is kind of why they signed him. His ability to take wickets. I think he almost took 50 wickets a season against Warwickshire while he was playing for Durham. And he's doing the job here, and Worcestershire need to somehow try and get a partnership together. They've got to get somewhere close to Warwickshire's total, and that will keep them in the game. If they can get towards 200, they'll still be in the game, but at the moment they're in danger.
Ethan Brooks is the new batter, and he goes forward to that one defensively. Looks as if he already wants to be a bit proactive out there.
Well, he'll be very keen here to. I don't know whether he does it with all wickets, but he certainly celebrates his wickets against Warwickshire with considerable glee. But he's always spoken very highly of when you talk to anyone like Warwickshire about him, and coaching staff or players. They all speak highly of him.
3 slips going down, of course, for Rushworth coming in what should be the last ball of this over, and doesn't get a nick on that. Nobody goes forward to it, and it's past the outside edge through to the keeper. Well, Rushworth is having a terrific time of it. 8 overs, 3 for 23, 88 for 5. Brooks on 0, Kashif on 2. What's wrong with you then?
So I'm just putting me notes because here we go then. You were asking about number of draws, as actually.
Well, the context first of the fact that you go back a long way for
Worcestershire win. Actually, a little way, even for the last Warwickshire win.
That's my point.
Because the last 5 have all been drawn, and that's from 2020, which was I'm including the Bob Willis Trophy, up to last season. As in comes Barnard, who beat the bat several times. Yes, he's appealing for an LBW. He's not going to get that, as the ball is worked out onto the leg side by Kashif. So 2024, 2 draws. Then they didn't meet 22 or 23. 2021, which was the season of that group system after COVID, both drawn. 2020, which was the curtailed Bob Willis Trophy, they played once. That was a draw. And then you have to go back to 2015 for their previous meetings, as Barnard goes to bowl, and that's played out towards square leg for 2 runs by Kashif. And then you have a run of Warwickshire wins. Warwickshire won 8 in a row from 2009 to 2015 inclusive. So Warwickshire's last win against Worcestershire was 10 years ago in 2015 when they did the double. Didn't meet in 14 or 13, did the double in 2012 and 2011, and again in 2009. And then you get back to mainly draws. That one is worked out towards back a square leg for a single. 2 draws 2008. Warwickshire did win here in 2007. The other one was a draw. And Warwickshire won at Edgbaston in 2004. The other one was a draw. 2 draws in 2001, and then you get to 2000 when Worcestershire won here. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 22, 20. So 22 meetings ago and 25 years ago was Worcestershire's last win against Warwickshire. Because we said this, I started researching this when Worcestershire were on top. Not sure they are at the moment, but this game is going to fluctuate back and forth, I'm sure. Ed Barnard comes into bowl, and that's a confident looking shot from Brooks, but it's cut off at mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, the worry for Worcestershire isn't only the fact they're a 5 down, but they're up against a bowling attack which looks to be so on song right now.
Chris Wokes making a keen tumbling stop there. Yeah.
I mean, Barnard's bowling well, but I'm very worried about the Rushworth next over already for Worcestershire.
Leg slip in place as well as 3 slips. Oh, there's a swing and a miss from Brooks. Goes through quite low to wicketkeeper Alex Davies. So 91 for 5. Remember, Warwickshire made 227. And wickets falling this morning. 3 to Chris Rushworth, 2 to Chris Wokes. That's left by Brooks, and there's no run. So they have gone from 64 without loss, and even 80 for 1, and then lost 4 wickets for 8 runs. Added 3 since the fall of the 5th wicket.
And the bowling has been exceptional. It really has. So difficult to deal with. I hadn't noticed before now just how much Ed Barnard reminds me of Chris Wokes. His way he goes about his business as well, his body language, his body shape, his movement. Not a bad man to, I'm not saying that he's modelled himself on Chris, but not bad to be taking up a resemblance. Rushworth, meantime, is going to bowl his 9th over, 3 for 23 for Chris Rushworth. In now and bowls and dropped by the keeper. I'm sure that's a drop. I mean, it's really taken off the way Rushworth's been bowling, and there has been plenty of movement, but surely that had to come off the edge of the bat. Kashif. Let's have a look at it again on the replay, just to confirm. Yeah, it's very sharp to his right hand side. He's taken those catches today, but couldn't keep hold of that one.
But if he left that, it's going straight into the midriff of slip.
Yeah, but he's been across there to take those catches previously, and as you say, he's been successful, but not on that occasion. Kashif with a life on 5, and another terrific delivery, which this time is a little bit straighter, and it's just a little less movement. But he was lucky there was the batter. He really was.
Obviously the wicketkeeper's got very little time to think about it. No time to think about it, really. And if he could have thought about it, he probably would have let that go through to slip. However,
yeah, I guess it's just within his psyche to see it and go for it. I mean, I totally agree with you. It should have been a straightforward catch for slip. Next ball, worked away defensively to the onside for no run.
So 23 meetings since 2000 inclusive. This is the 24th. There have been 10 Warwickshire wins, 1 Worcestershire win, and 12 draws. And of Warwickshire's wins, they've been divided evenly between the 2 grounds, 5 at Edgbaston, 5 at New Road.
And what time did you get to bed last night?
Too late. I didn't even get it right either, because I missed one. I missed the 2000 one.
It's late in the day.
I would have got a bed earlier.
Rushworth bowls, edged again, but low down this time. Bounced a couple of times, I think, maybe before he got to 3rd slip.
If I'd found the 2000 one, I would have saved myself some time. I would have looked at the next 3 or 4 books. I don't know how I missed it, but there we are.
I haven't asked Frank yet how long he spends on his question of the day, or where he gets them from. As I say, for me last night, I'm afraid.
I'm going to ask a question.
All right.
So we're mentioning that Warwickshire's last win was in 2015, and the match.
It's Rushworth coming in now to bowl to Kashif. Use to the feet. Oh, that's not worked either, but he's not got anything on it, but he's lucky. Rushworth's going to have a word or two with him for that one. He came charging at him, straight through to the keeper.
The match they won in 2015 at Edgbaston, there are 2 players, or there are 2 people currently on the field who played in that match.
In which year?
2015 at Edgbaston.
Hayne.
Hayne is one of them.
Barnard too early for Barnard.
Yeah. 2 people on the field.
Rushworth in now and bowls, and that one stood way low on the onside. Square leg umpire manages to get out of the way of that one, and that's the end of the over with a single taken from it. And it's Worcestershire now at 92 for 5. Sheaf moved to 6. Brooks is yet to get off the mark. Rushworth, who should have had a wicket in that over, remains 3 wickets of 24 runs and 9 overs, 3 maidens. So Sam, and remind again, 2015.
2015, Edgbaston, Warwickshire's win then. 2 people on the field at this moment in time. I assume Sam Hayne hasn't been subbed or anything.
And it's not Wokes.
It's not Wokes.
Would have been his time, but
in comes Barnard, and he takes a little shuffle forward, does Cash. If you saw a couple of the Warwickshire batters do that, maybe try and negate some of the bits of behaviour, but he in the end leaves the delivery from Barnard.
Libby? No, he's still
No.
a notch there.
Yeah. In comes Barnard. Right arm over, and he just plays it into the ground as Cashew stayed in his crease. This time plays it into the ground. It's fielded by Alex Davies behind the stump, so 3 slips in place. No leg slip this time.
Brett, 2015, would have been around?
No.
No.
Well, he wasn't in that game.
This should be really straightforward.
Well, I think you're going to get cross when I tell you.
Oh, I'll try not to.
In comes Barnard. And that's a push and a miss. If you spotted me correcting myself, that would have given you a clue.
Well, I've got used to that so often.
Yeah, well, I know, but
that was dreadful joke. Tom Latham?
no.
Go on then.
Jack Shantry.
Oh, you fool.
That's why I corrected myself from 2 players to 2 people, you see. Barnard comes in to bowl. That's pushed out the offside, there's no run. Shantry actually took a whole load of wickets in the return game, but Sam Hayne didn't play in the return game for some reason. The game at New Road, I spotted, Boyd Rankin scored a career best 56 not out.
Was it 2008 then? Definitely. The last win.
2000.
2000.
Yeah.
2000.
Yeah.
Oh, dear,
Yeah.
he's gone asking members of the public if you don't do that.
Barnard comes into bowl, and that's pushed out to mid-off. They got through for a single.
No, that was very good, and I'm glad that when I used the F word, it was fool.
Yeah.
And you were right. I was a little bit cross. Good question, though, Clive. Good question. See, those are the sort of questions you could have gone to bed at 9:30 last night and still been able to get those. But
In comes Barnard to bowl. That's left again by Brooks. These 2 batters now being watchful. Need to build something for Worcestershire here. The 93 for 5. Still a fair way from Warwickshire's first innings total. 15 wickets have now fallen in the first 4 sessions of this match. The good news is the weather staying clear. We've got white cloud overhead, a bit of sort of haziness overhead, but no imminent threat.
no, but look at that wind blowing on that tree there. Yeah. I have to say it's a great shame that we've lost those 2 trees next to it. But what a wonderful thing they've actually, modern and new yet still fitting, of an area which apparently for T20 is going to be best seat in the house time thing. On the right hand side or left hand side as we look at it. Rushworth in bowls and pushed for no run.
Do the commentators have to close in and some people drinking tea to mention what sort of tea they're drinking?
Well, I don't know all about that, but it looks a really smart piece of stand. That you got a bar underneath, bar stroke cafe. So well done for those who ever thought that would be a good replacement, because I think it is. I think it's terrific. Meantime, Rushworth here. Should have had a wicket, a drop catch from Davis, the wicket keeper, but he has got 3, so he continues to look for wicket number 4. And again, a little bit of too much width on that one. It's not going to attempt. Actually, finally to go for that, so he remains on 7. And again, this game continues to throw up plenty of intrigue as to how it's playing out. And it has been the game which sort of is diverted off places that you didn't think it would go. So for me now, Warwickshire well on top, and the wickets will keep on tumbling. Worcestershire will think otherwise. Rushworth is into his 10th over of the innings, and down the leg side, that's well grabbed by Davis, just sticking glove out to the left and got hold of that. So, but seeing themselves through to lunch here, got 30 odd minutes to do so. Worcestershire. That Warwickshire total, of course, was a modest looking one at 227 in these conditions. It's a little bit more than you might anticipate or might look. But Worcestershire with all to do, 93 for 5, and behind that one solidly, Kashivali. Applauded yesterday the batting for Warwickshire in tricky conditions. Just to get that 227, it needed a really good knock from Sam Hain. Hain batted in a way that nobody else has been able to out there really for his 86 off 152 balls, but Latham with his 59 was industrious and really grafted for that. And then you've got your Malik 34, very useful runs as well, lower down the order. Rushworth in again to Kashiv, and that's very near to get an edge again. He goes forward to that, and Rushworth can't quite believe it. Needs a little bit more of that. He's been maybe just a little bit too wide, and fairness to the batter, he's not gone chasing that then a little bit straight. He's looking for that ball just to pitch on a good length and just nip away that delivery that got Jones. A wonderful ball. Just that little bit of movement, getting the thinnest of edges through. So he again turns. He's bowling from the New Road end, Rushworth, so he's away to our left hand side. Comes in now and bowls, and again too much width on that one. I say that, we're not behind the bowler's arm, I'm just judging by the way the batter responds to it really. 93 for 5. Kashiv's on 7. Brooks has faced 6 balls yet to get off the mark. And Rushworth, 10 overs for the innings, 4 of which have been maidens. That was one of them. 3 for 24. I'll have to disappear. Speak to you later.
Thank you, Kevin. So Warwickshire fighting back this morning. Took them a while this morning. I mean, they did strike him a third over, but then we had to wait another 6 overs to get the second wicket. Since then, they've been pretty much on top. These two trying to stop the rot. They're in their 5th over now. They haven't added many, but they'll add some theirs. That's carved away by Brooks for 4. He's off the mark in sound fashion. So they now have added, well, still only 9 runs, but they have soaked up a few overs and got themselves dug in a little bit.
Here's a good stat, Clive. Chris Rushworth against Worcestershire before this game, 58 wickets at 22.
Blimey. Barnard comes into bowl, and that's played down into the ground by Brooks.
That's pretty impressive, isn't it?
It is, yeah. He's just always been a prolific wicket taker, and we talked about players unlucky not to break into the England side. I know he was talked about at various times, but just never quite got the nod. Barnard, right arm over to balls past the outside edge. He's beaten the outside edge a lot there, Barnard. He probably did it more than any other bowler yesterday, in the closest stages yesterday. And he's done it a few times today without finding the edge. These two continue to survive. They are trying to rebuild. And Still a lot to do, to say the least, but made a start, and that's played back to the bowler by Brooks for no run. 4 wickets fell for 8 runs. Barnard is a bit of prodding, short sleeve jumper. Yes, so we've concluded Worcestershire's last win against Warwickshire was 2000. Warwickshire's last win against Worcestershire was 2015.
Right.
The last 5 meetings have all been draws in the county championship or the Bob Willis Trophy. This next one is left just latishly. I thought they were half appealing. It came off Davies, who may have hurt his hand a little bit there, and it was then grabbed by slip. But it was a late decision to leave it by Brooks. Did he get a little touch that knocked it down? I've seen a replay of it now.
Off his thigh, I think.
Yeah. Davis tried to scoop it up, couldn't, but it wouldn't have mattered. Barnard from the Digless here. Not quite so many people in today, though it's building up a little bit more now. This next one he leans back and plays that away nicely, Brooks, and that's 4 runs. That's a good shot. Couple of good boundaries from Ethan Brooks, even though he's played and missed it a few. He's on to 8, and he's brought the 100 up for Worcestershire, the 101 for 5.
Yeah, they've struggled, limped their way to 100, haven't they? When you think this morning they were 53 without loss.
Yeah.
So, and they actually had a decent start this morning, got 6 or 7 off the first over this morning, but since then, since Wokes found his rhythm, and particularly since Rushworth has come into the attack, batting has been a perilous exercise out there, and it's been survival has been the name of the game, and they've found that hard. Here is Rushworth, who's in from the New Road end and bowls to Kashif Ali, and he's pushing this out on the offside. So just to reiterate, Chris Rushworth before this game, and in this game so far 3 for 24, 58 wickets against Worcestershire at 22 apiece, and that was, you know, on all sorts of different surfaces over the years. A real handful. 101 for 5. Not to mention Chris Wokes, who also bowled beautifully. Rushworth again is in outside the off stump, left alone by Kashif Ali, who was put down by Alex Davis a few overs ago off this bowler, diving away to his right.
Right in front of Slip, who
he's had a tricky
pounced
morning, Davis, with the gloves, the ball keeping low and bouncing sharply occasionally, but that lovely shape away that Rushworth gets from the right handers is very, very difficult.
Indication of the batting struggles. I'll give you the 50 figures in a second.
Yeah, Rushworth in again, bowls, and Kashif is driving this one and getting runs through the covers. Won't go all the way, it'll be pulled up just inside the rope at extra, but they get 2, so Kashif moves on to 9, and the total to 103 for 5.
So they got to 50 yesterday without losing a wicket in just 68 deliveries. The 100's taken 229, so the second 15, which they lost 5 wickets, has taken them 161 balls.
It tells its own story, I think.
They are only 1 ball behind Warwickshire, though, in terms of getting to the 100. Warwickshire only lost 2 wickets for their first 100. Warwickshire's collapse came a little bit later in the innings.
Rushworth in again, and Kashif is taken on the pad as he looks to turn this one on the leg side. You mentioned a minute ago about these two having at least just steadied things a bit, and it felt like that, didn't it, with those 3 wickets going down in the space of just a few deliveries. Really just needed to somehow stop the rot. They've done that, albeit only adding 15 runs in doing so. Rushworth again into Kashif, who is letting that go outside the stump a little bit wider this time, and allowed through to Alex Davis. I think it's easy, Clive, to sit at the side and point the finger, and I think Warwickshire fans might have done it yesterday and talked about, that collapse. And Worcestershire fans, especially those who aren't here, who are maybe not even watching on the stream, but just following on their phones or whatever, won't appreciate just how tough it's been out there for the batters this morning. As Rushworth bowls, and Kashif is beaten again outside the off stump, and Davis takes end of the over. 103 for 5, but I'm not saying it's impossible. Yesterday we were full of praise for Tom Latham and the way that he applied himself, and Sam Hain, but it requires something a bit special to make runs out there at the moment.
Well, the effect of the heavy roller perhaps wearing off is interesting. I mean, Warwickshire were 1 wicket down until the 20th over, and Worcestershire lost their first wicket in the 20th over, so it may be that after the initial burst it comes harder. Bo Webster's going to come into the bowling for Warwickshire. He's contributed today with a slip catch. But this is his first bowl. So he's the 5th bowler used by Warwickshire. Replaces Ed Barnard, who's known for 17 off 7. Will consider himself a little unfortunate not to have got a wicket. It's not the most aggressive of fields, just 2 slips in for Bo Webster. He's also got a field shortish at mid wicket, and that one's left by Brooks. There's no run. Tall figure, Bo Webster, who can turn his hand to seam and spin. Not off the same delivery, but
that would be good.
Trick, wouldn't
Yeah.
it? Yes.
Haven't been many who could do that, Clive. Been a few that bowl fairly quick spin, I suppose, like
Yes.
Derek Underwood.
He comes in now. Right arm over the ball. Has gone past the outside edge. Flies into the gloves of Alex Davies.
He's a big man, isn't he?
He is.
6'7".
I don't know whether there's an official
Play fair
figure
is
on
in
him.
there, isn't
No,
it? Just
there's that of heights, is it? Okay.
keep going. I'll have a look. I'm pretty sure he looks about that.
He's quite a late signing. Will he be in there? I don't know. Hopefully. Yeah, turns from the Diglis end. The Basil Olivier stand behind him, comes into bowl, and he plays that one-handed in the end. Brooks just turning it around his pads. He played it down well, and has got through for a single to the
Yeah,
sweeper
6'7".
on the
That was a
onside.
good guess, wasn't it?
6'7".
6'7". Yeah. And
Still slightly below Boyd Rankin, I think. Not Boyd
6'9"
Rankin.
Boyd
Ollie,
Rankin.
Ollie Handorby is what I'm thinking of. I did. The reason why I said had Boyd Rankin in my head is I
because he was in
remembered.
that game. That you
But
mentioned
also they met recently at a reunion do, and I sort of had them standing next to each other to try and work out who was the tallest. And I think Boyd Rankin's hair probably just put him ahead. That one is pushed into the offside for no run. He was a good character, Boyd Rankin. Loved his farming. Loved to go back to Ireland and farming. And still involved in cricket in Ireland.
Ollie Hannadorby 6'7" as well, according to Playfair.
Okay, I thought he was a bit higher, taller than that.
It's hard to tell when you're so far below them, looking at them, isn't it?
He's in again, and that one maybe kept a bit low. And again, Davies finding it difficult to judge these. Drops the ball, no problem, because the bat was well clear of it. He might be slightly regretting taking the gloves off Guy Smith. Alex Davies, maybe. He has taken a couple of catches, in fairness. Took 7 in the last match. So this one, he just turns off his thigh pad. I don't think he got back. That might have hurt himself slightly. He has to remember to sprint to the non-striker's end. He's holding his side there, is Ethan Brooks. That might have missed the padding, hit a bit of flesh. He's got a leg by for it. 104 for 5 at the end of 40 overs. So slow going. But these two, as I keep saying, trying to rebuild.
Yeah. Just, I think, trying to just. Well, they won't even be looking as far ahead as lunch at the moment. 20 minutes still to go. They'll just be thinking about getting through the next over, getting through the over after that. Ed Barnard, who thought bowled pretty tidily earlier on, is now moving to the New Road end. 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 17 his figures so far, but he's gone past the bat pretty regularly and looking to open his account in terms of wickets. Now from the New Road end, strides in and bowls and beats his former teammate Kashif Ali outside the off stump. Lost count of the number of times that batsmen have played and missed this morning. A respite in a sense, in that Rushworth has come out of the attack. 11 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 26. His outstanding figures. But Chris Wokes as well, 2 this morning, 2 for 23. Barnard outside the off stump again, left alone. And they've done the damage, those two. Rushworth 3, Wokes 2. Outstanding bowling in these conditions. The overhead conditions more helpful for the bowlers today than they were yesterday. Ball, particularly for Rushworth, moving considerably in the air. Barnard in again, bowls, and left alone this time by Kashif Ali, and taken by Warwickshire wicketkeeper and captain Alex Davis. Yesterday, Warwickshire 227 all out, 4 wickets for Tom Taylor, 2 each for Duffy, Waite and Brooks. Worcestershire overnight 53 for no wicket, probably turning up this morning. I think they would have known that it was going to be tough against this attack, but perhaps not expecting to struggle quite as much as they have. Barnard outside the off stump again and bowls, and Kashif again leaving that one alone. But the reason they've struggled, outstanding bowling. Not really too much blame attached to the batters for their dismissals, I think, to be fair.
Elsewhere, England been held up, included by Ben Curran, who's on the Curran brothers, batting for Zimbabwe at the moment, 127 for 2, following on, that's 173 behind.
There's Barnard again, bowls, and Kashif clips this one away on the leg side, but straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. There's no run. My quiz question today, if you're just joining us: which former Worcestershire all-rounder was run out in a test match for 99? I've had a couple of correct answers. I'm not going to give the answer out publicly until T at Frank Watson 58 on X, if you'd like to hazard a guess. Barnard in to complete the over, bowls, and Kashif pushes out on the offside. No run. End of the over. 105 for 5.
Durham have secured 105 run first innings lead over Somerset by bowling them out for 172. Mitchell Killeen taking 5 wickets. No Somerset batter got more than 30 at Chester Street. Durham 4 without loss in the second innings. Sussex building the lead against Hampshire, 206 for 5. They're 52 runs ahead of Hampshire at Southampton. Half centuries for Finn Hudson-Prentice and John Simpson are both still at the crease. We're going to see Bo Webster continue here. Yorkshire in a game of a lot of wickets, 107 for 7, applying to Nottinghamshire's 228. A bit of a delay here. Alex Davis and the bowler are considering their fielding options, putting in an extra slip. By the way, thank you to our correspondent. Let me just Martin, who did point to me why Rob Yates isn't in the slips, and it is pretty much what I suspected. It's pushed out the offside. There's no run. He did suffer a bit of damage to the webbing in his hand against Hampshire. So that's why he's not in the slip. Gordon, well, should seem to be reasonably well blessed with slip fielders at the moment. Tom Latham goes in there, and Bo Webster, obviously not now because he's bowling, but he comes in now to bowl, and that one hurries Brooks up a little bit as he tries to turn it around his pads. He survives it, 105 for 5. Can these two get to lunch without any further damage? Just carrying on with the scores then. So, mentioned Sussex doing well against Hampshire. Surrey, Essex looks close at the Oval. Surrey 186 for 7. Still trail by 31 runs. That one is defended. Back to the bowler. There's no run. Sam Curran, brother of the aforementioned Ben, of course, is 50 not out. They are into a little bit of a partnership there, Surrey, so they're making a bit of a recovery. I mentioned Yorkshire 107 for 7 against Notts. In the second division, Middlesex 10 without loss after bowling Glamorgan out for 383. Leicestershire continuing their good season. They appear to be heading for a decent lead at Leicester, 174 for 2, just 32 runs behind Lancashire. Brooks leans back and plays that well into the ground, but can't get it past Zen Malik at backward point. Raheen Ahmed 77 and Lewis Hill 73, both still at the crease there for Leicester. Northants 417 for 8 against Gloucestershire, and Derbyshire 474 for 3 against Kent. 201 not out, Caleb Jewell. That one is left by Brooks and there's no run. Good luck to Warwickshire's women who are playing in the T20 Women's County Cup, which is a knockout competition, the one that involves all the county sides in the different tiers. They're playing a fellow Tier 1 team, Yorkshire, in the quarterfinals at Leeds. Blaze are looking good against Kent at the moment in the quarter-final at Canterbury. Bo Webster to bowl, and that's played the backward point. Good stop from Zen Malik. No runs, so the runs aren't coming, but the wickets aren't falling either. They've added 17, these two now, in about 9 overs. 105 for 5. So Blaze 177 for 4 in their 20 overs. Kent 26 for 3 in the 5th.
Yeah, Brooks be a bit disappointed in that over, in that he hit 2 quite well. One in particular, that short one, that he cracked away on the offside and didn't get a run for it. Just felt that if he got it a yard in front to square, it would have gone to the boundary. Here's Barnard in to bowl to Kashif, who is pushing this out on the offside, and there's no run. Kashif's on 9. He's faced 55 deliveries now. That shows you the extent to which he's struggled. He's been dropped. He's played and missed lots of times, but importantly, he is still there, and will hope to still be there at lunch. 10 minutes to go as Barnard bowls, and he's forward, pushing this one out on the leg side. So that 227 not looking too shabby now from Warwickshire. Could have been a lot more. 161 for 2 at one stage, but I think those of us that had seen all the cricket here at New Road prior to this, not getting too carried away last night despite Worcestershire's decent position at the end of day 1. Barnard in bowls and Kashif on the back foot pushing into the covers.
Yeah, from Warwickshire's point of view, that 227 doesn't look too bad at all now. However, they might just feel they missed an opportunity. From 161 for 2, even in these conditions, they should have got more, and they could have had the game almost out of sight.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that. Wouldn't disagree with that. If they'd have got 3, well, as we saw against Essex in the Worcestershire-Essex game, if you get 350 in the first innings, you are pretty much unassailable. Barnard in again there, bowls, and well, runs for Kashif here on the back foot, steering this one through extra cover, and he's timed it well enough. Oh, didn't quite go all the way, flicked back inside the rope. Very good piece of fielding by Kai Smith, I think, just diving and flicking the ball back, and they get 3 runs. That athletic bit of fielding, very good work indeed.
Well, he'll get the plaudits if the wicket falls on the next ball now.
I was saying the other day, Clive, that when you look at old games as we have, for example this morning, looking back for when Worcestershire last beat Warwickshire in the Championship, and we decided it was 25 years ago, Barnard in bowls outside the off stump, left alone, and you look at the scorecards and you see Vikram Solanki 160 or whatever it was, and you look at, if we were looking at Essex games and Graham Gooch got big scores and so on. I think one thing you've got to take into account is that quite a lot of those innings, there would be a number of boundaries that wouldn't be boundaries these days, because fielders would do what Kai Smith has just done there, and they never used to do it, or they'll slide round and make a save. Barnard again, bowls edged and dropped at second slip. Edged to second slip by Ethan Brooks, and Bo Webster getting his hands to it, two hands to it, unable to hold on to it. So these two both had a life now, and at the end of the over it is 108 for 5.
Well, poor old Ed Barnard, he's beaten the bat so many times, and when he finally finds the edge it's not held, he doesn't look too happy out there. Warwickshire obviously can't afford to shell these chances. Haven't got a lot of runs to play with. Yes, they're in a decent position now, but got a lot to play with. So Bo Webster, who might have been thinking about his next over, and he dropped that chance, comes into bowl, and that's pushed out to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, just going back to that, talking about the fielding, the other thing is, fast bowlers these days, fielding on the boundary, will be just as athletic and saving of runs as any other fielder, whereas many times in the old days there were certain bowlers and you wouldn't have expected them to throw themselves around. So I think you've got to take that into account.
Webster bowls, it's left.
See Bob Willis sliding around very much in the old days, or Graham Dilley. They're perfectly decent hands on them, but they weren't given to acrobatic fielding.
No.
More or less everybody is these days. It's got to be, haven't you?
Yeah, professional sport changes, evolves, doesn't it? It's why making comparisons with previous years is always. There's Webster into bowl, and he runs that down to backward point, and just the non-striker there. Ethan Brooks had come a fair way down. He has to scamper back. There was never a chance of a run there. But Batter's having a little bit of a conversation about the calling. I always get it's a social media world, and the amount of times you get social media posts saying as Bo Webster comes in and that's played down, open face the bat. Again, there's a bit of hesitation there. This one has gone past Malik, so there was always an easy single, but just for a moment Cashy wasn't sure and stopped, ran the run. When they say, is this the best goal ever, or is this the best, you just think, no. Move on. Of course it isn't, but everything has to be the best ever now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Or the worst ever. Anyway, Bo Webster in, just takes us out of the way at the last moment there. Ethan Brooks. Cashy Valley now on to 14 off his 63. Well, the scoreboard's having a bit of a turn here.
The other one's better.
Yeah, saying the same thing. So Cashy 13 off 62 balls. Established 109 for 5. Shai Bashir has got England's third wicket, and probably 137 for 3. Remember, they've only got 2 days. There's a 4-day match. As Brooks comes down the pitch and works it to mid-on. And there's no run, 109 for 5, so they do survive another over. They're getting ever closer, probably one more over to see off to get to lunch. It'll still have been Warwickshire's session, but Worcestershire holding it up a little bit here after that flurry of wickets earlier.
Yeah, I think we might get 2 overs in before lunch. George Garden just coming on as 12th man. Might get 2 in. We just have to see. What have we got? 3.5 minutes. Barnard in bowls, and forward comes Kashif. Plays that back up the pitch. Barnard does his own fielding, gets through his overs pretty quickly. Can't imagine they're going to be fetching it from very far away. I reckon they might just sneak one more in after this.
He's looking eager to get on with it.
He always does stride back. He also sometimes finishes and runs round after his follow through and almost gets on the way back straight away. He's in now and bowls, and that one is pushed by Kashif back up to mid-on. Yeah, he's getting back to his mark very quickly. I think we'll get one more in after this. It's been a lively morning. Warwickshire have certainly enjoyed the better of it, with 5 wickets having gone down, and at one point Chris Rushworth and Chris Wokes combining to make life extremely difficult out there for the batsman. A run here for Kashif Ali as the 12th man. Garton is called into action at mid-wicket. They get through comfortably for a single, and it's 110 for 5. And still a couple of minutes left, and what are we? We're halfway through the over. So, well, it could be tight. If they could put one away to the boundary, that would help. Brooks on strike as Barnard bowls, and he's taken on the pad by this one, but he was on the walk quite a long way down, and the appeal is strangled. 112 for 5. So 2 balls to go in the over, and 1 minute and 30 seconds, 1 minute 40 seconds, I think.
Until I get this off the pitch, it might be Chris Wokes.
Just about get through. Yeah, probably just a comfort break, early lunch.
Yes.
Barnard bowls, and forward comes Brooks, and there's no run. So we've got 1 ball to go. We've got 80 seconds for Jack Shantry to get in from square leg to the stumps at the non-striker's end for the next over at the Digley, and I reckon we'll just about get one more in. Barnard in now, bowls, and forward is Brooks, pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. 1 ball left and 1 minute to go. He's striding back to his mark. Oh, it's going to be tight. He's running back to his mark now.
They want to get another over in, clearly.
They'll get one more. I'm pretty sure they'll get one more. Brooks could do a bit more gardening. Decides against it. Barnard is in. Bowls, and Brooks is beaten outside the off stump. Davis takes it, immediately sets off at a jog for the other end, so there is going to be 1 more over before the lunch interval. Worcestershire 112 for 5.
We don't traditionally get the traditional Rob Yates over just before lunch. It's going to be Bo Webster to bowl the last over of another interesting session in this absorbing match. He'll be bowling to Kashif, who's on 14. Stands a bat in the air, tries to work that round his pads, and that's hurt him. That's hit him in the midriff. This could delay lunch. He's down on one knee. He's taking his helmet off. Might be winded, perhaps.
Hip bone, I reckon.
That certainly hurt him, at any rate.
No, you're right. Midriff, solar plexus, I reckon.
Taking both gloves on.
Having a look at the ribs.
Well, that's going to. I mean,
sharp haircut Cashew's had. Goodness me. Take his helmet. I haven't seen him headwear in the last day or two. But
seems to be the thing these days, isn't it? I'm going to have to leave you and do my update, Frank.
Well, that's
grab this last over.
You're not missing anything because we have a break in play. Kashif Ali is just having a breather. No physio been called for. Just taking a knock to the ribs, I think. But he's okay now. Sam Hain hands him back his bat, and he prepares to resume his innings. So here is Bo Webster to bowl to Kashif, and he's forward to this one and pushing it up to mid-on. So it's been a tough morning for the home batsmen. They began it on 53 without loss. Jake Libby was the first man to go. LBW to Chris Wokes for 45. Wokes finding a nice rhythm. Then sent back Henry Nicholls, caught at third slip by Sam Hain for 8. That was 80 for 2. And a bit of a mini collapse as Kashif plays and misses outside the off stump, because Gareth Roderick was the next to go, giving Chris Rushworth the first of his 3 wickets in an inspired little spell this morning. 31st over when he was caught at second slip by Webster for 24, 86 for 3, and that became 86 for 4 2 balls later when Rob Jones was caught by wicketkeeper Davis again off Rushworth, and that became 88 for 5 in Rushworth's next over. Webster bowls and Kashif pushes out for a single on the offside as Garton comes in to do the fielding, the 12th man. So D'Oliveira was caught behind by Davis, again off Rushworth without scoring. So 2 successive batsmen out for naught, and Worcestershire at that point 88 for 5 in the 33rd over. Since then, the 6th wicket pair of Ethan Brooks and Kashif Ali have managed to get hold of things a little bit. Webster bowls and Brooks is forward, pushing out on the offside, and with 1 ball to go till lunch, they have so far managed to add 25 for this 6th wicket, but it's been tough going, and they've been examined particularly by Ed Barnard and Chris Rushworth. But Webster has yet to really settle into a good rhythm, but having said that, he finishes his over with a decent delivery which Brooks plays out through the covers and will pick up 2 runs off the last ball before the interval, so he will move into double figures, and at the lunch interval Worcestershire are 115 for 5, which means that they still trail by 112 runs. Ethan Brooks is unbeaten on 11 and Kashif Ali is unbeaten on 15. Both have been put down behind the wicket. Kashif by Alex Davies, Brooks at second slip by Bo Webster. But Worcestershire are trailing by 112 runs. They are 115 for 5 off 46 overs at the lunch interval. Bowling figures for Warwickshire: Ethan Bamber 9 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 30. Chris Rushworth excellent this morning, 11 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 26. Chris Wokes 12 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 23. Ed Barnard 10 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 23. And Bo Webster 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 5. That's it from Visit Worcestershire New Road for the morning session. Until play resumes at around about 1:40. Well, thank you for being with us, and do join us again this afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to New Road, where the Warwickshire fielders are walking out. They'll be followed by the two batters, who have lasted 81 deliveries this partnership. They've only had 27 runs, but after 4 wickets fell for 8 runs, they've done a bit of a job. But now they have to start it again after the interval. It did benefit both of them from drop catches. Drop catch each, but Ethan Brooks on 11 and Cashew Valley 15 off 69 balls. 3 wickets so far to Chris Rushworth and 2 to Chris Wilkes. It looks like he's having a change of ends. It looks like he's going to open the bowling from the New Road end here. I'm Clive Egan, Frank Watson with me.
He bowled beautifully this morning, I thought, Chris Wilkes, as did Chris Rushworth. Wilkes, when he got into his work this morning after a couple of overs and found some real rhythm, he produced a 4 or 5 over spell that was, well, not quite unplayable, but pretty close to it at times.
Grey clouds overhead. It's a little bit darker, the clouds, but so far no worries. Remember, there's no floodlights here at New Road, so if we get bad light, we get bad light. I think we're okay at the moment. As Chris Wilkes turns the ball to Kashif on 15. 115 for 5. Kashif plays that to bid on. There's no runs. What are they? 112 runs behind now, so they're more than halfway to cancelling out Warwickshire's first innings total. Wilkes will play for England Lions. He gets his way back to full match sharpness ahead of a busy summer for England. That one is pushed out to mid-wicket for no run. Remains 115 for 5. There's a few people on the ground, a few people on the top floor of that structure where the old tree was, we've mentioned a few times. In comes Wilkes, 19 on his back, and that is beaten the bat by Kashif. As a dive from Alex Davies to grab the ball. A good delivery from Wilkes, who's always keen to play for Warwickshire when he can. Loyal to the county. I've seen that delivery. I think the replay of that delivery, that drifted away nicely. Maybe a bit too much. So Wilkes in again, and that's edged down towards third. It's going to be runs. It might go all the way for 4. It does go all the way for 4. So a bit of a false shot, but he gets 4 runs for it. Kashif moves on to 19.
Yeah, I don't think it's a day where you worry too much about whether your edges are full shots or not. If they go for runs, they go for runs. Worcestershire managing, well, just 62 runs in the morning session. Very hard fought. All contributions valuable.
3 slips in place. No one fielding at third as Wilkes comes in to bowl, and that's defended. Kashif hits it into the ground, rolls back to the bowler. No run. But it's been an obdurate effort from Kashif Valley. He's had some good fortune, but you need that in these conditions. But he's doing a job for his team. So Wilkes comes into bowl to him. He turns that to mid-wicket, where there's a fielder who emerges behind a pillar. We do have pillars in front of us at this commentary position, New Road. 119 for 5, so the 4 off the edge, and that over. Cashew Valley on to 19.
And the deficit down to 108.
No floodlights, pillars in the way, Clive. You got out the wrong side of bed this morning, you.
Not complaining, I'm just observing. I do like this. Is not the best of views, but I've always liked this. As I was saying earlier, it's one of the it must be one of the few press boxes that is largely unchanged from when I first started.
Chelmsford and Worcester. Ethan Bamber from the Diglis end, bowling to Ethan Brooks. Not many Ethans in county cricket. EB to EB. Ethan Bamber to Ethan Brooks. Comes in now from the Diglis end and bowls, and Brooks is taking his bottom hand off as he kind of fends this one up to mid-on. Wicketless so far, Bamber, but he's been in the wickets this season. 9 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 30 so far in this innings. Took the new ball at the start of the innings, but as yet no success for him. 3 slips waiting as Brooks is on strike, and he takes a little stride down the pitch as Bamber bowls and plays this one up to mid-off. There's no run.
England moving towards victory. Ben Curran's out now. Should see his second wicket. Zimbabwe 142 for 4, so 158 behind.
Yeah, it'll end today, you would imagine.
I think so. Raining at Chester Street. So we've got some rain around the county circuit, a long way from here.
Bamber in again, bowls. Brooks turned round slightly, but plays that defensively back up the pitch to the bowler.
However, a bit closer to here, it's also raining at Cardiff.
Well, did used to feel that what happened in Cardiff then went to Bristol and then came up to Worcester, didn't you? But it isn't always as straightforward as that, but it does tend to come from the southwest, and it may be that rain we're expecting here this evening is arrived down in South Wales a little bit earlier. This one from Bamber left alone by Brooks outside the off stump and taken by Davis. Davis, who dropped a catch off Kashif Ali's edge this morning, picked up 2, but had a bit of a torrid time with the ball dying on him and the odd one bouncing a little bit more than he expected. And he was a busy man. He was throwing himself all over the place this morning. Here's Bamber in, bowls, Brooks forward, plays into the covers, and Wokes fields. There is no addition to the score. So we've had 4 runs since lunch off the edge of Kashif Ali's bat. Other than that, pretty much what we saw in the morning session. The bowlers on top, the batsmen largely playing defensively, just looking to occupy the crease. Bamber in, bowls, Brooks forward, gets a run off the edge down to third man, all on the ground. He'll keep the strike, end of the over, 120 for 5.
That's edging their way towards that Warwickshire first innings total. If they can get right up to it, put real pressure on Warwickshire in the third innings.
Well, it'll be a one inning shootout, which you never know. Just needs a couple of people to play well, doesn't it? And can change the game. But you do sense there's not going to be much in it. But we've said that we've seen a couple of collapses in this game, and you only need another one, and it will be Warwickshire to establish a first innings lead. Worcestershire this morning, when they arrived at the ground, would have been hoping that it would be them.
Well, Chris Wokes is to continue again with 3 slips. He has put a fielder down on the third boundary. Got a mid wicket, mid on, mid off up. Comes in to bowl to Brooks, who is solid in defence and good technique in that defence out to the offside. Comes down the pitch, does a bit of prodding. Brother, of course, of Henry, both have since left Warwickshire after starting their careers with them.
Yep, Solihull boys.
Yes, indeed. Wokes blows into his hand and comes in right arm over it. And that's they're pity for a catch here, but they're getting nothing from the umpire or the batter. Alex Davies in particular, who took the catch, went up for that very keenly A little bit of bounce might have gone past the gloves. It's a good delivery, but certainly the umpire didn't detect any sort of edge. Wicketkeeper was the most confident of them all.
Massive leg cusser, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Might have taken the right hip, having gone past the bat and flicked the pocket. Made a noise.
And he comes in again. Wokes. That's left. Again, a little bit of bounce. $120 for 5. Always interested to know whether, if they had reviews, whether they would review that one. Not that's necessarily a guide, because some reviews are pretty shocking, aren't they?
When you see them. Stuart Broad would review anything, wouldn't he?
Yeah. Here comes Wokes, looking for his third wicket, and he won't get it there because that's defended back to him by Brooks. And it remains 120 for 5. Warwickshire alright for 227 yesterday. We haven't had any interruptions so far in this match. I think we'll be lucky to get away without anything today, but so far so good. Started on time this morning. Bit of rain overnight. Wokes bowls, and that's again defended by Brooks. So really good watchful effort between these two. Should we get a little bit fed up with that? Over 8's +3, which, given they haven't used a spinner, is pretty good. So Ed Barnard's sprinting between deliveries at times. You don't get extra points, unfortunately, for bowling your overs quickly, but they'll avoid losing them. Wokes into bowl, and that is out this time. Yep. Well, he doesn't like it, the batter, but the figure went up straight away. He's caught behind Brooks, and Wokes does have his third wicket, and he's looking down the pitch, looking towards the umpire, Ethan Brooks. He'd be well advised to keep walking, but he obviously doesn't think he hit it. It's very difficult to tell on the replay. Very similar to the one that was not out earlier. 120 for 6.
There wasn't much doubt amongst the fielders and the bowler, though, I don't think, on that occasion. He was turned round, wasn't he? It was a classic away swingers caught behind dismissal, if you like. He was turned round, played at it. Absolute beauty of a delivery again. I mean, I don't really know how you can play a delivery like that satisfactorily. Best thing to do is probably to miss it. Jeff Boycott would probably say you've got to stay in a more sideways on position, but it was a really, really good delivery from Chris Wokes, and he is a top class performer, as we know, and he looks it today. 3 for 27 off 14 his figures.
Second bowling point for Warwickshire. I think it is going to be 3 bonus points apiece in this game, you would think. Worcestershire could reach 250. It will take some doing.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very, very tough, given that Chris Wokes and Chris Rushworth have made absolutely exemplary use of these conditions. Ed Barnard not far behind, but it's Rushworth and Wokes who've shared the wickets, 3 apiece. Just that extra little bit of class, perhaps, compared even to Bamber and to Webster. Bamber it is now, under a pretty grey sky, into Kashif Ali from the Diglis end, and Kashif pushes out into the covers, and there's no run. But really exemplifying top quality Chris Wokes here. If you turned up on the ground, say you were a cricket fan from overseas, and you didn't know your players, Bamber in again and bowls, and Kashif beaten outside the off stump, and somebody said, well, there's one bowler out there who's got a lot more high level experience than any of the others. which one do you think it is? You wouldn't take long, would you,
I
to
don't think so,
identify
no.
Wokes? It's just the ease with which he goes about it, and the absolute quality of his bowling. Just looks every inch the top class cricketer that he is. Ethan Bamber from the Diglis end bowls and pushed out on the offside, this one by Kashif. It is me, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
Do you ever do that? You sometimes just
All the time.
wonder whether you've done the over
I feel
before.
terrible about nick someone else's over, but
It's a long day.
36 years of age now, Wokes. And people are sort of written off as well. He's had a good career. He's probably coming to an end now, but he
He's
keeps
looked after
going.
himself as well,
Yeah.
hasn't he? He's in pretty good shape, or he looks it anyway.
57 Test matches so far.
Ethan Bamber in bowls, and that one nips back and takes Kashif on the pad. Bamber is appealing enthusiastically, but umpire Jack Chantry on this occasion is not inclined to agree with Bamber that was going on to hit the stumps.
Yes, 7 or 8 for the appeal and the elegance of the appeal. That's
Got him. No, I haven't missed him. Sorry, I'm
thing.
trying to get a fly. It's got some fly spray. Missed him though. This one is another appeal from Bamber for a ball that flicked Kashif Ali on the pad, I fancy, as it went through. Kept a bit low, and it went through to Davis. And, well, they're appealing pretty much every ball at the moment. And that's not really a criticism. It's an indication of the likelihood. No, I think, well, he was playing a shot at it and he was outside the off stump. It's an indication of the likelihood of a wicket, I think, Clive, the fact that they're so excited, aren't they? Because as the bowler runs up, he's expecting a wicket, and the slips and wicket keeper are also anticipating something. Bamber in again, bowls, and again, and just indication of why that is, as outside the off stump Kashif plays at that and is beaten again. So a really good over from Bamber, but he remains wicketless. 11 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 31, and Worcestershire are 120 for 6.
The game continues to be nicely balanced. Wokes. I mean, he's unlucky for Worcestershire, really, that they're coming up against Chris Wokes. He doesn't play many championship games.
Yeah,
he is in perfect conditions for him.
But they had a couple of games against Essex where Sam Cook wasn't playing, so I suppose they've got to take their medicine, haven't they? But as you say, I mean, for somebody who's played as many tests as Wokes to be operating in these conditions is asking a lot of the young batters coming up against him.
Well, he's in now to bowl, and that's guided nicely. It's a good shot, slightly over pitch, and it's played well by Waite. He's going to get certainly 2. They might have a chance for 3. No, they won't. Rob Yates gets the throw in. He did turn around to look if it was a third. Good job he didn't go for it, because it was a good throw from Yates straight into Wokes' hands. But 2 runs, and Waite is off the mark, off his first ball. He's on a 200 strike rate at the moment, 122 for 6. And Wokes. So 3 slips and then a gully, really, as he leans back. Wait, well, there we go. He's now on a 300% strike rate as he leans back and hits that through the covers for 4. This wasn't quite in Chris Wokes' plan. 6 to 8, 126 for 6.
Well, he's it's not unusual for Matthew Waite to come in and
They're ringing the bells for him.
and play in this way. It does tend to be the way that he plays. He's top scored in the last game against Essex, but against Wokes you would imagine that he won't be allowed to repeat that dose too many times.
They're showing the ball to the umpire.
You just got a wicket with it, for goodness sake.
Maybe Waite's done some damage to it with that last shot. He did it hard enough. I'm going to have to go in. I better go now and do an update.
I'm expecting to do one very shortly as well. Steve O'Shaughnessy says, get on with it. There's all smiles in the little gathering of Wokes and Rob Yates. Chris Rushworth all gathered together. Both polishing the ball. There's a pause for some reason, not quite sure what this is all about. Wokes wiping the ball as though it's somehow got something on it, some substance on it that is picked up on the way over the turf from that shot from Matthew Waite. Anyway, he appears finally to be happy with it again, the England man, and goes back to his mark.
Just tell me where. So you
Comes in again now to bowl to Matthew Waite. He bowls, and Waite's leaving this one alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine.
He remains on 6, 126 for 6. Worcestershire trailing by 101 runs. In what looks like being a low scoring game generally. Wokes again into Waite bowls, and Waite is forward, pushing out into the offside, and they go through for a quick single. Well judged, as the throw came in from the fielder at backward point, which missed the stumps at the striker's end, as Kashif Ali made his ground. Barnard was the fielder. Quick as ever over the ground, but a well judged run. Takes Waite to 7. 127 for 6. 3 slips. All waiting, hands on knees as Wokes is in and bowls, and that's down the leg side, and Kashif misses it. Alex Davis, the keeper, dives up to his left, gets a glove on it, unable to gather it, and they take a bye. 128 for 6. Here comes that update from BBC here in Worcester.
128 for 6 here now, so one more wicket for Warwickshire since lunch. It took 5 in the morning session. 4 of them coming in very quick succession.
Good afternoon, Andrew. Good afternoon, everybody. It's another tough day at New Road for the batsmen, as it was yesterday. Warwickshire were dismissed for 227 in their first innings. Worcestershire off to a good start last night. Began the morning in very, very hopeful mood. 53 without loss overnight, but they lost 5 wickets in the morning session. 4 of them in quick succession. Excellent bowling from the Warwickshire seamers. In particular, the very experienced England Test man Chris Wokes, and also the very experienced former Durham man Chris Rushworth. Each took wickets this morning. At lunch it was 115 for 5. Since lunch, Chris Wokes has taken his third of the innings, dismissing former teammate Ethan Brooks, caught behind for 12. Worcestershire at that point 120 for 6. They've added 8 since then. Kashif Ali is there on 19, but he's faced 82 deliveries. Matthew Waite is on 7. It's really tough for the batters out there against top class bowling. Worcestershire are 128 for 6, and they still trail by 99.
Lovely ball there from Ethan Bamber as well, whistling past Kashif Ali.
Is it me or you?
I was about to ask you the same question. You go on.
Okay, Bamber in, Kashif beaten outside the off stump, and Davis slings the ball up from his position standing back in an attempt to stump Kashif Ali. I suppose it would be stumping if he wasn't going for a run, but he was in his ground and it missed anyway. Kashif on 19, 84 deliveries he's faced. Doesn't often bat for this long without scoring a lot more quickly than this Kashif Ali, and that tells you all you need to know really about how tough it's been. Bamber in again, bowls, and he does score this time. A lovely cut shot, but only a single, as Malik is back on the deep backward point / wide third boundary, and he runs round to his right And they take a single. Kashif, rarely will he have had to work harder for 20 than he has in this innings.
Elsewhere, they are back on at Chester Street, where Durham are 24 for 2, leading Somerset 129. Sussex adding to their lead, 94 ahead of Hampshire now, 5 wickets down.
Bamber to Waite. Bowls, and Waite lets that go outside the off stump.
Sorry, they've got ahead of Essex now as well, 228 for 8. They lead by 11. Good game there. Yorkshire facing the first innings deficit, 142 for 9. So 86 behind not. Still raining at Cardiff. Leicestershire 218 for 2, now lead Lancashire by 12. Northampton 451 for 8. And Derbyshire 534 for 4.
Here's Bamber. Bowls, and Waite is forward and gets a run, just steering it down behind square on the offside. 130 for 6.
Yeah, Australian Caleb Jewell is on 229 and he's still there. The Blades have beaten Kent to reach the semi-finals of the T20 Women's County Cup.
Sky's brightening again, just a hint of sunshine maybe, as Bamber comes in again to bowl to Kashif, who drives pleasantly up to mid-off, but straight to the fielder. There is no run. It's the end of the over. Bamber, 12 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 33. Wokes and Rushworth remain the only wicket takers, 3 apiece for them. It's 130 for 6.
It's 97 behind now, Worcestershire. Wokes back to bowl his 16th over, 3 for 34. So, be bowling to Matthew Waite. Don't know whether England will have given Warwickshire guide as to how many overs they want Wokes to bowl in a day. He's certainly looking none the worse for wear at the moment. 3 slips in place. He bowls right on over to Waite, who drives that, doesn't come out of the middle of the batter, goes to mid-on. Rob Yates fields. Score remains unchanged. All grey cloud overhead now, but no immediate threat, I don't think. No sign of any ground staff poised by the covers or anything like that. Wokes bowls, and good accurate delivery is defended down the pitch by Waite. Having hit 6 off his first 2 balls, has become a little bit more becalmed. He's got 8 off 8 now. Comes in to bowl, and that's left. There's no run. We've got the traditional rattling trolley going past. You usually get that a couple of times a day here at New Road.
Haven't had it for a while. I think they've reinstated it for your arrival, Clive. Heard you were coming.
Very reassuring
But
sound.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? It is genuinely first time this season.
Is it? Okay. Wokes bowls to Waite. Oh, a bit of an edge as he leans into that. It bounces down and is cut off
Turned
by
him
Gully.
round, isn't it? Classic. Classic bit of a way swing bowling. 58 tests, did you say?
57.
57.
Yeah, pretty good test career. Runs in to bowl to Waite, who drives that to mid-on. There's no run. There's no run. Aston Villa supporter Chris Wokes, but you can't have everything. No one's perfect. He runs in to bowl, and Wade defends that back to him. End of the over. Solidly played by Matthew Wade. Just that one when he was turned around, got an edge, but he's still there on 830 for 6. Deficit down 97.
Yeah, Chris Wokes, 16 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 34. Had to wait till this morning for his first wicket, but then picked up a couple, and then another one since lunch. And I wouldn't say he's going through the motions, of course, because he's a professional and a top-class professional, but he's not over-exerting himself. So he's within his comfort zone, just taking his sweater. Whether he'll bowl another one, I don't know, but he's just proving what a top-class performer he is, really. Third gear, shall we say? Third gear. Here comes Bamba from the Diglis End bowls, and Kashif Ali is pushing forward at this one, taking on the pad. Ball runs out on the leg side. It's gone a bit kind of quiet. It's gone a little bit defensive in a way from the batters, and since Waite played that good shot for 4, just a little bit flat at the moment. Worcestershire, they're in that dangerous little mindset, I guess, for batters, and it's perfectly understandable why. It's Bamba bowls and Kashif defends back up the pitch. A lot of the time these days, batters and coaches and captains talk about putting the pressure back on the bowler, which is what we saw Sam Hain do a couple of times yesterday when he had a little dart and played a couple of shots. But there's such a danger when, especially when people are bowling as well as Wokes and Rushworth did this morning, that you just get out of any kind of positive mindset, and the scoreboard grinds to a halt. It's Bamba bowls, and actually just as I say that, Kashif plays a glorious straight drive. I think Bamba got a hand on it. It won't go all the way, but it's 2. It's a lovely shot. It was genuinely over pitch, but showing that he is prepared to put back to ball when given the opportunity, then Kashif. But what I'm saying is that it can happen that you get a collective mindset and you just get a little bit becalmed really at the crease, and that's why they try and keep running the quick singles and trying to keep the scoreboard ticking over, just so that you don't become completely stymied by the bowling. Kashif takes a hand off this one as he plays at it outside the off stump, and it runs out into mid wicket off an inside edge. They can find themselves in the doldrums, is what I'm saying, I suppose, in a sense of a ship being stuck in the doldrums, no wind whatsoever to move it. That's where the expression comes from, and you just get completely stuck. Bamba in bowls, and Kashif is forward playing this back up the pitch, and there's no run.
You get in that position like when you're battling and you're just surviving, you think you're holding out well, but then you get out and you look up and you haven't actually had any runs.
Yeah, exactly.
That's cool.
Whereas if you can put back to ball a bit more positively, it can just change the mood. I thought Sam Hain did it really well yesterday on a couple of occasions during his excellent innings of 86. Bamba bowls, Kashif drives, but straight to the fielder in the covers. No run at the end of the over. Hain's 86 is actually looking better and better, Clive, the longer the game goes on, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
End of the over, 132 for 6.
Yeah, I spoke to him afterwards. He said what we said, really, that he felt that he was coming to a bit of nick in the second innings against Hampshire when he made 30, then got an absolutely unplayable delivery, but he was flowing quite well up to then. Well, the good news for Worcestershire is that Chris Wokes' spell's come to an end. The bad news is that Chris Rushworth is going to have a bowl next.
Yeah, well, this is going to be testing, isn't it? Rushworth immaculate, I thought, this morning. Absolutely superb. Figures of 11 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 26 so far. And he's taken 61 wickets against Worcestershire in county cricket.
He's in, and nearly had his 60-second as Waite plays and misses at that one, drifts away outside off stump. It's a change of ends for him. He bowled from the Nicholls end when he got his 3 wickets from. Or did he? Have I got that
No,
wrong?
he didn't.
No, he didn't. Sorry, my mistake. Yeah,
He started from there last night.
right. That's must be what I'm remembering.
He's got plenty from the Nicholls end over the years.
He's coming in now to bowl. To Matthew Waite, who defends that. And the score remains locked on 132 for 6. County Championship local derby, dubbed the Bears, or rather the Pears v the Bears these days. I'd rather be a bear than a pear, or vice versa. All pretty meaningless, but they have fun with it. As Rushworth comes in, and that's guided away through the onside. That's going to be 4 runs. That's nicely placed, that by Waite. So his second boundary is on to 12. 136 for 6.
Well, he's a big, strong boy, Matthew Waite. Said this before. He's also got quite a big, strong bat, and he will not be shy of putting the bad ball away if he gets one that he thinks he can score off. That one just drifting into his pads a little bit, but there won't be many.
He's in again, Rushworth. That's left. That one kept low. Perhaps I left it easily, but it's kept very low. 136 for 6. Cathedral bells continue to peal across the ground. In comes Rushworth. That's still have a pitch, played it off his toes there, Waite. Nice enough, but straight to Zen Malik at mid wicket, so he won't get a run for it. The battle for first innings honours at the moment. It's the third and fourth innings that will ultimately decide this game, you feel. In comes Rushworth, and Waite deadens that with his bat, and it's another dot ball. 136 for 6 at the end of the over.
Yeah, just the one opportunity for Waite in that over, and he took it. He's 12 off 19. Man out since lunch. Ethan Brooks caught behind by Alex Davis off the bowling strokes for 12. And we're going to see Ethan Bamber continuing from the Nicholls end. Still wicketless Bamber. Comes in now to bowl to Kashif, and Kashif is pushing this out into the offside. No run. 22 to Kashif Ali. He's faced 93 balls now. Not much opportunity to score, but he's sticking at it. Good effort from him, holding things together a little bit. Came in at the fall of the second wicket. That was a long time ago, almost 30 overs. He's been out there. It'll be 30 overs at the end of this over for those 22. Bamber it is in bowls, and Kashif is beaten outside the off stump. In fact, he almost gave up on playing that. He went to play it, and it had gone so far off the pitch away from him. That was the impression I got anyway, But he pushed at it and then thought, oh, well, no, I won't bother because I'm going to miss it by absolutely miles.
That prompts him to do a bit of gardening and ask his batting partner, what did that do?
That's exactly what happened. 136 for 6. Today's quiz question, if you missed it, if you're just joining us, I like to have a little quiz every now and again on commentary here at New Road. Bamber in again, bowls, and Kashifi's edge in this one. Didn't carry to Sam Hain at third, slip bounce just in front of him. They go through for a single, almost Bamber's first success. So today's quiz question, which former Worcestershire all-rounder was run out in a test match for 99? Which former Worcestershire all-rounder run out in a test match for 99? A couple of people have got it. I'll give you the answer just before tea. And the way to get in touch with your suggestion is via X or Twitter, what used to be Twitter, my handle, Bamber Bowls, driven by weight up to mid-on, no run. My Twitter handle, at Frank Watson 58. And as I say, 2 people have got it. A couple of guesses that were incorrect, but no, it wasn't Basil D'Oliveira. But a couple of people have got it. Which former Worcestershire all-rounder was run out in a test match for 99? At Frank Watson 58 with any suggestions. Bamber in again, bowls, and Waite is getting a run here, just steering this one, punching it behind square on the offside, and Malik nicely placed at sort of wide third man comes in to make sure that it is only a single. That takes Waite on to 13. 138 for 6 with Bamber about to finish his 14th over. 4 maidens, 4 maidens, no wicket for 37. He's in again, he bowls, and this one edged onto his pad by Kashif. Runs to slip, Hain fields, end of the over. 138 for 6. Worcestershire trailing by 90. Or even 89, I think. Yeah, 89. Mental arithmetic, never my strong point.
One success for Warwickshire since lunch. Since that flurry of wickets, Worcestershire have done their best to keep them out. 4 wickets fell, 3 fell in 3 overs, 4 fell in 7 overs. Since then, 17 overs the last pair lasted for as Rushworth comes into bowl, and that's playing the miss from Waite. These two are now in their 7th over together. So they are holding Warwickshire up, but the run scoring is still pretty slow. They try and somehow at least get close to Warwickshire's first innings total. In comes Rushworth. That's left, there's no run. It's 138 for 6. Clouds moving across some slightly brighter cloudy patches now. A little bit of a breeze, not too bad. Rushworth is in. Let's turn to mid-wicket. Slight misfield from Zaire Malik, but not one that costs anything. There was no chance of a run. He's a pretty decent fielder. I keep wanting to call him young Zaire Malik, which in terms of first-class cricket he is. He's actually 27 years of age.
Yeah, it's a bit like that with the Saka graduates. Yes, Yadvinder Singh played for Worcestershire last game against Essex, only his second game. He's 29.
And Warwickshire have signed a 19-year-old from Saka now. But, in comes Rushworth, and that's driven and cut off at mid-on for no run. fielding. Just looking at the first 50 matches, it's surprising to think this is actually, of the 5 matches, there's one that's as advanced as this in terms of wickets fallen. The rest are more advanced than this one in terms of wickets that have fallen. In comes Rushworth, and that's played back to him, flex off his hands. There's no run. We've had 23 wickets so far between Durham and Somerset, 16 like here between Hampshire and Sussex, 18 between Essex and Surrey, and 20 between Notts and Yorkshire. So a bit of a batting paradise, this surface.
Yeah. Well, Kevin was saying though, it doesn't look like there'll be much county cricket on Bank Holiday Monday.
No.
I don't think there'll be much cricket here on Monday, if any.
Rushworth bowls, and that's out. Caught behind. Finger goes up. I don't think it needed to. I think Waite was just standing there to try and assess what had happened. I don't think he was
himself. It wasn't a great shot. I think he just felt for it, didn't he? Really.
So another catch for Alex Davis, and another wicket for Chris Rushworth, who has 4 now, and it's 138 for 7.
Yeah, just a little nibble from Matthew Waite. And Rushworth, well, I wonder how many wickets he's taken like that in his career. Just nipped away off stump, and Matthew Waite just had a little push at it. Regulation catch. Rushworth's 4th. Worcestershire in a bit of trouble now, I think. Waite, quite an important figure in the lower middle order, because he tends to be quite pugnacious and does that thing we've been talking about, tries to put a bit of pressure back onto the bowler, but not going to be able to do so. And it's been a bit of a procession really since the first wicket went down this morning. No real partnerships of any significance. Worcestershire 138 for 7 as Ben Allison comes to the crease.
The cathedral bells are ringing this afternoon. Officially, it's the wedding of Harry Lonsdale and Elizabeth Reed. Unofficially, I prefer to believe it's because tea and cakes are for sale in the ladies' pavilion at the road, including afternoon tea with scones, jam.
So we've had the afternoon, the tea announced by Brandes in his usual way.
There is no queue.
No, well, there's not so many people here today. You've got a decent chance of getting a nice piece of cake and cup of tea today.
Well, Warwickshire fairly well represented, as you might imagine. I've just had a message from a friend of mine, a big contingent from Moseley Cricket Club in one of the hospitality facilities here, and they'll be enjoying what they're watching as these wickets go down, albeit it's a man from the northeast who's taken 4 of them, the latest being that one, as Ethan Bamber bowls this next delivery outside the off stump, left alone this time by Kashif Ali, who is still there on 23 not out. Came in at the fall of the 2nd wicket, so 5 more have gone down while he's been at the other end. 2 since lunch. Brooks out for 12, Waite for 13, and Worcestershire in danger now of being bowled out and giving Warwickshire quite a decent first innings lead. This one goes through outside the off stump, and there's another one that Alex Davis doesn't take cleanly, just spills the ball. The important thing is he holds on to the ones that are nicked. He's put 1 down, but he has actually also held on to 4 catches in this innings so far. Bamber is wicketless, he's in, bowls, and Kashif is forward, pushing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Full scorecard then: Libby out for 45, Nicholls for 8, Roderick for 24, Jones without scoring, D'Oliveira without scoring, Brooks for 12, and Waite for 13. 138 for 7. Chris Rushworth 4 for 30, and Chris Wokes 3 for 34. Bamber yet to take a wicket, beats the bat again outside the off stump, and Davis is called into action once more. It's been hard work for the batsman, not just here today, here for the whole season, but really tough grind out there for these two, and indeed all the Worcestershire batsmen, with the exception of that brief period last night. And again Kashif is beaten outside the off stump. That period last night where there were 16 overs at the end of the day, and Roderick and Libby took Worcestershire to 53 without loss, and perhaps flattered to deceive a little bit, in the sense that at no stage today has batting ever looked anywhere near as straightforward as it did at that point. As Bamber in, bowls, and Kashif pushes out on the offside, no run. Well, Worcestershire are up against it, I'm afraid. They began the day with high hopes, 53 without loss, in reply to Warwickshire's 227 scored yesterday, but another couple of wickets have gone down since lunch, one since you were last here. Matthew Waite, the latest to go, caught behind by the Warwickshire captain and wicketkeeper Alex Davis off the bowling of Chris Rushworth. Rushworth, the veteran seamer who's accounted for many a Worcestershire wicket in the past, is bowling beautifully here today. 13 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 30 for him, and he is continuing to operate as I speak, just about to start his 14th over, and he will be bowling to Ben Allison, who is the latest Worcestershire batsman to come in. Kashif Ali still there, battling away on 23 not out, but Worcestershire at the moment still trailing by 89 runs, 138 for 7. As that one goes through outside the off stump from Rushworth. And well, we're talking about parity. I think Worcestershire would bite your hand off now for parity, considering they're still trailing by 89. Rushworth in, bowls, and Allison stands tall and plays that off the back foot into the covers. And there's no run.
After injury layoffs, Chris Wokes and Chris Rushworth have taken all 7 wickets between them since lunch.
It continues to be a grind, and never more amply illustrated than the fact that Kashif Ali has faced 102 balls for his 23. Comes Rushworth again.
And they're on top at the moment. Worcestershire 130
bowls, and Allison is beaten outside the off stump, offering a backward defensive shot to that one, but the ball passing the outside edge and goes off to the busy Alex Davis behind the stumps. Davis, who's taken 4 catches, but along with all the keepers that have kept here at New Road this year, probably found a higher percentage of deliveries coming through into the gloves than they are used to. So often the bat has been beaten, and nobody more likely to beat it than Rushworth, who takes Allison on the pad with this one, which might just be his little off cut to the nips back, and Allison gets a stride in and just kicks it away on the leg side. No partnerships of any real significance since the opening partnership, and that probably is the problem. 32 the next highest partnership, that was for the 6th wicket between Brooks and Kashif. 64 for that first wicket. Other than that, tough going. Rushworth once again is in and bowls, and Allison drives into the covers. Good tumbling stop by Kai Smith.
Because
and no run.
Warwickshire only really had 2 partnerships tonight, but one of them was a very big one.
Yeah.
47 for the second wicket between Davies and Latham, and then 109 between Latham and Haynes for the third wicket.
Looking ever more like an outlier, that century partnership, and that innings indeed from Sam Hain of 86. Rushworth turns again and bowls to Allison, who's off the mark. A full half volley from Rushworth, a rare loose delivery to complete the over, and Ben Allison doesn't miss out, hammers it through the covers for 4, 142 for 7.
Batters are taking a little equipment break, because I think there's a change of gloves there for Cashy Valley. 142 for 7 then. How close can they get to Warwickshire's first innings total? 85 behind now, with 3 wickets left. It was sort of quite a tense one innings match, wouldn't it? So decided in the first innings. In comes Bamber, who's still waiting for his first wicket, and that's glanced down to fine leg for 4. Strained down the leg side, Bamber, and Kashif took full advantage to move on to 27. It's only his second boundary from his 103rd delivery. He's really worked for it, as Cashy Valley. It's about a 2% boundary count from him. In comes Bamber, and he pushes that to the offside for no run.
You're showing off now. I said I was bad at mental arithmetic, so you started throwing percentages into it.
It wasn't too difficult to calculate since he's faced 104 balls, about 100 balls. Yeah. So, Bamber comes into bowl. That's played. The offside, there's no runs. The support act hasn't added anything in terms of wickets for Warwickshire. It's all Rushworth and Wokes thus far. Five bowlers used. Seamers, as in comes Bamber. It comes down the pitch, and then it's pitched in short, and he's hit that with some aggression, Cashy Valley. It bounces short of the field on the mid-wicket boundary, and he's through for 1 run. Oh, someone's giving you an answer. No, it's not right. No, it's not Graham Hick, apparently. 47 for 7. Don't think Tim Curtis was an all-rounder, was he?
80s.
Oh, okay. Frank's giving clues now to the people in the ground.
Well, I'll give the answer shortly, so yeah. It's nice to get people thinking about it though, isn't it?
Oh, that one that rises. That's a good delivery. And it's taken.
Ben Allison probably just grin at him and say, "That's wasted on me, that one."
Yeah.
Right? Ball that one to Sashin or Raoul Dravid. Climbed, didn't it? That one was a good one.
Bamber's had a couple of games this season where
beauty.
He's not taking a wicket, and you wonder quite how he's not taking one.
Got a gully in now.
Yeah. He's in now to bowl. That one's a pitch further up. It's driven, but will be cut off at mid-off. And it remains 147 for 7.
I was just thinking, Clive, about Chris Rushworth, and it got me musing about signing. You know, in the football world, if a player moves from one club to another late in his career. They usually have to be paid reasonably high wages, and you think, is it going to be worth it? I think I'll give an example. Excuse me, listeners, but Ashley Barnes left Burnley and went to Norwich City, who I support, and apparently he was on quite high wages, and it didn't really work. He got a couple of goals, and he was kind of awkward, as he often is in terms of his presence up front. Rushworth bowls, and Kashif turns on the leg side, and they take one. They think about two, but they decide against it. And it didn't work out really, and eventually ended up going back to Burnley, where he became a sort of bit part player again at the end of the season just gone. And you then, you wonder whether that was money well spent. And you look at players like Rushworth coming to Warwickshire, and if he wins them 2 or 3 games, or they win the championship or something, then it looks like money well spent. I'm not denying that he's a fantastic operator, and he's just been brilliant today, no question about it. But it just makes me think about that, how contracts are awarded. Rushworth bowls again. Allison clips him down to long leg for a single, and where at one point the county or the football club or whatever sits down and thinks, well, did we actually get a good return on our investment?
They did get 50 wickets from him in his first season.
Yeah, exactly.
So
that's what I mean. So they did. But you know what I mean, don't you?
Yeah.
It's not. I'm not saying that they haven't. I'm just saying it makes you think about when players move late in their career. I mean, best wicket taker Durham have ever had, of course. So obviously going to be a really good pickup on a day like today. Looks just the perfect man to have in the lineup. Down the leg side, this one from Rushworth, and Kashif inside the line, taken by Davis, moving away to his left.
Well, I mean, the worry you get, obviously, when you sign a player of his sort of age is
injury.
His injuries, and of course that was a problem last season. But his first season he did really well. Played for most of the season and got a whole load of wickets. And now he's back. But it was obviously a big wrench for him to leave Durham. I mean, the Rushworth family are notable Durham supporters, and he seemed to be part of the fabric there.
He's in again now, and bowls to Kashif, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump.
But I suppose from a personal point of view, if he wants to change at some point, it had to be now. Time was running out if he wanted a little taste of something different. But it would have been a big move for him. I mean, there was a lot of sort of reaction, not negative reaction as such, but sort of surprise reaction in Durham when he left. Disappointment.
Moves in again now and bowls to Kashif, who plays defensively up to mid-off, and there's no run. 149 for 7 then. Worcestershire have been out there for over an hour now since lunch. They've added 34 runs in that time, lost 2 wickets. It's really tough going, but they'll be just pushing on and thinking, well, we're only what is it now, 70 odd behind. If we can get up to 50, 40, it won't be too bad. Rushworth again is in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Kashif. Excellent effort from Kashif Ali, really is holding things together at the moment. He's faced 111 balls, 29 not out. Allison has 5, Worcestershire are 149 for 7.
Good game at the Oval. Surrey have been bowled out for 279, which means they have a first innings lead of 62. Against Essex, Sam Curran made 70. Jordan Clark, batting at number 9, made 54. 5 wickets for Kasun Rajitha. Sri Lankan. So that game well poised, but again more advanced than this one. They are using up time. We got a decent amount of it, but I suppose if we did get some rain breaks, that might be a factor if Worcestershire trying to save the game at the end of the action. Oh, that's a leading edge from Allison, but it goes to ground. It's fielded at point. There's no run. Ethan Bamber continuing to bowl from the Diglis end.
for his first wicket. He has 3 slips to help him. He bowls, and it's a nice looking drive from Ben Allison, but probably not quite out of the middle of the bat. It's cut off at mid-off, and he remains on 5. When I first started covering cricket, Frank, you got a bonus point for 150, so Worcestershire are close to that now. These days you have to get to 250. That one goes past the outside edge. Playing forward to that was Allison.
Well, they've only got 3 batting bonus points, Worcestershire, and they got all in one go against Essex in the last game in the first innings. Obviously, weren't any in the Warwickshire innings, and it doesn't look like there's going to be any in the Worcestershire innings. That's another good shot there.
But for nothing, because it's cut off at mid-off. Not sure whether Bamber managed to get a touch on that as he stretched out a boot to try and stop that drive. Maybe slowed it down a bit. Chris Wokes fielding it at mid-off. And no runs for a nice looking shot for Ben Allison, which will frustrate him. In comes Bamber, that's left, taken by the wicket keeper. And still the runs fairly slow in coming, but the wickets are not tumbling quite as frequently as Warwickshire would like them to, I guess.
96 runs all day.
For 7 wickets. We've had, what have we had? We've had 45 overs so far. Next one is left by Allison, and it's the end of the over. 147 for 7. 50 overs left in the day. 62 bowled in the innings.
Yeah, 149 for 7. And I'm not here tomorrow, Clive, as you know. I've got a couple of other quiz questions which I think I might throw in. I'll throw one of them in now for a bit of fun, mainly for Warwickshire.
You haven't given us the answer.
No, I'm not giving the other one. I'll give you the answer to the other one in a few minutes. But this is a good one for Warwickshire fans. A bit of fun, this one. A bit more light-hearted. Chris Rushworth over the wicket, bowls to Cashy Valley, plays out on the offside. I'm only doing it because there's no runs being scored. 149 for 7. Allison has 5 and Kashif 29. So I've got one question out there at the moment, which is which former Worcestershire all-rounder was run out in a test match for 99. Give the answer to that in a while. But what about this one? What remarkable feat was achieved in a Warwickshire versus Middlesex game at Coventry in 1982? Rushworth bowls down the leg side, missed by Kashif, taken by Davis. What remarkable feat was achieved in a Warwickshire game against Middlesex at Coventry in 1982 by Gladstone Small?
I might know that one.
Okay.
If it's the incident I'm thinking about, which ended with
You
coming up with a good
there,
line.
No,
I wasn't there. No, a bit before even before my time.
Yeah, it's a bit more light-hearted. I won't take up too much time with this
It
one.
finishes with a good punchline from him, if it's the incident I'm thinking
no,
of.
I don't think it is. Might not be. Is Rushworth in again then? Bowls, and this one is driven by Kashif up to mid-on, takes a single as Rob Yates comes round to field. 150 is up for Worcestershire, hence the applause from the Worcestershire supporters in the crowd. 150 for 7. So in 1982 at Coventry, Warwickshire against Middlesex, Gladstone Small achieved something remarkable. Remember, it's quite light-hearted this, and I wonder what it was. At Frank Watson 58 on X or Twitter if you would like to have a go at that. And the other one I'll give the answer to in a minute. Rushworth bowls, Allison drives up to mid-off, out of control by that shot slightly. Ben Allison out of control as it just swung a little bit, hence Sam Hain threw his hands in the air in the slips. I think he just sort of got turned around by a little bit. Allison took a hand off the bat, sliced it really up to mid-off. 150 for 7. Kashif on 30, the non-striker. He's worked hard. Rushworth bowls. Allison come off the bat or the pad, diving. Haynes stopped it at third slip. It looks as though he might have just tried to take his bat away and done so at the last minute. Might have taken on the pad outside the line. Difficult to see from angle that we're at here at long on. And yeah, he did just came off the bat, didn't it? But he was trying to take his bat out of the way. He just sort of stunned it down into the ground. Last ball of the over coming up. Grey skies again. A bit gloomy now, to be fair, as Rushworth bowls left alone, taken by Davis, and I get the impression Rushworth might just be coming towards the end of his spell, but maybe another one from him. He's bowled beautifully. 16 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 37.
I had a couple of quite entertaining interviews. Well, they're always entertaining interviewing Gladstone Sport, but in particular his beef about it being a batter's game, one day cricket, and I was discussing a match. I don't know, he took 4 wickets or something and didn't get the man of the match award. He said, yeah, some batter probably got a quick 20 or 30 or something, so they would have got it. And there was then a game, which actually was a televised game. I remember watching it on telly. It was a quarter-final, might have been a semi-final. My perception is it was at Derby, and Wokes was about to come to bowl, and he got the man of the match, and he was convinced he got it for hitting because they needed 6 off the last 2 balls, and he hit the penultimate ball for 6 to win the match, and he was convinced that was the only reason why he got man of the match. Wasn't true actually, but he did get it for his bowling. But anyway, Bo Webster's into the attack, and that's going down the leg side for a single.
But he came to speak
up.
He came to speak to the Worcestershire Cricket Society this winter, Gladstone Small, and it was very, very entertaining.
He would be, yeah.
An amusing evening indeed. Very nice.
Very fine cricketer. So actually, the 50 came up in the previous over, didn't it? When did the 150 come up?
That was 151. They achieved it with that single in the previous over for Kashif.
So that one's defended, and there's no run.
So I'll give the answer, shall I, to the first one?
Yeah,
the
go
answer
on
to
then.
the first one. So, which Worcestershire all-rounder was run out in a Test match for 99? It was actually against England. And it was Dipak Patel playing for New Zealand against England, and he was run out for 99. Well done if you got that. There weren't many people that did, but there might have been a few that didn't bother getting in touch.
So, strangled LBW appeal as Allison tries to work it out on the leg side. Doesn't quite get it right.
The one about Gladstone Small, rather more light-hearted. What feat did he achieve against Middlesex Coventry in 1982? An unusual feat. I'm not sure it's been achieved by. I haven't known anybody else achieve it in county cricket that I'm aware of, but it's quite a light-hearted one.
Bo Webster bowls, and that's pushed out to the offside. There's no run.
You might find it somewhere in a record book. I'm not sure, but quite. Not a serious one anyway. It really happened, but it's not a serious one.
151 for 7. It's Bo Webster bowls. It's in all, that's gone past the outside edge, and there is no run. So the 150. I've had to do a little bit of back counting there.
Oh, you're going to say the third 50, and yeah,
so the
which is always a good indication of the pace of an innings. Yeah.
384 balls, 150. Third 50. Gosh, 155 balls, which is actually slightly quicker than the second, which took 161.
Yeah,
that's crisply hit, but stopped in the covers, so there's no run.
end of the over from Webster, and you have to say, and this is not in any way disrespectful to anybody, but Ed Barnard bowled pretty well. I thought 10 overs, 2 mins, no wicket for 23, went past the bat, had a catch dropped, etc. But it's looked a different game for the batters when Rushworth and Wokes have been operating. Barnard is actually coming into the attack now. I thought that Wokes was coming to the end of his spell. Rushworth was coming to the end of his spell, and Barnard, who's replacing him, 10 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 23, as I say, his figures so far. And
talking of coming to an end of a spell, I am.
Okay. Thank you to Clive Eakin, BBC CWR, Kevin Howells from Baby Radio 5 Live coming in alongside me, as Barnard gets his first wicket with a real loosener, and having played so well, Kashif Ali has got out to just pretty much a loose delivery from Barnard, wide outside the off stump. Kashif threw his hands at it, big edge, and he would have got away with it if it weren't for the fact that the second slip is Bo Webster, who's 6'7", and if he'd have been 6 foot even, I don't think he'd have reached it. But he's placed perfectly. It reminds me of a few catches Tom Moody took in the past for Worcestershire, and he is out, caught at second slip. So a fairly disappointing end to a really battling innings from Kashif Ali. He made 31. He faced 116 deliveries for that. It's a real good effort, but he's gone, caught by Bo Webster at second slip to give Ed Barnard his first wicket of the innings.
It is an extra painful dismissal when you bear in mind the height of Bo Webster taking the catch there. And for all the work he's put in, quite right. I mean, he will be gutted with that one. Always upset, of course, to be out, but all that work, and it had to be a second slip, and it had to be Bo Webster at 7'6". I mean, that's just ridiculous. That shouldn't be allowed, you know, Frank. That shouldn't be allowed. That's a height advantage. That somehow there should be some. You know, we've got enough laws in the game. Surely we can think up one to negate that.
Somebody's got the answer to my silly quiz question.
Well, you've caused me all sorts of headaches. You have with that one.
It's
today.
Neil Duggan, actually, photography, who follows Worcestershire and Warwickshire. He remembers it probably. This is the second question of the day, Kevin.
Yeah, I know you managed to get it. So I'm talking about this.
Small one.
The listeners on Sports Extra. When I have to go off to the Grand Prix at 5. But we got your first one,
right?
And I thought, oh, good, he's going to give the second one. But then, you took forever,
right?
But I promised them, so to help me remember this, at 4:15 when they're back, we've got to give the answer.
Okay. So the answer to the first one, you've heard that.
We've done that one.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the answer to the second one, it's a bit sillier, I must say.
Well, I'm sure it's a good one.
But somebody's got it already, so Neil Duggan's got it. So well done, Neil, and I will give out the answer publicly shortly. Barnard in to bowl, and this one is beautifully driven down the ground by Tom Taylor, who, to be fair, is one of the better number 10s around in the county game, I think, and he's off the mark straight away. Barnard over pitching, and it's driven straight down the ground for a boundary, so 155 for 8. And the number 10, Tom Taylor, is off the mark. In comes Barnard and bowls, pushed up to mid-off, and there's no run. I've just had a message, it says from John Lawman, it says, is it Ashwin? I'm presuming he means the run-out one. No, I've given the answer to that. It wasn't Ashwin, it was Dipak Patel, playing for New Zealand against England. And I think it was 87, something like that. And anyway, it might have been 86. Run out for 99 in a test match. May well have played for England had he stayed in England when he emigrated. Barnard bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Taylor, through to Alex Davis. And there's no run. Lovely, elegant, off-spinning all-rounder Dipak Patel, who played here for a good few years before he emigrated to New Zealand, where he has continued to operate as a coach, I think, in the Auckland area. And Ish Sodhi, who came over to play for Worcestershire in the T20 competition 3 or 4 years ago, cited Patel as greatest influence in life, not just in cricket. This one outside the off stump from Barnard, and Taylor pushes at it, misses it, and Davis takes. And I was just saying earlier, Kevin, having watched 2 games here previously and this one, I cannot remember watching cricket where the wicket keepers have taken such a high percentage of deliveries, either with batsmen leaving it or batsmen playing and missing. In all the games, Barnard bowls, and on this occasion the batsman does get in the way. Taylor gets a bat on it, pushes it out on the offside. End of the over from Barnard. His first success, 1 for 27 off 11. His figures, and Worcestershire limping along, 155 for 8, still trailing by 72 runs.
It is being played at a different pace, so a great many other games in the Championship this weekend. Take Durham, for example. Durham's second innings already 5 down at 68 for 5. They lead Somerset by 173, having bowled Somerset out for 172. Mitch Colleen, son of, we were talking a bit about this sort of thing yesterday, he ended up with a 5 on his Championship debut, so a lovely start, isn't it? I'll be delighted with that. So this is the tall figure of Bo Webster. And in, and surely make sure bat and pad together, maybe even bat first, but fairly high up on pad as well. At least that's the way it looks from my vantage point. It may look different on the replay. We'll cast an eye on that in a minute. But Worcestershire 155 for 8. Allison and Taylor charged with the job of getting Worcestershire as close to that 227 as they can. It has been a battle for the batters, and this one is driven, and nicely driven actually, but well stopped. That's a single for Allison. He moves on to 6, and he'll take the Worcestershire score to 156 for 8 now, on a day where we've had a lot of cloud for the vast majority of it. It's actually seemed, I think, to be building up a little bit more. It's probably been a little bit darker for the last hour or so, but no sign of rain as yet, and we hope of course that stays the same the rest of today, but it has made perhaps life even more difficult for the batters. I don't know. They've been up against a couple of other factors, one of which maybe still be the pitch, with some varied bounces. Next ball is bowled. I think that's very low. I must keep quiet. There's a report to come.
Well, we've lost another. Worcestershire have lost another wicket since you were last with us, Andrew. Kashif Ali, who played really well for his 31. He faced 116 balls and was dismissed in somewhat unfortunate style. A wide delivery from Ed Barnard. He threw his hands at it and edged it in the air over the head of second slip. Unfortunately for Kashif, second slip happened to be Bo Webster. He's 6 foot 7 inches tall, and he caught it high above his head. It would probably have gone to the boundary had any other fielder been there. So he was out for 31. Ben Allison is 8. Tom Taylor is 8. Worcestershire are 160 for 8, still trailing by 67.
A couple of balls ago, that looked to fall just short, and very low down to the right of the first slip. So a bit of luck there. That ran to the boundary before, and there have been runs off that next delivery as well to take Worcestershire to 160 for 8. Allison and Taylor here. They won't mind if they have a bit of good fortune and luck. But anyways, talking before that break about obviously maybe the pitch playing part, but you've got to give it an awful lot of credit to some wonderful bowling today. It really has been exceptional, I think.
Yeah, I think Wokes and Rushworth in particular.
Webster bowls in the air, but it's not going to be safe. It is taken. Moving round to his right hand side at mid-on, and that is the end of Taylor, isn't it? Taylor's gone
Taylor
for 10.
caught by Yates, I think.
For 10, 162 now for the loss of 9 wickets. So just one more for Worcestershire to get as close as they can on this first innings. It's all confirmed, what Frank had said there by Dave on the PA of Bradders. So a catch by Yates. They've been working that ball, and it had looked just a little dangerous, working it away. Didn't get it right upish, and in the end he had to cover some ground to get to it, but did, and held on to it well, Yates. So 9 down, 162 for 9. And Taylor has gone for those 10 runs, and Webster has picked up
Jacob
Is that a
Duffy.
second wicket for Webster? The board, some bits of the board move quickly, some bits of it don't. Let's take a look. That's Webster's first wicket. Sure it is. Anyway, the score is the most important thing. It's 162 for 9.
One each for Webster and Barnard, and 4 for Rushworth, 3 for Wokes.
None for Bamber.
None for Bamber, and yet he hasn't bowled too badly. He's lost track of the number of times he's gone past the bat, but not successful. I think you're right to say, Kevin, that it's been disappointing batting from Worcestershire, but pretty impressive. At one stage I thought Wokes and Rushworth were in tandem, and probably, almost the perfect combination for these conditions. Hitting the seam regularly, bit of away movement in the air for Rushworth, and nagging accuracy from both of them, really. Absolutely nothing for the batsman to work with.
To the point where somebody like me would feel sorry for the batters, having to face them in that form, in these conditions. So, 1 wicket remains in this Worcestershire first innings, 162 for 9. Duffy has gone out there to the middle. This is Webster again, in and bowls, and that's sliced away, but all along the ground really through cover point. It's not going to get to the boundary. It will bring Worcestershire 2 runs to finish off that over. So Duffy is on 2, and Worcestershire 164 for 9.
Well, disappointing that Taylor got out the way he did. I can understand why he was trying to play with a bit of aggression, because put back to ball against the lesser bowlers, shall we say, and you've got a chance of scoring some runs on this pitch. There wasn't much chance of scoring many runs against Rushworth and Wokes, but he just found the fielder at mid-on. But even if these two can eke out another 15 or 20, get up to within 40, 50 or so, it's not a massive first innings lead. Barnard starts a new over from the New Road end, and that's a nice shot from Ben Allison, clipped away through mid-wicket. He'll pick up a couple of runs. 166 for 9 with those two. And, Worcestershire have lost 2 games this season, Kevin, where they've had a first innings lead, a modest first innings lead, and if they can just get somewhere within touching distance, they'll feel, disappointing as it is, given where they were when they turned up this morning and were hoping to overhaul Warwickshire's score, they'll feel that they're not completely out of it. Barnard is in and bowls, and Allison is forward and pushes out on the offside, and has that dilemma that tailenders often have when they're in with a bunny, shall we say, and do I take the single or not? He decides to. I've seen this situation before when Duffy's been out there. I say a bunny, no disrespect, but he's not. He is a proper number 11, I think. And Ben Allison at the other end was thinking, well, if I turn that one down, it could be a very long afternoon if I keep turning down all the runs. We saw a situation like this the other day against Essex. Barnard in, left alone by Duffy, where there was a pair. I think Allison was involved again, and they turned down. It was Yadvinder Singh and Allison, and they turned down half a dozen, 7 or 8 singles that they could have taken, either because it was too early in the over, or because Yadvinder was on strike against the 5th ball or the 6th ball, and they were trying to give him one. They turned them down, so they probably turned down 7 or 8 runs. As Barnard is in and bowls, and Allison flashes at this one outside the off stump and misses it. Sorry, Duffy. And then they got out anyway. So you think, well, you've turned down 7 or 8 runs, and now the wicket's gone down. We might as well have taken them and just got as close as many as we possibly could. I think that would be my philosophy. 2 ways of looking at it.
Different matter if you're talking about a top order, who's out there, middle order, but
absolutely.
Not at this stage.
Yeah. Anyway, 2 balls left in the over. Duffy is on strike. They took that single off the 2nd ball of the over. And he gets this one away very nicely off his pads, actually. Clipped away through mid-wicket. It's a good shot, proving that he's not a proper number 11, and I'm talking rubbish. But no,
I thought I heard him say, "Take that, Watson."
Yeah.
I swear that's what I
think
heard him
he did say that in that recognisable Kiwi accent of his. But it's a good shot, and he goes to 4. But there is a serious point behind it, and I've seen it many times where they turn down lots of runs, and then a wicket goes down, and you think, well, you know what, we've ended up 10 short of where we might be. Having said that, as you say, if there's a proper batter still in there, top order batter, and he harvests the strike and gets another 20 or 30, then can be very frustrating for the fielding side. Barnard in, bowls, and Duffy hammers that one away through the offside. Have that, he says again, full and wide, and throws his hands at it. Barnard takes his cap, and he visibly angry with himself for bowling that one. But bonus runs for Duffy. He gets onto 8, Allison has 9, and it just shows you that that's exactly why you should take the run early in the over.
I think you've got it all wrong.
So I've got it
I think they
right
are
on both ways.
No, they're obviously but you got it wrong. It's that Allison needs to get off strike to put Duffy on. Even though he's coming at 11.
But they turned that run down, and Allison had got out. Not only would he have got out, but they'd have missed 6, Duffy's runs as
6
well.
Runs.
Yeah.
So far.
So there you go. And they've got up to 170 odd, so they are, getting a little bit closer.
173 for 9, that still puts them 54 behind. Webster in, and he's looking to ramp that one. It's Allison.
I've not seen him do that before, ever.
Well,
I don't think.
It's
It's
a brave
white
call.
ball stuff.
Yeah, it is white ball stuff, and it's a brave call, because if that goes wrong, it can get very nasty. So this deficit in a low-scoring game, though, at 54 runs, it's still not looking great. But you're thinking, what, 40, 30 odd? Or even now, maybe even now you're thinking.
Thinking if you get another 10, another 20,
Okay.
You just don't know.
No, you don't. Well, you don't know. As I always say, that's why we turn up for sport, because we don't know. Webster in, bowls, and worked away very fine, but there's a fielder down there. He'll get 1. Again, getting Duffy back on strike.
The main man.
The main man. 174 for 9. I've really enjoyed this game, though, because it's definitely a slow burner in many ways, but it's the way that they're sort of keeping up in this match with the other games, but it's been played in the story is a completely different one.
Yeah.
I mean, last night was very different, wasn't it? Worcestershire getting those runs they did before the close of play. Webster in and bowls. Now Duffy's got the leading edge on this, but he's got to get away with it. Terrific stuff for a single on the offside. Webster can't quite believe it. I can, because of the way that we've set up. I think he's going to get a few of those in the next 15 minutes. 175 for 9. Just think the board has ticked over. It has, yeah.
Well, it'll be
moves to
entertaining,
9.
you think, don't you?
It looks like it. Allison is back
a
on
skied
strike.
leading edge and a missed ramp so far in this over already.
That's right. No wonder Webster's just a little bit upset. He's got 1 wicket, he's looking for 2. And a play and a miss. Straight through with good carry to the keeper. From the tall Bo Webster. Running from the far end, the Diglis end, or the Basil D'Oliveira stand end. On this Saturday afternoon, it's the last in the first block of 7 in the championship. And there are some interesting scores and matches developing. I mean, you look at the one at Leeds, for example. I'll just give you that one, depending on what happens with this ball here from Webster. But Webster behind the pillar. I'm having to move from right to left with the pillar in front of me. Is he coming in or he isn't? No, he's going to wait because he's putting a man down here. That's Sam Haynes, isn't it? I think he's moved out of second slip to go to a very fine third down to our left-hand side, and that is just prodded. But for a single, and that will be Allison moving to 11 and 176 for 9. But so Nottinghamshire made 228, Yorkshire all out for 159. Mo Abbas in the wickets there, doing a terrific performance, as you might expect. Really good signing that for Nottinghamshire. Just confirm his figures. He picked up 6 actually, 6 for 45. But now not in 12 overs, got the 55 for no wicket. And Webster bowls, and well, he gets enough of that. That's the main man. Duffy into the leg side to complete that over, and he'll keep the strike, Frank. He 177 for 9 is the score. Duffy's on 10, Allison on 11.
Yeah, they've decided, I think, after that initial hesitation, that they are going to take whatever runs are there. I think, and I think that's the right way to go.
Do you think there was a conversation when they went out there, or maybe at some point they've said, "Well, how good are you?" "Well, I don't know. I'm not much really well. I'm not too sure as I'm much better." Well, in that case, we'll take whatever's going.
In all seriousness, the first time the situation arose, there was hesitation, wasn't there? And they thought, yeah, okay, we'll take it. As Barnard comes in and bowls to Duffy, who plays that defensively out on the offside. And then I think there probably was a conversation where they said, you know what, let's just take whatever we can. And that's what they've done since. And, well, it's not turned into a highly significant partnership, but they have added 15 for this last wicket. If they could do that again, that would be pretty handy. As Barnard is into Duffy and bowls, and Duffy is immaculately forward and playing this one up to Yates at mid-on, and there's no run. I wasn't suggesting earlier that Duffy was a complete no-hoper with the bat, but he hasn't got a first-class 50, I don't think.
And he's
a proper number 11.
He's 11.
Yeah. Barnard in again, bowls, and he's on the back foot, just drops this down in front of him, and there's no run. I mean, the other thing, what he is, he's 11, but he's experienced, and he's got a good long reach on him, and he's played a fair bit of cricket all around the world, so he's not going to be overly fazed by the situation. And he's made double figures, which is probably as much as Worcestershire would have hoped for. Barnard into him, he bowls, and he's forward again.
Ooh, look at that.
Defensively up to mid-off. Nothing wrong with the forward defensive. 3 times in this over. He's played it pretty effectively. Pretty gloomy, Kevin. The light's shining out quite brightly on the scoreboard.
Has been for a
on
little
the
while,
far
do you
side
think?
of the ground.
Since lunch, it's been a little cloudier.
Not dark enough for the umpires to be looking at the light meters yet, but not far off.
I agree.
As Barnard is in and bowls, and Duffy is forward again and pushing out on the offside, so he's in danger of playing out a maiden here. Barnard much tighter, much happier, having gone to the boundary in his last over. Just the 1 wicket for him so far. In his 13th over, about to complete it, 1 for 36. Bowling on us today, stolen without doubt by Chris Rushworth and Chris Wokes. Barnard in again, bowls, and cracking shot by Duffy this time. That really is a good shot. A little bit short and wide, and Duffy on the back foot with a fairly straight bat, not exactly classical high left elbow, but not far off it. Hammers it through extra cover forward. That's a really very, very good shot, and I'll just watch it again. Yeah, not quite Raoul Dravid, Kevin, but not far off.
Oh, Frank wants to get you in the nets after. The thing is, Frank, instead of talking about, I wanted to just remind you of something else you said, which is just get another 10, 20, 30 runs.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean,
181 for
19
9.
now they've added. Yeah,
19 is it?
Yeah.
Okay, and the deficit at 181 is 46.
Yeah. Get that down to 30.
He's getting greedy.
Getting greedy,
now.
yeah.
Getting greedy. Webster in and bowls. Bowling!
Oh,
That's it, it's all over. All out for 181. Hassan has gone for 11, and Webster picks up his 2nd wicket. And the deficit on first innings is 46 runs in this Midlands derby between Worcestershire and Warwickshire. Had a real swing of that. And all confirmed by Bradders on the PA. So, whether getting greedy or not, there were a few runs added there towards the end, all important. We won't know until the end, of course, just how significant that is. But it's difficult for the batters, conditions overheads as well. It's making life very, very tricky. But I just reiterate, I think today, especially perhaps you could say this morning, but maybe throughout, but certainly this morning at times, I thought he was just most wonderful bowling. As I say, to the point where you're almost, where I come from, feeling sorry for the batters because life was a little bit torrid out there. Some wonderful bowling from Wokes. Let's just go through the bowling figures for Warwickshire, because whilst obviously Worcestershire made 181 with the bat, it did include a 31 from Kashif Ali off 116 balls. He was out to the tall Webster, a catch for Webster at the second slip off the bowling of Barnard. The rest, well, we've had a Roderick 24, a Libby 45, Nicholls made 8, a couple of ducks there for Jones and D'Oliveira when Rushworth was bowling, just absolutely amazing. Brooks 12, Waite 13, Allison out for 11, Taylor was out for 10, Duffy not out for 14. He ran out of partners, did Duffy, but his 14 not out. He'll be very annoyed with that. And the bowling figures: Bamber 17 overs 6 maidens, no wicket for 42. Rushworth 16 overs 5 maidens, 4 for 37. And there were drop catches along the way there as well. 4 for 37 is stunning stuff, but I don't think that really tells a proper story of how good that bowling was, as strange as that sounds with his 4 foot. The Wokes 3 for 34, again a similar story. How good was Wokes this morning? Barnard 1 for 40 from 13 overs, Webster 7.1 overs 1 maiden, 2 for 19. Look, everything's favouring the bowlers at the moment in this game, isn't it, Frank? But as I say, I still think you have to give so much credit to the Warwickshire bowlers. Worcestershire for their batting, how would you look at that and say, well, maybe shot selection at times, and has that been a bit too hard?
A couple of occasions, I think probably you'd say that. Kashif obviously throwing his hands at a wide one from Barnard, and lucky to be caught, as you said. It could easily have gone for 4. Tom Taylor chipped one in the air, didn't he? There was Allison at the end, but that middle period, I think when Wokes and Rushworth were in tandem, the top order really, Libby, Nicholls, Roderick, Jones, D'Oliveira, you'd probably say that they were got out rather than they got themselves out. It's been difficult. Top class bowling from Chris Wokes and Chris Rushworth. We've seen it many times before. Can't really think of many better operators in conditions like we had in that afternoon period, and I don't think there'll be too many of those batters losing too much sleep about their dismissals. They might be losing sleep about thinking about doing it all over again in the second innings, but it's been that way here at New Road this season, and I think I really do think if batters started to beat themselves up about facing Chris Rushworth and Chris Wokes in these circumstances, they're probably heading for a breakdown. So just put it down to experience and hope that it doesn't happen in the second innings. Heavy rollers out there might make a difference in the second innings, at the beginning anyway, for Warwickshire, but they've got a handy lead. In a low scoring game, a lead of 46 is pretty handy.
I'll just run through some scores, including the test match, before maybe we will take just a short break in between innings here. Zimbabwe are 244 for 8, following on, still trail by 56 runs. So I'm getting word that we may be on even more platforms, Frank, that the nation cannot get enough of you. And for those that can't quite find you, will find even more opportunity for them to get
amazing how often that happens when you're here.
Durham 97 for 6, second innings, lead Somerset by 202. Sussex 293 for 6, lead Hampshire by 139 runs. Tail there, remember, 15 wickets fell yesterday. Only 1 has fallen today. Simpson now not out 104. Finn Hudson-Prentice scored 74, but he's now out. LBW to wheel. So terrific work from Simpson. Again, talk of signings. What a brilliant pickup that was for Sussex of Simpson from Middlesex. Essex are 35 for no wicket. They trail Surrey by 27 runs. That's an interesting game there. It looked as if everything was playing out the Surrey way at the Oval. Having bowled Essex out for 217, getting on with it. And then today, and of course it's Rajitha who's been causing the problems there, the Sri Lankan. Did he pick up 5 wickets? Just confirmation, 5 for 87. So a few runs, but it's the Oval. But 5 wickets. That is the difference. And still, of course, work to be done, and Surrey won't, not going to be too worried about things at the moment. But Still, it's 35 for no wicket. Essex second innings trailed by 27 runs. Nottinghamshire, I talked about this briefly earlier. 228 for Notts, 159 for Yorkshire. Now 70 for no wicket in 15 overs for Nottinghamshire. In the second division, Derbyshire finally put Kent out of their misery and declared at 587 for 5. That included Caleb Jewell with a 232, Wayne Madsen exactly 100, Lewis Rees a not out 50. So terrific work from Derbyshire. Kent, though, in reply, a 31 for 1. Middlesex 36 for 1 after Glamorgan made 383. Leicestershire 300 for 4 against Lancashire. That's a lead of 94 runs. Rian Ahmed 136. Lewis Hill 119. Both of them falling the spin of Tom Hartley eventually. And Gloucestershire 35 for no wicket after Northants made 469. So, happy to take a break? I can see you're busy doing your...
We'll have a little break, getting my score sheet ready for the next innings. Yeah, we'll have a little break. Do join us when play resumes, which will be at around about 25 minutes to 4. I'll stay on because I'm on the...
the report on DWR.
Not well is the answer as far as Worcestershire are concerned. They've just been bowled out for 181 in their first innings. This means they concede a lead of 46 on first innings to the visitors, Warwickshire. The damage really done by the experienced seam bowling pair of Chris Rushworth, who took 4 for 37, and England test bowler Chris Wokes, making a rare championship appearance. He took 3 for 34. That said, the innings was cleaned up by backup seamers, former Worcestershire bowler Ed Barnard and the tall Australian Bo Webster. He picked up 2 wickets, including the last one to fall. Ben Allison out for 11. So Worcester bowled out today. They began the day on 53 without loss. Top scorer Jake Libby, who made 45. Roderick made 24, the only other score over 20. Kashif Ali making 31. Warwickshire about to begin their second innings in gloomy conditions here at New Road, and when they do, they'll have a lead of 46. Good afternoon, welcome back to New Road, Worcester, where play's about to get underway in the second innings of this match. Warwickshire beginning their second innings with a lead of 46. The Worcestershire were bowled out in their first innings for 181. And that after they were 53 without loss overnight. Brilliant bowling today from Wokes and Rushworth. And Worcestershire's batting subsiding really. Cashew Valley making 31. Other than that, Gareth Roderick 24 and Jake Libby 45, the only batsman to reach 20. So a first innings lead of 46. Tea has been taken. We've got 42 overs left in the day. The only threat to that, I think, is bad light, and it's pretty gloomy at the moment as Rob Yates takes guard and Jacob Duffy prepares to take up the attack from the New Road end. I'm Frank Watson of BBC Hove Worcester. Alongside me is Clive Eakin from BBC CWR, and here is Duffy from Otago in New Zealand. And his first ball has Rob Yates in all sorts of trouble, and Clive getting a bit excited.
Well, Yates is on a bit of a difficult run. Presumably his hand injury is not helping him, having started the season really well. He's struggled a little bit.
He just inside edged it into his leg, didn't he? Could easily have gone on to the stumps.
Out for 6 and 2 against Hampshire, and out cheaply in the first innings here.
Waits again now as Duffy bowls and takes him on the pad, and they shout for LBW. I suspect that it being over the wicket to the left-hander, it probably pitched outside leg. Umpire Chantry, who's changed ends as they do in the second innings of the game, has turned that one down. But good start from Duffy, slightly uncertain start from Yates. It pitched in line actually, but it was going on to miss leg stump. Duffy's natural shape is into the left-hander. He comes in again now and bowls, and Yates is off the mark, cutting this one down to third man where Wakefields, and they take a single. So Yates is away, having made just 3 in the first innings, and Davis, the right-hander,
He's made strike. 11 in his last 3 innings. In fairness, the innings before that was 86 against Surrey, and early in the season he got a century and an unbeaten half century against Sussex at Edgbaston.
He's getting beyond promising now, isn't he? Rob Yates is a pretty well established member of the side, and I think he's entitled to the odd failure, and he'll be pretty phlegmatic about it, one assumes. Past the way where we'd say he's making his way in the game. Duffy to the right-handed Davis is in and bowls down the leg side. Davis flicks at it, makes no contact. Taken by Gareth Roderick, moving away to his left. So 20 wickets falling in the game, 42 overs remaining today. One would imagine, Clive, that there'll be 2 or 3 falling in that time, and the game will be fairly well advanced going into day 3. But I understand the forecast for tomorrow is not entirely without potential problems.
I think Warwickshire will be very happy if it is 2 or 3 at the end of the day.
Duffy over the wicket into Davis, who is turned round slightly, plays that down on the onside. And it's difficult for a player like Davis, captain, wicket keeper, opening bat. He's been out there masterminding things all day, changing the bowling, taken 4 catches, and been busy and encouraging his bowlers and so on, and suddenly he's got to change his mindset completely. He's the man that's out there. He's got to keep the bowling out and think a little bit differently about the game in this situation, as Duffy comes into him and bowls, and he's just turned round and covers up late, plays that away on the offside, thickish outside edge, 1 run off the over. Warwickshire lead by 47. They're 1 without loss.
Yes, Alex Stewart was very good at that, but not easy, I'm sure, to play that role. Presumably it's of his choosing, as far as he's taken the wicket-keeping gloves back. Presumably that's
his
at
choice.
least in part his call. He played within himself in the first innings, very circumspect, unusual for him. And Ben Allison is going to bowl from the Diglis end. Warwickshire will conscious third innings. Things can go pear-shaped, happened to them in different circumstances at Chelmsford last season when they were in total control of the match until they got skittled out for nothing in the third innings.
Happened to Worcestershire here against Durham.
So around the wicket comes Allison to bowl. That's left by Yates.
So Worcestershire here against Durham, Clive, a couple of weeks ago. First innings lead of not dissimilar to this from memory. First innings lead of 26, but the bowled out for 81 in 23.5 overs and lost the game.
Don't win many games from that position here. And Warwickshire had a big lead at Chelmsford. In fact, they opted not to enforce a follow-on, which somewhat backfired when they only needed to score about 150 to probably be sure of securing the match, but they got bowled out for 90 odd. There's a little tip and run from Yates, and he has to go fairly quickly, and so does Davies. Has to be backed up by Brett D'Oliveira. They do get through for 1-2 without loss. Warwickshire started the innings 46 runs ahead. So, my mental arithmetic does not let me down. That means they're now 48 ahead.
Well done. Even I could have got that.
I know Worcestershire's over rate is -1, so that's something they'll need to do something about at some point during the course of this innings. Yorkshire got doctor point against Warwickshire for slow over rate. This one, he does a little swing at that going down the leg side, Davis. I don't think he got anything on it. I think it's gone through for 4 byes. It has. Rather yorked wicketkeeper Roderick. 6 without loss. Extras moved to be top scorer of the innings so far.
Down the leg side and died a little bit. It's not been easy for the keepers in this game. Alex Davies had a bit of torrid time this morning.
He comes in to bowl. And that's Davies trying to go for a little tip and run, but ball came a little bit too far off his bat and fielders quickly onto it. He can't get a run. Does a bit of gardening. Warwickshire looking for their 3rd win of the season. If they get it, they've all been away from home. So their record on the travel's pretty good at the moment. Found it a bit tougher, particularly to win games at Edgbaston, and now lost one as well against Hampshire. So the next one. Oh, he's gone for a big swig there, Davis, down the leg side. That's gone down a fine leg again. This time it is off the bat. So bowler strained down the leg side a little bit, but Davis a bit of a wild waft at it, but he got enough on it to get 4 runs. 10 without loss. It's just beyond the stretch of the diving wicketkeeper. Slightly risky shot. Allison into bowl, and that is a little nudge forward. Comes off a bit of an edge down to 3rd for a single for Davies. End of the over. He got they added 10 runs to it, including 4 byes. Davies is on 5 and Rob Yates is on 2.
Yeah, I get the impression from Alex Davies that he wants to get on with it. He's kind of taking the view. It might just be my impression, but taking the view that if they, if you get a good bit of a flyer here, get 30 or 40 on the board, that lead that's 46 suddenly becomes really quite substantial. Worcester should be worried about that, hoping they, for their part, can pick up 2 or 3 early wickets and mean that it feels more a position of parity. But 40 odd, not a massive lead, but add another 30 or 40 to it before the second wicket goes down, the first wicket goes down, and can look very different. Duffy in, bowls to Davis, and in keeping with what I said, he whacks this through mid-wicket. Lovely shot, just leaned into it, was over pitched on leg stump and cracked it away through mid-wicket. He's a pretty no-nonsense cricketer, Alex Davis, and as I say, I think he's looking pretty positive out there at the moment. It was a good shot. It was a bad ball, but 15 without lost the lead. Suddenly, he's already over 60, and that's exactly the sort of situation that I'm imagining. Grey skies now, pretty grim in terms of light. As Duffy is in again, and Davis is out, bowled. So good response from Jacob Duffy. Bit loose from Davis, who again is dragging himself from the crease with a rather rueful look at the pitch. Just have a look again at that one to see just quite how it got through. But the first wicket is down, and just basically a pretty loose shot from Davis, and I said he was looking to try and get on with it. I certainly got that impression, but he is gone. Bowled by Duffy. Not a particularly wonderful delivery, but straight, and Davis just, as I say, a little bit free early on in the innings. He'd made 9 off 9, but he is gone. And Tom Latham, the man who held things together very much for Warwickshire yesterday in the early part of their first innings, and shared in that outstanding partnership with Hayne for the third wicket of over 100, the only century partnership of the game so far, comes out now to join Rob Yates. So it'll be 2 left-handers out there at the moment. Latham, I doubt we'll see him playing in that in the same way as Davis did, but
showed some steel in the lower order, but didn't
he
score many runs.
was definitely a very, very important part of that Warwickshire first innings. If you're just joining us today, all sorts of goings on. Worcestershire 53 without loss overnight, bowled out for 181, and that was with Wokes taking 3 wickets and Rush with 4. Warwickshire 46 ahead on first innings, already 15 for 1 then in their second innings as Henry Nicholls, I beg your pardon, Tom Latham, confusing my Kiwi left-handers. Number 3 facing his countryman Duffy, who drifts into his pads, and Latham looks to play it off his pad, misses it, it's taken on the pad, and it runs down to fine leg for 4 leg byes. So bonus runs for the Bears, who go to 19 for 1, and Latham settles again over his bat to face Jacob Duffy. Duffy is in, bowls, and Latham leaves alone outside the off stump. Taken by Gareth Roderick. So Alex Davies out for 21 in the first innings and 9 in the second.
He getting heckled again.
Yeah, my question about Deepak Patel being questioned, I didn't say playing for England. I said in a test match. In a test match is what I said. Deepak Patel it was. Run out for 99, former Worcestershire all-rounder in a test match playing for New Zealand against England. And the umpires are having a look at the light now, I think. Or are they? It might be the ball, actually. In fact, Adam Finch is coming out with a box of balls. Worcestershire 12th man, because there's something wrong with this one after just 3 overs. 2.5 overs. It's not good news. Maybe the stitching's coming away a little bit. What have you got to do? What do you do? You've got to take virtually a new ball, I guess. Maybe just can't really feign 10, 16 deliveries worth of wear, can you? Go and throw it against the stumps a couple of times. And
that happened in the game somewhere, didn't it? Some international game where the fielding captain insisted that the ball was given a bit of a
Oh, really? Even after just a
Pummeling.
few deliveries?
Yeah.
I don't know. Difficult one, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Anyway, Duffy in with new ball to Latham, and Latham is covering up, pushing this one out defensively on the offside. That's better from Duffy, making him play. Left one outside the off stump, had one down the leg side, but that one bang on line, and he had to play it.
Presumably a bit of a dud ball there for it to go that quickly.
But I can only assume that the stitching came away, or maybe the quarter seam. Sometimes they lift up, but shouldn't happen, should it? Not at 80 quid a pop. As Duffy over the wicket bowls, and Latham is covering up again and playing defensively on the offside. End of the over. Success for Jacob Duffy, 19 for 1 Warwickshire. Second time around means they lead by 65.
Could be a good run chase for Warwickshire's women in the quarter-finals of the T20 County Cup. They have bowled Yorkshire out for 138 off the full 20 overs. The run out of the last ball of the innings meant they were 138 all out, 3 for 17 to Millie Taylor. So competition in which sort of first team players all play, but you do get 2 or 3 of the players who haven't had so many opportunities involved. And so they'll be chasing 139 in 20 overs to win that one at Wheatwood. And we've got Allison in to bowl to Yates, and Yates leans forward and turns that around to back of square leg for a single. He is on to 2. 19, no, it must be 20 for 1, it must be on to 3. There we go. So 3 to Rob Yates, 20 for 1 Warwickshire. The lead 66. They want 250 lead, I would think, minimum, to feel comfortable. Tom Latham batted so well in the first innings and turns that one round to the same place. And to back of square leg for another single. Takes him off the mark and takes Warwickshire to 21 for 1. Good match this is turning to. Warwickshire with the advantage at the end of the first innings, but not as big an advantage as at times it looked like it might be. During the course of both innings it looked likely Warwickshire might have a bigger first innings lead than they eventually got. No batting points for either side. The maximum bowling points for each. That's left by Yates as Allison comes in from round the wicket. Worcestershire looking for their first win over Warwickshire in the County Championship for 25 years. Warwickshire looking for their first win over Worcestershire in the Championship for 10. And since the draw is the least likely result, one of those things is surely going to happen unless we get a tie. That's played to mid-wicket, there's no run. $21 for 1. Today, Worcestershire bowled out for 181. So they added 118 to their overnight total. So it was slow going. Jake Libby 45, top scorer. Cassie Fowley 31. And that all goes past the outside edge of Yates playing forward to that one. Through to the wicket keeper. Yates survives. Turning around at the end of his run-up comes Allison, and Yates forward to that, plays it back to the bowler. So another over ticked off. In theory got 38 left today, but looking at the overhead conditions, I'd be surprised if we get all 38 in. Still 2 days left after this, so no. Even if you do get a bit of rain tomorrow, shouldn't be a problem in terms of getting a result one way or the other.
It's an interesting one, Clive. You know, the more you reflect, the more I reflect. Having seen all the cricket here at New Road this year, the more I reflect on yesterday, the more I see that Hayne-Latham partnership as an outlier, really, as Duffy bowls and Latham plays defensively on the onside. You know, in terms of what I've seen in the whole season, and the little partnership between Libby and Roderick last night, where perhaps the bowling was not quite as accurate as it might have been, and they flattered to deceive a little bit, I think. But normal service was resumed this morning, particularly by the Wokes-Rushworth combo, and just looks, particularly Haynes' innings, just looks remarkable in this game as Latham tucks this one away on the onside and D'Oliveira does the fielding. And it'll, you know, it'll prove, I think, in the final analysis, easy to say at this stage. Of course, we're only just halfway through, but I reckon when you analyse this game after it concludes one way or the other, whatever happens, we'll be looking at that partnership of over 100 as being absolutely significant. Duffy in again, bowls short and wide down the leg side, left alone by Latham.
Well, it was
by Roderick.
It was interesting the way the partnership was built, wasn't it? And Latham probably played at the same fairly sedate pace throughout. Sam Hayne really battled early in the innings.
Yeah.
And then at some point, he said, when I spoke to him after, he said, at some point you've just got to give it a go. You've got to gamble a bit, and he did that to good effect and was scoring well until Latham got out when he went back into shell somewhat. But it was an interesting, well-paced partnership between the two.
Duffy in again, bowls, and Latham leaves alone. Apologies, I said down the leg side on the previous ball. It was past the off stump, and then Roderick moving down the leg side to take it, carried on after it had passed the stumps. So yeah, it was a day of ups and downs, but just in terms of the game as a whole, I think that partnership was remarkable, really. Nothing else has got anywhere near it. Duffy in again to Latham, who played a big part in that, and he's very solidly forward and pushing back up the pitch.
There'll be fluctuations in this game for us to expect potentially a few more.
Yeah, absolutely. Davis the man out in this Warwickshire second innings, bowled by this man Jacob Duffy for 9. Last ball of the 5th over about to be delivered, and it is left alone by Latham and taken by Roderick, and that is the end of the 5th over, and Warwickshire are 21 for 1, leading by 67.
I'm in demand in the wireless on the wireless today, so I've just got to disappear for a few minutes.
I think we'll have the same any minute now for BBC Hereford and Worcester. 37 overs left in the day. It's going to be quite a long session, this one, if the light holds. I do have my doubts about that, but it is light enough at the moment for cricket to be taking place. Here comes that update. And Worcestershire have taken the first Warwickshire wicket in the second innings, that of Alex Davies, the visiting captain, who came out in aggressive style, really. Had just found the boundary off Jacob Duffy, but was bowled next ball for 9. That was 15 for 1. Since then, they've moved on to 21 for 1. 2 left-handers at the crease at the moment. Tom Latham, the New Zealand middle-order batsman, he's on 1, and with him, promising young Englishman Rob Yates, who is on 3. They are 21 for 1. The lead, which is the most significant thing in terms of this game, is 67 runs at the moment. That after Worcestershire were dismissed in their first innings for 181. So Worcestershire up against it, needing some more wickets before the close of play. We've got 36 overs left in the day, and Warwickshire 21 for 1.
I want to fit in 2 songs before they come to me, Frank, so I might as well.
Oh, goodness me.
Yeah.
As long as one of them's American Pie as well, you could be here for
That's right, yeah.
quite a while.
Yeah. I'll describe this somewhat. Allison coming into bowl to Latham, who lets that go. Taken by the wicket keeper. So again, Latham being pretty circumspect. He scores when he can, but he's not in any hurry to. He's on 1 off 12 balls at the moment. And 3 slips in place. Again, Worcestershire make inroads, try and bowl Warwickshire out for 150, saying give themselves a real chance. It's a tall order, but Allison comes into bowl, Latham leads, slightly late decision to leave it, holds his bat up in the air, sees the ball go past his chest. Light holding up at the moment. It's not the brighter day we had yesterday. The cake in the press box has proved particularly popular today. Little mini loaves, very nice. A fruit cake. Some photographer's on his way home. He's made sure he's got a piece of cake in his hand before he goes. This next one is left, kept a bit low. There's no rum. 22 for 1. Warwickshire, so you add 46 onto it. 68 the lead. With 2 days and a bit to go. So, barring some very inclement weather or a dramatic change in the conditions, you'd think a result one way or the other is more than likely. Latham leads that, there's no run. Worcestershire chasing their second win. Warwickshire chasing their third. 22 for 1 after 6 overs. I'll go and check on the progress of those songs now.
Yep. Off goes Clive. End of Ben Allison's over. 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 9, his figures. 1 for 5 for Duffy from 3 overs with 1 maiden. Worcestershire. Well, the only way they can restrict this lead is to take wickets. They've just got to plug away, and they've got to pick up 2 or 3 tonight, I would say, as Duffy bowls, and Yates is just slicing this one down to third man. Very characteristic sort of shot from your Rob Yates, who just opens the face and just steers it down their favourite area. A lot of opening batters over the years just using the pace of the ball in that way, and Yates no different from them. He goes to 5. As I say, Worcestershire, they need wickets in this session if they're going to remain in contention in this game. As Duffy is in and bowls, and Latham in behind that pushes out on the onside. He's got a very calm and unhurried way at the crease, Tom Latham, and he is exuding patience and application out there. Very measured in the way he goes about his work. Settles down now. Bat half raised behind him, and in comes Duffy. Kiwi to Kiwi, bowls, and Latham is again just letting the ball come. Plays it very, very late. Very noticeable how late he plays the ball. Lets it come right under his eyes and then just drops it down on the onside. Particularly good technique and unhurried and untroubled so far. As Duffy is in again and bowls, and Latham is just steering this one rather like Rob Yates did earlier in the over, down to Matthew Waite at third man for a single. So an eventful day. Worcestershire beginning the day on 53 without loss after a nice hour last night where Roderick and Libby were really quite fluent given the low scoring nature of this game, but things changed when Chris Wokes found a little bit of rhythm this morning. First game of the season for Wokes, and once he got going this morning from the Diglis end, he proved a real handful. Just break off as Duffy bowls, and Yates plays this out on the onside. In fact, it's a no ball, so 2 more runs will be added to the total. 26 for 1 with those 2 extras. But Chris Wokes this morning bowled beautifully actually, and sent back Libby for 45, became 64 for 1 at that point, 80 for 2 when he had the Kiwi Henry Nicholls caught at slip by Sam Hain for 8, and then a mini collapse for Worcestershire really as the morning went on, and Gareth Roderick went for 24. Duffy again bowls outside the off stump, left iron by Yates, and then Rob Jones without scoring, Brett D'Oliveira without scoring, all falling not to Chris Wokes but to a veteran who has enjoyed great success against Worcestershire over the years, mainly wearing a Durham badge, and that was Chris Rushworth, who bowled absolutely beautifully this morning. And for a while, in combination with Wokes, they were just too much for the Worcestershire batsmen. There was a brief hiatus in terms of the collapse when there was a partnership between Kashif Ali and Ethan Brooks, but that was ended just after lunch. Duffy bowls and Yates plays up to mid-off, and there's no run as Taylor fields. When Brooks, just after lunch, was caught behind by Alex Davis, off Wokes for 12. Rushworth then picked up another one. Waite out for 13. Worcestershire at that point 138 for 7. And then Kashif Ali, who played pretty well and had hung around for 116 balls for making just 31, was caught at second slip by the giant Bo Webster, slicing a ball from Ed Barnard high over Webster's head. Any other player, I think, on the field would not have been able to reach it, but Webster clutched the catch 2 feet or so above his head, and Kashif was gone for 31, and thereafter Worcestershire fell away to be 181 all out. 4 for 37 for Chris Rushworth, 3 for 34 for Chris Wokes, and I can't emphasise enough how well they bowled this morning. Really was an outstanding effort from them. 2 wickets for Webster and 1 for Barnard, so a first innings lead for Warwickshire of 46. And as Matthew Waite comes in to bowl for the first time in this Warwickshire second innings, they have extended that lead from 46 to 72. They are 26 for 1 in their second innings. Yates has 5 and Latham has 2. The man out is Alex Davis, who was bowled by Jacob Duffy for 9. And Matthew Waite, Worcestershire's leading wicket taker this season, coming in now from the Diglis end with his right arm over the wicket, medium pace, and that one is down the leg side, and Latham lifts his back clear of it, and Gareth Roderick gathers, moving away to his right.
I missed all that. Could you repeat it for me, please?
You can probably go on Lucy's sounds and pause it and rewind it, I think. But that was recap for radio listeners who've just joined us. If you've been with us all day, you will have been able to watch that, and I'm sure you'll share my view that Wokes and Rushworth, well, they weren't quite unplayable, but not far off it for a period of time today as Waite beats Latham outside the off stump. It's been overcast most of the day. That's the other thing about today. I think the overhead conditions this morning when Wokes and Rushworth bowled were probably more conducive than they have been at any other point, but it stayed like that, and it's still like that now. The light's not bad enough for the umpires to be thinking about the light meters yet, but it's not good. Waite in again from the Diglis end, bowls and tucked away by Latham off his pads, down to long leg for a single. And having commented earlier about how well Wokes bowled as a test player, you would have to point out to the fact that Latham and Nicholls are also Test cricketers, and Latham in particular has applied himself with a special quality and application and professionalism in this game in sharing that partnership with Hayne, over 100 in the first innings. Wait in again, bowls to Latham, and this is tucked away on the onside for a single. Sorry, that was Yates tucking it away on the onside for a single. Both left-handers, of course. Yates goes to 5, only got 3 in the first innings. Latham has 3. And it's 28 for 1 with that run, which means that the lead has gone up to 74. And Worcestershire, if they are to get a foothold again in this game, which will give them a chance to compete, they very, very much need 2 or 3 wickets in fairly short order as Waite bowls, and Latham is in behind that. Turns it into the leg side. D'Oliveira fields. The end of the over. 28 for 1. Waite 1 over, no maidens, no wicket for 2. And Clive Eakin is alongside me. I ought to give the answer to
Yes.
the second quiz question, I think.
I was going to say
Been
that.
having a few quiz questions during this game. We had 2 today. The first one was, which former Worcestershire all-rounder was run out in a test match for 99? And it puzzled a lot of people. The answer was Deepak Patel, who's playing against England for New Zealand. And the other question, a bit more light-hearted, which Warwickshire player, sorry, not which Warwickshire player, Gladstone Small, playing for Warwickshire at Coventry in 1982 against Middlesex, achieved a rather remarkable feat. What was it? Just break off as Duffy starts a new over.
And that's driven by Yates straight to mid-off.
And yeah, this one a little bit more light-hearted, but somebody has got the right answer, and there may be other people who have it. And the answer is he bowled an 18 ball
that's
over.
what I thought, yeah.
He bowled an 18 ball over, which takes some doing.
Well, there were 12. And the punchline, I mentioned there was
Yeah.
the punchline there. But
Right.
apparently, he said to the counter, "Well, you asked me to bowl a few overs. I thought I'd get them in one go."
Oh, right, I hadn't heard that. But yeah, an 18 ball over, and it's well remembered by those that were there, I think.
It's a forward defensive out to mid-on. There's no running. I think it was 12 wides or something, wasn't it?
There was a bowler that on the Warwickshire staff a few years ago who did play some first class cricket called Dean Hoffman, who I think came from Coventry, and he was known obviously as Tootsie because of the famous film
Yes.
character, and he once bowled me a 16 ball over in the Birmingham League game at Kidderminster. It was hard to concentrate, I will say that. I'll add a little bit to that story in a minute.
Duffy comes in to bowl. Right arm over, and that's left. There's no run. We're on 5 Sports Extra because the Test match, if you're tuning in expecting to hear that, but it has finished. England triumphant by an innings of 45 runs. Shire Bashir taking 6 wickets in the second innings as Zimbabwe were bowled out for 255.
Yeah, I was playing for Kidderminster against Warwickshire, who had a Warwickshire second team, were in the Birmingham League at that time, and Dean Hoffman bowled a 16 ball over. But there were 5 or 6 absolute beauties in amongst all the others, Clive. That's the problem.
This next one is left. There's no run.
One down the leg side, one down the off side, and then a real beauty, and then
The
another
accurate
one down
takes
the
you
leg
by
side.
surprise.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because all the slips were laughing, and it went on and on and on. But yeah, Gladstone Small, 18 ball over.
Yeah.
I tried to get them all out of the way. I thought I'd bowl 3 at once, Skip.
In comes Duffy. 3 slips in place. Right arm over, comes into bowl, and it'll tip and run. He's going to get through for 1. Just well judged single. And Yates, who missed out in the first innings, he was far from being alone in that. He's on 7. The key wicket you feel here for Worcestershire. I think we need to get Latham out after his performance in the first innings. I mean, I'll say Robbie Yates failed in the first innings. Most batters have failed in this match. And double-figure scores are rare. In the Warwickshire first innings, Alex Davis 21, Tom Latham 59, and then Sam Hayne that brilliant 86. And just a little cameo at the end from Zen Malik on 34. That's left. There's no run. So only 4 double-figure scores in their innings, and then Worcestershire's Jake Libby at the top 45. Ethan Brooks got to 12. And Cassie Valley at the end 31, and the last three did actually just about get to double figures. 10 for Taylor, 11 for Allison, and 14 not out for Duffy. But I mean, those runs at the end of the innings from Worcestershire.
Yeah.
And you saw with 19 for the last wicket. Doesn't sound a lot, but in the context of this match, it's not bad. It's not quite as bad as Warwickshire had to endure when they endured a record 10th wicket stand against them for Surrey. And Edgeworth's last time out.
Here's Matthew Waite, Yorkshireman, in right arm over the wicket, medium pace from the Diglis end, beating the left-handed Rob Yates outside the off stump. I've already said on many occasions today the number of times that the ball has passed the bat has been extraordinary, both in terms of play and misses, and also, well, I suppose when the batsmen have been leaving it alone, but the wicket keepers have been very, very busy men. Not just in this game, but in Worcestershire's two previous games here against Essex and Durham as well. Is Waite again bowls, and Yates is pushing this out on the onside, and there is no run on this occasion. It's been a tough game, tough season for the Worcestershire batters, particularly playing here at New Road, and I think people who'd seen the first two games may have thought things were a bit different yesterday with the scores, but when Wokes and Rushworth got together today, it wasn't much in favour of the batsman at all on a helpful pitch. It's just nipped around. It's not a minefield, but as this one is played back to the bowler by Yates, it's a surface that you'd rather bowl on than bat on, I think. 29 for 1 Warwickshire. First innings lead, remember, of 46. So they've extended that to 75. And that, once it gets to three figures, starts to become quite a worry from a Worcestershire point of view, as Waite bowls and Yates is again beaten outside the off stump. Another very good delivery, just bearing out what I've been saying about this pitch. And you're never in on it, are you? I mean,
no.
Who's been in on this pitch? Hayne and Latham, perhaps, in the first innings.
Libby sort of looked it yesterday, didn't they?
Yeah,
but
I mean, Cashifali, 31 today, battled and battled and battled,
116
had a
balls,
chance,
yeah.
116 balls. Would we have ever said he's in? I don't think we would, really.
no.
There's Waite again from the Diglis end, bowls, and Yates is getting a run this time off a steer down to third man. Applause for Waite from the slips for that delivery. Takes Yates onto 8 and Warwickshire onto 30 for 1. Listening to live cricket on BBC Sports Extra 5 Sports Extra 2 it's called. Is that the correct time?
I think we're on 5 Sports Extra.
5 Sports Extra. Of
Stop.
course we are, 'cause the test match. And we're also on the BBC Sports app and website, and it's brought to you by me, Frank Watson, from BBC Hereford and Worcester, and Clive Eakin from BBC CWR, as this one is clipped away by Latham. Timed it well, but straight to D'Oliveira at mid-wicket, and there's no run. And we'll also be joined briefly at various times by Kevin Howells from BBC 5 Live. It's great to be bringing county cricket to the nation, and the BBC is contracted to bring you every ball of every county game for the next 4 seasons.
Yeah, including this one, that's right.
Great
yeah.
news.
Absolutely.
30 for 1 Warwickshire, leading by 76.
Yeah, so it'll be Duffy to continue. It's been an intriguing match. Although wickets have fallen regularly, hasn't always moved at the quickest of paces. But
Tom Taylor.
just coming back on the field, having been off it for a while, Ben Allison may have changed boots because he's come off the body, and Tom Taylor's replaced him, and his first delivery is left slightly belatedly by Yates and goes through to the wicket keeper. Tom Taylor got well, of course that was his hat-trick ball. Missed his hat-trick ball.
Oh yeah,
we can get him out. Yes,
oh,
he
that
got
was sloppy. I know.
he got
He was on a hat trick. Yeah.
He was. He got 2 off his last 2 balls and then didn't get to bowl the hat-trick ball because the last wicket fell the next over, and that's a little tip and run. They're going to get through for a single. It always never feels entirely satisfactory though, a hat-trick which is sort of over 2 different innings and people debate whether it's really a hat-trick or not, so we're spared all that because he didn't take the wicket. 31 for 1.
Yeah, I suppose you'd claim it if you were the bowler,
you
but it
would.
doesn't quite
You
have
would.
the same
Yeah.
feeling, and you probably wouldn't be celebrated with quite the same exuberance.
You might not have to buy a jug in the change. Should they still do that? Taylor took 4 for 37 in the first innings, comes in the bowl, and that's left. There's no run. So he did end up being top wicket taker in that Warwickshire innings. Former Notts bowler.
Northants, Leicestershire, Derbyshire, not Notts.
Oh, sorry.
Notts, the only East Midlands county
He hasn't
that
played
has
for.
now. Started with. He's a Staffordshire boy. Started with Derbyshire, then went Leicestershire, Northamptonshire.
I got a note, and I thought I remembered, and I should have checked the note first because I have written here: ex-Derbyshire, Leicestershire, and Northants.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a near run out there. Ball was pushed out to the offside, and it was Rob Yates backing up. Had come a long way down, and had to dive in as the throw came in. And well, if it hit, he might have been in trouble. Seeing the replay of it now, he hesitated. He might have got back, but he sort of ran part of the way down, and instead of turning straight round, he actually stopped for a moment and then turned round. So Taylor in to Latham, who guides that down to third for a single. He's turning around to see if there's a second. There isn't. He has to settle for 1. And Latham made 59 in the first innings. The New Zealander is on to 4. And Warwickshire to 32 for 1. 78 the lead. The Pears v the Bears at New Road. Worcestershire looking for their first win against Warwickshire in the Championship for 25 years. As Tom Taylor comes into bowl. Good solid defence that time from Yates. There's no run. Warwickshire looking for their first win against Worcestershire for 10 years. The last 5 meetings between these two teams have all ended in draws, and they've been in separate divisions a few seasons as well. So we're looking to end a run of 5 draws. I think it's fairly likely that we will end that run of 5 draws in this game.
Yeah, you would think so. Weather forecast today was for possible rain this morning, then it changed. Now it's for possible rain this evening. Don't think it'll interrupt play. The light might not last. 31 overs left in the day, but forecast tomorrow suggesting there might be some interruptions. Matthew Waite to continue from the Digley end. He bowls to Tom Latham, who pushes this back up the pitch, and there's no runs. A hugely important period of play this for both sides. Worcestershire will feel, I think quite rightly, that if they don't pick up another 3 wickets tonight, Clive, I would say that
Be up against it, won't
be
they?
well up against it. The lead is already up to 78, but if they can pick up 2 or 3 wickets, that will feel they're still in the game. Latham plays this one defensively down on the onside, and Matthew Wakefields, and for their part Warwickshire will know that if they can just build 1, perhaps 2 partnerships of real significance, then they will be in with a chance of putting this game beyond Worcestershire's reach. And you said 250, Clive. I think anything over that is going to be very, very tough, especially if Wokes and Rushworth repeat in the second innings the sort of form we saw from them this morning. Waite again is in and bowls, and Latham is dropping that down on the offside, and there's no run. It stays at 32 for 1. Nobody in double figures yet in this innings. The man out is Alex Davis, who made 9. the men not out. Rob Yates, who has 9, and Tom Latham. And look again at Latham's crease occupation. He's faced 31 deliveries and he has just 4 runs to his name, but that won't bother him in the slightest. He's well aware of the job that he has to do for his side here. He's clipping this one nicely off his pads into the mid-wicket area where D'Oliveira does the fielding. Quick update for BBC Hereford and Worcester coming now. Well, Worcestershire have not taken a wicket since you were last with us. Just 1 wicket down in the Warwickshire second innings. That's Alex Davies, the captain, bowled by Jacob Duffy for 9. 32 for 1 Warwickshire in the second innings. They lead by 78 runs. Earlier today, Worcestershire 53 without loss overnight, bowled out in short order really for 181, with Chris Wokes and Chris Rushworth sharing 7 wickets between them. Worcestershire in need of wickets tonight. 30 overs left in the day. Warwickshire 32 for 1, leading by 78. As Waite goes past the outside edge again of Latham's bat, and Gareth Roderick gathers. Just 2 slips in place now. Worcestershire, of course, that's the other thing, isn't it, Clive? They've got to keep the runs down as well as trying to take wickets. So it's the classic dilemma, having conceded a lead. And a good one from Waite as Latham is beaten outside the off-stump end of a very good over from Matthew Waite. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 3, but it's the no wicket that is highly significant. 32 for 1.
34 balls for his 4 now, Tom Latham, and well beaten there by Waite. Worcestershire retain hopes here. They need wickets to fall in clusters. Tom Taylor will try again, be bowling to Rob Yates, who's on 9. And around the wicket, Taylor, Yates, orthodox forward defensive. The score remains the same. Worcestershire starting this round of matches in 3rd place. Warwickshire starting this round of matches in the 3rd place, as Worcestershire starting at bottom, but having closed the gap substantially with victory in their last game against Essex here. In comes Taylor, and again defended by Yates onto the onside. The umpires are looking at the sky and looking at his square leg umpire. They seen a rain cloud somewhere they're worried about. We're okay at the moment. Quite dark clouds overhead now. And Taylor's in round the wicket, and Yates happy to lift his bat and let that go past. Left-hander Rob Yates, 1 century so far this season. Single-figure scores in his last 3 innings. He's 1 run away from preventing that becoming 4. Taylor comes in again, and Yates turns that around. You'll get that run to square leg. Might get 2, no, but it'll just be the 1. So he's on to 10, and Warwickshire to 33 for 1. A lead of 79. Indian Premier League being played today is Punjab Kings against the Delhi Capitals. Punjab Kings made 153 for 5 in their 20 overs. They're the 17th over the 153 for 5. Taylor bowls, he wraps him on the pads, and he's absolutely convinced, Tom Taylor. And he runs towards the batter, then turns, arms in the air, ends up running backwards, level with the batter. But his imploring falls on deaf ears. Not out is the verdict.
he was convinced, the umpire wasn't. It remains 33 for 1.
Wow, that could be a big moment.
Well, Tom Latham's the batter. Taylor comes into bowl, that's left, so I'm just checking because they're just on a replay, but unfortunately they show the replay of the wrong delivery. They show a replay of Latham leaving ball outside off stump in super slow motion. It happens. 33 for 1. 13 overs gone. So averaging less than 3 an over, which has been the pattern for the game. And Warwickshire's lead 79. And Matthew Waite to bowl. And goes past Yates' outside edge there. No run. I mean, if the light does hold, we're in for quite a long night here, aren't we?
Yeah, I honestly don't think it will, 29 overs left.
Yeah.
I can't think that it'll be light enough at 6 o'clock, or 5 even, perhaps. But we shall see.
This is your over.
I beg your pardon.
That's right.
Matthew Waite to Yates. Long day for us as well. Yates, the left-hander, just... well, he doesn't look like a man in great nick, to be fair. And you're saying he's been struggling, and it's his first double-figure score for a while. But that said, if you're on a little bit of a trot, you're probably hoping to bat in slightly better conditions than this. And this is a far cry from a flat one at Edgbaston on a bright sunny day.
Yeah.
Bit gloomy and doing a bit, to say the least, as Waite comes in and bowls. But that's a good shot from Yates, clipping it off his toes, and Cashivalli, who's just swapped with Brett Oliveira, come over to field at that position rather than backward point, called into action straight away, and a good sliding stop. Interesting Cashivalli. We've talking about Saka, South Asian Cricket Academy graduates. He was the first one to be given a contract in professional cricket, and it was at the end of the 2023 season. Played quite a bit of white ball cricket, then played last season in the red ball game. Yates pushes defensively out on the offside from Waite.
I think there are 10 in total on that.
Now there are quite a few coming through,
Yeah.
but the one thing that I noticed, particularly with Kashif, is that he came into the game quite late, in mid-20s, as a batter obviously. His fielding wasn't anywhere near the standard required to play professional cricket. He'd be the first to admit it. I think had to work very, very hard, and he's done so to the point now that he's a decent fielder, and you don't notice it. I was thinking Zen Malik was very good this morning, wasn't he? Made a couple of good stops, but that is sometimes the thing that you notice as Yates plays defensively again, is that these guys they've not maybe come through a traditional academy and done all the drills and all the fielding that gets drummed into them from an early age, and they're good at batting or bowling or both, but maybe the fielding has to improve to not be found out at this level. And Kashif has worked really hard on his fielding, and to the point where you don't notice that he is not the same as all the others. There's Waite again, bowls, and Yates, whoa, dear me, he's all over the place. Rob Yates, he went to swing it away on the leg side, hit him on the pad, lobbed up in the air, landed behind him, and then he was going to swat it away, and he realised as it was trickling back to the stumps that it wasn't quite going to get there, and he didn't even need to kick it. He was trying to at one stage, and in the end he just tottered away, almost laughing, I'm sure, and he's got away with it. Just missed kicking his stumps as well.
Yeah, he did.
It was all going on for a minute.
He stopped it with his bat in the end,
He had a kick and a complete miss. But then just, I don't know whether it might just been running past the stumps anyway, but he did stop it with his pass.
It was.
As Taylor comes in, and that's turned a square leg. Well, that could have been tight, but the fielder slipped.
D'Oliveira.
Yeah, glad he's not hurt, because he went to pick that ball up, and if he picked it up cleanly and thrown it in, it could have been tight, but they get through for one. His father, Damien, I covered a lot many years ago, was a fairly fine fielder. 34 for one. Taylor into bowl to Yates. Yates lets that go. So 80 the lead now for Warwickshire. Just lost Alex Davies in this second innings. This fascinating contest. Warwickshire having the initiative after the first innings from both sides. Round the wicket comes Taylor. He nudges at that one. Yates and misses it completely. Goes through to the wicket keeper. Battle for the bat throughout. Warwickshire started their first innings slowly. Lost Rob Yates in the second over, and then Davies and Latham dug in somewhat before that partnership was split up. But then Latham and Hayne got Warwickshire to 161 for 2. They looked very strong then, but fell away to be bowled out for 227. Likewise, Worcestershire got off to a very good start in their innings. Taylor comes into bowl, and that's defended. 64 before the first wicket fell. But then they lost 10 wickets for 117 to be all out for 181. Worcestershire fielders trying to encourage each other. Taylor bowls, and that's pushed out to the offside for no run. By Yates is on 10. Latham on 5 of 37 balls now. He's not in any hurry. Time really not an issue in this game unless we get an awful lot of rain. It could become a factor, but certainly at the moment it won't be on the batters' minds at all. We had the cathedral bells ring earlier. That's defended, there's no run. End of the over, 34 for 1 Warwickshire, 15 overs for the second innings bowled, so you can see the scoring rate remains very slow, but just one success so far for Worcestershire.
Tom Latham now 5 off 37 deliveries. Robbie Yates 10 off 46 deliveries. That tells its own story as well. And the one man who did try to come out and be pretty positive was Alex Davis, and he perished in the process, bowled by Jacob Duffy for 9. But all importantly, the lead is now 80, and Worcestershire need to break this partnership. Matthew Waite trying to do so from the Diglis end, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Latham, drops that down on the onside, and there's no run. Waite, who has been Worcestershire's most successful bowler this season, puts him right up there with the leading bowlers in Division 1. Also played some important hands with the bat, played a big part in saving the opening game at Taunton, and also played a big part in winning Worcestershire's only win, the game here against Essex last week. He comes in now to bowl to the left-handed Latham. 3 slips waiting. He's in, he bowls, and Latham is tucking this one away on the onside. Kashif Ali moves to his right at mid-wicket. They take a single. Well judged, cool immediately coming from Latham. Yates responding. Kiwi goes to 6. It's 35 for 1. Gloomy light here is, if anything, getting a little bit gloomy. It does look a little bit brighter away to the southwest, which is from where the weather tends to come here at New Road. As I look over towards Malvern, the hill's not visible from here, but that's the direction in which you will find them. Here comes Waite over the wicket to Yates, who is reaching forward to this and playing that one up to mid-on, where Tom Taylor is the fielder. Sparse-ish, the crowd now. I think it's getting a bit chilly, I would imagine, out there, and never as many in on a Saturday as on a Friday here at New Road, partly I think because of all the league cricket that is taking place. People not just playing but also watching or supporting around the county, as Waite is in and bowls, and Yates drives into the ground, and the ball flies up into the air and is then misfielded slightly by Jake Libby at extra cover, which allows them through for a single they probably shouldn't really have got, and Yates moves on to 11 and the total to 36 for 1.
I'm not sure all channels of communication are working perfectly between these two. There's been a couple of times now where there's been hesitation and uncertainty about whether they're going for a run or not.
Well, they used to say never run on a misfield, but I think that died with the onset of white ball cricket. The chance to nick runs wherever you possibly can. As Waite is in and bowls, and that one is left alone by Latham outside the off stump. Yeah, the game has changed. I always remember Tim Curtis telling me, and I haven't said this on air before, but he told me that when Tom Moody made the move from Warwickshire to Worcestershire, and they opened together in the first Sunday League game of the season the following year, Tom Moody, who came and of course injected a great deal of energy and power into Worcestershire's one-day cricket, came and he was Tim Curtis faced the first ball of the game. I think it was against Kent here, and it struck him on the pad, dropped down into the crease. And those who will remember Tim and saw him play a lot will know that he was very good at one-day cricket. I'll just break off as Yates plays the shot of the innings today, as far as he's concerned. Over-pitched on leg stump and clipped through mid-wicket, a beautiful boundary. So Yates goes on to 15, and Warwickshire in their second innings to 40 for 1. That's a lead of 86. I'll just go back to this episode, and Tim Curtis said the ball hit him on the pad, dropped in the crease, and he heaved a sigh of relief, as he usually did, and thought, well, that's the first one out of the way, and plenty more to go. Looked up and saw that Tom Moody was about 2 yards away, and thought, gosh, I better run to the other end. And he got down the other end, and at the end of the over they got together, and Tom Moody said something like, every ball that hits you on the pad is a scoring opportunity. And he really thought, I think things are changing slightly here at New Road. And that was the case.
Tom Taylor bowls round the wicket, and that's left. There's no run. You mentioned Tom. You mentioned during the Worcestershire innings where Castivalli was a little unlucky in that they won the edge high over second slip. There happened to be a 6'7" fielder there. Reminds me of that semi-final. Was it the Oval against
Joey
Surrey?
Benjamin, absolutely.
Had to hit 6 off the last ball and managed to pick out the tallest fielder in the.
Joey Benjamin, the batsman, sadly no longer with us, formerly of Warwickshire, played in the Birmingham League for Mitchells and Butlers. Wonderful cricketer.
Yates on strike, and a very classic forward defensive to that one from Taylor.
We were talking about late entrance to the professional game, and Joey Benjamin's a good example. I think he made his Warwickshire debut when he was about 26 years old, and then went to Surrey and ended up playing Test cricket.
Yeah.
So it's not entirely new for late entrance to county cricket to prosper, but sadly passed away a few years ago, and remembered with great fondness by all those that played with and against him, I think.
The Taylor bowls, and that's pushed into a gap by Yates. Have taken one quickly, but they won't get a second because the fielder coming off the boundary, Matthew Waite, is quickly onto it. And so they're restricted to one, but every one helps. 41 for 1. 87, the lead. One is fun, as a famous TV chef once said.
He's 27, Joey Benjamin, when he started with Warwickshire. And Test debut. Gosh, 80 wickets at 20 in his first season with Surrey.
That's a nice defensive shot from Latham to mid-on. But yes, remember that again, there was literally only one fielder who could possibly have caught it.
Yeah.
On that boundary, and it was Tom Moody happened to be there.
He played one test match in 1994 against South Africa. And he was 33 when he made his test debut.
Tom Taylor comes round the wicket, and that's guided into the deep. There's a fielder at wide third. Again, Latham turns to look for a second, but it's Matthew Waite again. He's pretty sharp onto the ball, gets a good throw in, and ensures they only get one. 42 for one.
I'll tell you another great story about Joey Benjamin, Clive, is that one a very amusing one when I played in the same team as him for the Worcestershire Cricket Association, which is a sort of, pick of the clubs in Worcestershire, and we played in a national competition and we reached the final. I'll tell it after this ball from Taylor.
Taylor comes into bowl, and that's defended. There's no run.
End of the over, 42 for one. We reached the final, and it was away in Scotland at Ayr Cricket Club, and we travelled from Birmingham New Street on an overnight sleeper up to Glasgow. And we all turned up. I've told this story before. Forgive me if you've heard me say it on air before, but I don't think I've done it for a while. But we were gathering at the concourse at New Street Station in Birmingham at about 7 o'clock on the night before the game, ready to get the sleeper up to Glasgow. Arrive in Glasgow at about 5 in the morning, and then get a coach up to the cricket ground where we were playing. And everybody turned up on the concourse at New Street Station with a bag, a cricket bag, and a luggage bag, as you can imagine, small overnight bag and a cricket bag, or a lot of us had those coffins in those days, those big suitcases for cricket kit. We were all gathering there, and Joey sauntered up, and all he had was a small, lightweight bag. Didn't carry much in the way of cricket kit. Ben Allison into the attack at the Diglis end, and that one goes absolutely right through Tom Latham. And head in hands time for bowler and wicket keeper, as he didn't get a touch on it. And everybody said to Joey, well, where's your luggage, Joey? And he said, what do you mean? I said, well, you've only got a cricket bag. Where's your luggage? Everybody else got a cricket bag and a luggage bag. Where's your luggage? And Joey was wearing jeans and a leather jacket or something like that, and he just rolled up his trouser leg. I realise this isn't very good radio as I'm demonstrating, but he rolled up his trouser leg, and he's wearing those big long cowboy boots that people used to wear. Allison round the wicket, Latham defends, gets a thickish inside edge and picks up a single. Ball runs away on the leg side, and he rolled up his jeans and just stood there and grinned, and he pulled up his jeans to the top of these cowboy boots, and sticking out of the top of the cowboy boots was the head of a toothbrush. And he said, "That's my luggage." That's the sort of guy he was. He's brilliant.
That makes sense. We'll travel light. You have to do that these days.
Very good, and he played a big part in winning that game, and went on to have a brilliant career despite not entering county cricket till 27. Ben Allison round the wicket bowls to Rob Yates, who pushes this out on the offside, and Allison fields. Yates has 12, Latham has 12. It's tough going. We're in the 18th over of the Warwickshire second innings. The total is 43 for one. Perhaps most significantly is that the lead is 89, and Warwickshire inching ever more into a position of authority in this game as Worcestershire need a wicket.
It's still very slow going though, isn't it? Not scoring many.
Round the wicket, Ben Allison. Gloomy light as he bowls to Yates, who drives back to the bowler, does his own fielding. and there's no run. It just, again, Clive, puts into perspective how
Yeah.
well Sam Hain played yesterday, doesn't it? I mean, it supported brilliantly by Latham, or the other way around, you could say. But nobody else, other than perhaps Libby briefly last night, has managed to play with the fluency on this pitch that Sam Hain did. It was extraordinary how well he played in that first innings. And he made batting look a bit easier than anybody else has. Allison again round the wicket bowls, and Yates is, well, not really timing that, just pushing it out into the covers, and there is no run.
Well, that's very good news for Warwickshire, because we haven't really seen the best of Sam Hain up to now. But if he's going to start hitting form, of course, particularly well timed for the Bears T20 Blast team. If Hain becomes fluent, it's by some distance the Bears' record T20 run scorer.
Allison again in. Yates again is not really timing this, looking to play it on the offside, thickish inside edge. Ball runs up to mid-on. So tidy over from Allison. 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 10. The only wicket taker so far in this innings, Jacob Duffy, who has bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 10. Tom Taylor to continue from the New Road end.
Worcestershire anxious for a breakthrough. 18 overs in the innings now, just taking the 1 wicket. That's wicket fell on the 3rd over, so they've got pretty much an hour now without success. Tom Taylor comes in, that's left by Latham, and although the batting pair haven't done too much damage in terms of run scoring at that time, they've had a 28. So they were getting anxious to get a wicket here, Worcestershire. But it's attritional stuff from Warwickshire, who know that time is not really an issue. Taylor round the wicket bowls. I think that's come off the pads of Tom Latham. It's got through for a run. It was bat onto pad. He's got a single. Takes him to 13.44 for 1. And the cathedral bells, mentioned pealing earlier. Tree Line Cathedral, the other side of the river from here. Frank was saying yesterday, it looks as if it's closer, but it's actually the other side of the river. That's a push back to the bowler. There's no run. I think it was Kevin mentioned that yesterday. You can get a little boat across from quite just a little bit further up the pathway to the cathedral. A little ferry goes back and forth at certain hours of the day. Taylor comes in around the wicket, and Yates knows very little about that. He's got to get a single for it. He's looking to drive it on the offside. It's come off his inside edge onto the onside. He's called through for a run by Tom Latham. He didn't really know where the ball had gone. Yates is not finding it easy, but crucially from a Warwickshire point of view, he's still out there. He's on 13.45 for 1. Don't know whether the injury to his hand is hampering him. You'd think he probably wouldn't play if it was hampering him that much. Suffered a bit of damage to the webbing in his hand in the game against Hampshire. Well, that's going well down the leg side. Latham has a little swish at it, doesn't make contact. Gareth Roderick, the Worcestershire wicketkeeper, is quickly across to take it. And the score remains locked on 45 for 1. 1 run away from having double the lead. Warwickshire want to make sure that Worcestershire have to get the highest score in the match to win. This one. Always a drive and a miss there from Latham. He throws his head back in frustration there. Tom Taylor is unlucky not to get the wicket there. 45 for 1, 19 overs bowled. The lead now 91.
I don't think Tom Taylor's too chuffed with life at the moment. He had a big shout against Latham turned down, which he clearly thought was out, judging by how long he took to recover his composure after that one, and he's gone past the outside edge, found the inside edge. He's probably feeling that he deserves a little bit of good fortune at the moment. But Warwickshire, as Clive Eakin alongside me is suggesting, are just edging into a position of real authority here. The lead nearing 100 as Ben Allison starts a new over from the Diglis end, and Rob Yates, the left-hander, is forward and pushing this one gently out on the offside. Ethan Brooks starting to go through his warm-up exercises, the fifth seamer, and yet a man who played a big part in the first innings when he dismissed Tom Latham, breaking that third wicket partnership of 109, and then went on to dismiss Bo Webster as well, so 2 wickets for him, and I think we're going to see him fairly shortly. Meanwhile, Ben Allison round the wicket bowls, and Yates is forward again and just dropping that one down on the offside. It's a real battle out there at the moment. It was a real battle this morning when Rushworth and Wokes were operating in tandem. That was a battle that the bowlers won because they, between them, picked up the first 7 wickets in that Worcestershire innings. Bowled absolutely beautifully for about an hour this morning. It was top class seam and swing bowling on a helpful surface. It really was a fine demonstration of skill from those two. Allison round the wicket bowled, left alone by Yates outside the off stump, taken by Roderick, and I would say at the moment it's a real battle, but it's a battle that perhaps well, I wouldn't say the batters are winning it yet, because they're only 13 each and they've faced 109 deliveries between the two of them, but they are still in there, and the lead is growing, and that's what really matters.
But yeah, that is the point. But the problem, I mean, I'm not criticising, but the problem of going like this is if they suddenly both got out.
Yeah, absolutely. Allison round the wicket bowls, Yates leaves, Roderick takes. Said that a few times, and there's no addition. A few seagulls floating around, just gliding around as we look over towards the cathedral. As you said, Clive, it is an optical illusion, isn't it? Those of us that know Worcester know actually that the cathedral is not just on the far bank, but it's actually set back quite a long way from the far bank, and yet when you look across to it, you would almost feel like you could go through that little gap in the hedge and pass through those trees, and you'd be in amongst the cathedral grounds without getting your feet wet. Not the case. Allison round the wicket, Yates pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. It is an optical illusion. You've got quite a bit of ground and the river, and a bit of ground on the other side actually between you and the building itself, but it does look pretty close.
It's perfectly placed though, isn't it? If you decide, right, I want to build a cathedral that's overlooking the cricket ground, you couldn't really angle it any better, could you?
No, absolutely. There's a lovely little bit of drone footage which was recorded the other day here at New Road. Allison in, Yates steers this down to third man. He's going to get 4. It's a proper shot. It wasn't an edge. He steered that down, so a nice reward at the end of the over for Yates, a boundary for him. He goes to 17 and the total to 49 for 1. Yeah, the social media team here at New Road have got a new gadget, a little drone, and they can send it up in the air with a camera on it, and they sent it up the other day and it went around the cathedral tower and came back down onto the ground, and the footage is on the Worcestershire website, was on their Twitter account as well. Well worth a look, as it was tea, I think, in the interval against Essex the other day when they recorded that. Just do an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester. Warwickshire edging further into a position of authority here. Worcestershire still only managed to take 1 wicket in the Warwickshire second innings. It's slow progress as Rob Yates and Tom Latham, the New Zealand Test batsman, inch Warwickshire further and further ahead, but they have not been parted. Still just the one success in this Warwickshire second innings for Worcestershire. Alex Davies bowled by Jacob Duffy for 9. That was 15 for 1, but they've actually just brought up the 50 this second wicket pair. So Warwickshire are leading by, at the moment, 96 runs. Yates has 17, Latham 14. We've got 22 overs left in the day. They are 50 for 1. As Brooks bowls. Is that a no ball? I think it might have been a no ball from Ethan Brooks, signalled by umpire Jack Shantry. Just have a look if it goes up on the board. I was just looking up at the point. Yes, it was. It was a no ball. Well, Brooks would be a bit annoyed with himself for bowling a no ball, I would imagine.
He's in again to bowl. I'll play it back to him. There's no run. 52 for 1. Every run, including no balls, gratefully accepted by Warwickshire. Want to make sure they set Worcestershire something formidable in these difficult conditions. That's down on one knee, driving Yates, but not really timing it, and the ball rolls to mid-off, and he gets no run for his pains. And the lead now 98. Yates turns that one round to mid-wicket for no run. Yates on 17, Latham on 14. That no ball extras on 12. Yorker length delivery from Brooks kept out.
Just 1 year apart, I think, in the pathway at Edgbaston. These two, Yates 1 year ahead of Ethan Brooks, I think, and Brooks was 24th birthday yesterday, and I think Rob Yates just a year ahead. Now they've played with and against each other quite a lot, I would have thought.
Leans back there, Yates doesn't fully connect, it rolls out to the offside. There is no run. The Warwickshire 150, that's 150, that's wishful thinking. The Warwickshire 50 coming in 122 balls, which is lightning quick compared to their first innings, which the first 50 came... No, it isn't. I'm doing a disservice. They actually got their first 50 in 114 balls in the first innings, so it's slightly slower.
Yeah, I thought it might be because, well, these two have faced 109 between them, I think, haven't they? More, 119 between them, these two, and they've only got 31 runs.
So it's actually the slowest first 50 of the match, because the quickest was Worcestershire after a bit of a lightning start. Right. Their first 50 came in 68 balls.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm having a drinks break now.
With 21 overs left, so we're halfway through this session of 42 overs, which is why the umpires are having a drinks break, I think. It's a long session, 42 overs, even when it's not particularly warm out there.
It was caused, of course, by... They hadn't quite reached time. It was caused by the wicket, the innings ending within half an hour of 3:40, didn't it? Which meant they had to take tea then. Well, normally you'd play on till you got 36 overs left. We're left with 42 overs to bowl in this final session. And although it's been fairly gloomy, it's not got any darker, is it, really?
No, it's just dark, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Goodness me. Chris Rushworth will be... Oh, I've got to interview him afterwards. He's going to be unbearable.
Wow, didn't see that.
No, I didn't. That makes it all the more galling what happened to Coventry, but never mind.
you might have worked out, if you're listening, that we've just been notified that Sunderland have been promoted, and that famous picture of Chris Wilder being compared to some foodstuffs is doing the rounds again. Poor old Chris Wilder, be absolutely devastated. They were winning as well, I think, Sheffield United, but congratulations to Sunderland. Martin Emerson will be delighted as well, our Durham correspondent, as Ben Allison comes in round the wicket and bowls, and that one is left alone outside the off stump by Latham, and Allison turns away in disappointment as it goes just past the off stump to be taken by Gareth Roderick. Not bowled with a great deal of luck in this game, Allison. Oh, goodness me, that was a good leave. Came back sharply off the seam, having been left alone outside the off stump. Just let you know what's happening elsewhere in the county championship as we go through this over from Ben Allison, who bowls, and Latham drops that down on the offside defensively, and there's no run. So Hampshire against Sussex at Southampton. Hampshire are 47 for 1 in their second innings, which means they trail by 96, Sussex having made 297 in their first innings, and that of course in reply to Hampshire's first innings 154. So Hampshire trailing by 96, 1 down in their second innings. At Northampton in Division 2, Northampton made 469. Gloucestershire have replied with 101 for 2 so far. Allison round the wicket again. Latham defends again, and there's no run. Durham against Somerset at Chester Street. Durham lead by 264 with 1 wicket remaining in their second innings. So Durham made 277 and are 159 for 9. Somerset made 172. Somerset look like they'll have something under 300 to chase, which might see them feeling some optimism. Notts are in a good position against Yorkshire. Notts 143 for 2 in their second innings. Allison again in round the wicket. Latham defends on the onside, gets a single this time as D'Oliveira runs round from mid-wicket to field. So Notts against Yorkshire. Notts 228, Yorkshire replying with 159, and in the second innings Notts are 143 for 2. Ben Slater is 69 not out. And they are in a position of real strength. Glamorgan are playing Middlesex at Sophia Gardens. Glamorgan got 383, Middlesex in trouble in reply, 85 for 5. 3 more games to tell you about. I'll just break off as Allison bowls again to Yates, who is hit on the hand, gets in a sort of crouching low position, and the ball runs out on the offside. There's no run. End of the over, 53 for 1. Warwickshire leading by 99. So those other 3 games, Lancashire against Leicestershire at Leicester. Lancashire made 206. Leicestershire are 383 for 5. They really are a county side reborn. Leicestershire way clear at top of Division 2, having another good game. Derbyshire made 587 for 5 against Kent at Derby, and Kent are 123 for 1 in reply, so only 6 wickets have gone down in that game since yesterday. And Essex are playing Surrey at the Oval. Just break off as Allison finishes the over with a ball which Yates blocks out on the offside. And at the Oval, Essex made 217. Surrey replied with 279. But Essex have gone ahead and going really nicely in their second innings. They've wiped out the deficit, and they are 125 without loss in their second innings. Paul Walter, back in the side after injury, having missed the game here at Worcester last week, has made an unbeaten 79 so far, and Dean Elgar is 42 not out at the other end. And we've expected this for some time, Clive, after complaining that the light was not worsening and it had been gloomy all day. It noticeably has worsened, and the umpires have decided that enough is enough, and they're taking the players from the field.
Blaming me?
Well, no, I'm not blaming you. I'm just bringing you into the conversation, Clive. I wouldn't blame you for that. You have no control over the light. 53 for 1 then, Warwickshire leading by 99. Yates on 17, Latham on 15, and they're leaving the field for bad light. I can't see it getting any better. I said 5:30. I thought it would be too dark, and I'm 15 minutes early. Would you agree? Do you think that would be the end of the day, Clive, or do you think they'll there's a chance they'll get back out? It's pretty gloomy, isn't it? I don't think they'll get back out. What do you reckon? Do you think they'll get back out? Do you think they'll get back out, or do you think it's too
Got a lot
gloomy?
of time left, haven't we?
Yeah, we've got a lot of time left, but it's just, God, there's no break in the cloud, is there? So anyway, we'll take a break. Thanks for being with us. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage. We'll be back as soon as play resumes, whether that be tonight or tomorrow morning. But until then, thanks for being with us, and that's it from New Road for the moment. Bad light stopping play with Warwickshire 53 for 1, leading by 99. and went, do you think I'll come back out?
Yeah, so I started here actually 36 years ago.
Yeah.
So basically, if there's any opportunities, anything you need.
Well, I've got your details. There's definitely some com stuff. In fact,
what's happening in the One Day Cup yet?
We are not doing the qualifying rounds.
Frank's in the One Day Cup. With Frank. Yeah. Well, I think the dates over. There might be some seats
On the that'll be on the be on the live stream.
Frank, you do live stream?
Be over there.
Yeah, be over there. You have screens and stuff. Live screen, yeah. Well, I've got your details. I'll send you those. Brilliant. That's all good. We'll go chat about that. Fantastic. Yeah, we don't pay massively, but I think we pay similar to the BBC. Yeah. We pay similar to the BBC, Frank?
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, I'll send you those. That's all good. One Day Cup results. You and Frank do it. Yeah.
You've seen that.
Good. Oh, cheers.
Brilliant, thanks,
Thank you very much.
Thank you, thanks a lot. Brilliant.
Oh, good. That's just been broadcast.
That's it? Oh no, it hasn't. Don't worry. You're miles away. You're miles away. Players are off the field for bad light, actually, and I doubt they'll be coming back out because I can't see the light improving. Never say never. 20 overs left in the day when they left the field. Warwickshire 53 for 1 in their second innings. That's a lead of 99. Only one man out. Duffy, the wicket taker. Davis, the man who was out for 9. Yates on 17. Latham on 15. It's been painstaking stuff in this second innings, but at the moment Warwickshire building a position of strength with potentially 2 days and a little bit of play perhaps today left in the game, but they lead by 99 runs.